Bona nemlangeni namhla for the first time ufaka isutu, Mr. Tammy. Cela nimshayele tandla. I've never seen him in I'm seeing agriculture people in suits today. Ngubani lo semaplazini namuhla? We're very excited. Just an announcement, just to introduce myself. My name is Mtutuzi Dlamini. I'll be directing the program. So from time to time, I'll be coming up on stage, and then I'll be letting the delegates know who is coming up next and what is happening. And I'll also be managing the time. So that is my job today, and it's usually my job every day in events. This is what I do. I'm a professional events MC, which to my father means I'm unemployed. So yes, it is a job. I'm a comedian. I've been a comedian for the past 10 years, which again to my father means I've been unemployed for 10 years. I was a teacher though at some point. I was a geography teacher. A lot of people don't know this. I was a geography teacher in a school called Durban High School. Also known as Kebeni High School, right? I was a geography teacher, a very serious geography teacher for maybe a year or two. And then one day, my contract was not renewed. I don't blame them. I used to try out jokes on the kids. So my contract was never renewed. I liked being a teacher. My father liked that I was in gainful, formal employment, but I left and then I started doing comedy. So I've been, trying to convince my father that this is a real job. If I took a picture right now and I showed him the caliber of people I'm speaking in front of, I think he would get that this is a job. Everyone is glued and is listening to me. You would get that this is a job. So while we just wait for the TPM who's still on the way, you see, this is a real job. They're even taking a close up of me. So I was trying to convince my father that this is a job. So one day, I got an invitation to do comedy at the garden party, right? The King's birthday garden party. His Majesty, the King's garden party. You can't just get in there, my coach say. You can't just. Not anyone. So I was asked to go and still trying to convince even myself that I'm a comedian. So when I get there, before I got there, so I phoned my father, a proud moment for me to let my father, to stick it there that, you know what, you have never been in front of the king, but I'm going there to perform at the garden party. Everyone will be watching. There'll be international media there, and I'll be performing. So I called my father. My father is not a man who is easily convinced. My father is a mechanic. So he's not easily convinced. He's a mechanic. So when he raised me on threats. That's why I'm very disciplined. My father had threats. So he would tell me every time I'm messing up, he would say, "Mfano wam, azoqala ekubhayiza ngidakukhenika." My father, he raised me on threats. He made sure that things were not easy for me. So I grew up in the living room. I used to sleep in the living room, a sitting room. Because us black people, if a room is a one room house and we put a room divider, then it's a two rooms, right? We don't waste time. A room divider literally divides the room. So I grew up sleeping, I'm sure you've had this experience where there's someone that sleeps behind the room divider. Yeah, so I grew up backstage. That's why I'm a comedian. I grew up backstage. So I lived in the CBD of the house, in the busiest part, sleeping on a sponge. When you sleep on a sponge, you are disciplined, because when you go to sleep on a sponge, you don't it's not like on a posturepedic bed. There you can throw yourself, right? You get tired. Oh my God, I'm so tired. I'll throw myself in bed. When you sleep on a sponge, you must respect a sponge. You don't throw yourself on a sponge. You approach a sponge. Especially when it has started. When you sleep on a sponge, when it has started losing its screen protector. A sponge, when when it's getting old, when it doesn't have the softness. When you sleep on a posturepedic, it's much simpler. Even when you wake up, your feet don't touch the ground. It's up there. You can tell that, yeah, this one is on LinkedIn, nice life problems. When you sleep on a sponge, when you wake up, you're already on the floor. You see, it's when you sleep on a sponge, you get this thing called sleep paralysis. You don't get sleep paralysis when you are sleeping on a posturepedic. You have dreams, nice dreams. When you sleep on a sponge, you get nightmares. Every night you are being chased. Every night. And it's not that you have problems. You are sleeping on a sponge. That is the problem. You get sleep paralysis. You know that thing when you, on a posturepedic, when you close your eyes and you have a good shut eye, you sleep the whole night. You are fine. On a sponge, the moment you close your eyes, there's that shadow that waits for you. You know that shadow. 10 minutes into your thing, that shadow will come and start touching you. And you can't even scream. When you attempt to scream, this is how you sound. You know? You know that thing. So I grew up sleeping on a sponge. So I have no pressure whatsoever in life. I don't have, I never have pressure. I never feel under pressure. I don't like pressure. I don't like people putting me into situations where I haven't consented. You know, for example, I was raised with 5 sisters. I was the only boy, and some of them are older than me. So some of them have grown to depend on me for protection. Small as I am in size, but my sisters, when they threaten their men, their partners, they tell them that I will deal with them. And I always ask myself, at which point do you look at me and feel like you are safe? At what point? So I remember this one time, my sister and the husband, they had some differences, and I got a call from my sister saying I should come and fetch her because they're not seeing eye to eye. So my sister really believed that Mtutuzi utokota atomlands. And my brother-in-law is is in the army, so he's quite the guy, he's quite the strong man. So sometimes, you know, as brothers, I feel like our sisters should always come and ask us as stakeholders before they get into a relationship, you know. Get into a relationship with someone that someone I can mess up, yabona. Don't just choose random people. Choose someone that I can. So this one time, they had, you know, a disagreement. So my sister starts calling me. She's hysterical. I'm Tutuzi. Don't land, Shem. Please come and fetch me. Now I have to ask questions before I jump in because I'm not silly. Yeah, well, oh, yeah, na oh, pinyalo. Yeah, but I have to know if he's around, you know. Tutuzi man, ulana ngonglanze. Please get. Nang lang emva futhi nje utsange ngithi oh awu hey angatsaka nje uba violent ngicela shem manje in my head I'm thinking if this man can be violent to other people, why should I don't like that kind of pressure. One time with with I'm trying to talk and read this okay. All right, yes. We're almost there. So, this one time, this is a true story. My manager and I were driving home after a show. I just want to show you that I don't like working under pressure, and you shouldn't act like you have things, yeah, you got this. Sometimes when you don't got this, just say, honey, I'm afraid. If you're in a relationship and you're walking in the dark, and she says, oh my God, I'm scared. Sometimes just be honest as a man. Oh, honey, I'm also scared. Don't be. Honestly, it happens sometimes. No, just speak the truth. So this one time we're being hijacked. I've never been hijacked. I don't know what the etiquette is when you're being hijacked. I don't know how you move, how you respond. So my manager is a big guy, big, tall guy. I'm not, right? He's brave. I'm not. So these 4 guys, they hit the side of the car. So me, I'm a sweetheart. So I feel something, bah! I'm like, oh my God, is anyone hurt? So I stop because I'm naive, right? It's at night. So I stop to check if these guys are okay. It's four of them. So when I get out of the car, this guy takes out a gun, points at me. True story. He says, get out of the car. But I was already outside. So I think what happened was he had practiced this. So when he practiced this, you know how we watch things on movies and then we get inspired and we want to do the same thing. For example, we see people in movies walking in the parks hand in hand, romantic, and you try Coronation Park and you come out without your phone. We get inspired by things in the movies. For example, when they discipline their kids, they say things like, go to your room. And for me, because I slept in the sitting room, my father tries the same thing. To do is go to your room. And I'm like, but this is my room, right? So sometimes we get inspired by movies. We see people angry on the movies. See how people get angry in the movies because they've got money. Everyone in the movies has got money. They get angry. They throw dishes. Oh my God, John, I hate you. They throw plates. But you try and throw the plates. You remember you only have two, right? You can't do that. So in the movies, I think they say, get out of the car. So I was already outside of the car. So this guy says, get out of the car, points the gun at me. So I'm like, okay, let me go inside so that I get out again, right? So that I follow the whole thing. So he pulls me out. Then my manager comes out of the car. He takes a wheel spanner from behind the wheel. And then he says something that annoyed me. At that point, when these guys say they're taking the car, to me, it means that they're taking the car. To him, it means we can still fight. So he says something. He says, "Angeke, you won't take this car. See you too." And I'm like, it's just you alone. How did I become part of this? Because to me, it's like if they take this car, it's fine. We can always buy another car in 5 years. It's okay. To him, he feels like we can. I don't like being under pressure and being put. So when I called my father to tell him that I'm going to the when you go to the garden party, you must know your story. So when I got there, there were a group of other artists. Right, there's one artist called Velemsen. She's an amazing singer. She's one of those singers that tell you how they are we in. I think we're good now. I'll finish up the story a bit later. So, we're waiting for the TPM. She was on her way. Now she is here. So when the delegation, the TPM and the ministers, when they walk in, can we please make sure that we all rise? Oh, no, all rise sounds like we're in court. We all stand up, and then I think she's here. So can we please all just stand and then.
Siyabonga kakhulu singakaqali umsebenzi sicela ukuthi sivele sicale ngalapha indvuna isivulele na umsebenzi. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we start with our main program, we will start by the cutting of the ribbon here by the acting Prime Minister. So we will start with that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Where do we stand? Ooh, nice. See? Okay. Yes, sorry.
Ministers,
Yeah.
ministers, could we please have Ike Kumalo and Finance. Can Honorable Minister, please? If you can stand there. Come, you must be in the picture. Yeah. Sorry, acting PM, if you can try and face the bakushuta ngalanga muva. Oh, kunalabanye ngala. Batsibuka naba. Cela uguquke. Thank you. Thank you. Ah! Hooray! Thank you.
Yes, Your Excellency, we will be viewing briefly the stands because we'll find some other time later, and then from there we continue with the official program. Singacala ngalapha la ecaleni Mhlonishwa. Oh.
My name is Busiso Mabuza. I'm from Agriculture Technology Center. We deal mostly with farmers doing a white maize. Yes, so most of the time we've got tractors that we subcontract under NMC. Yeah, but we saw that there's a big gap when it comes to the farmers are able to do all the other work using the implements like tractors and stuff. But there's a big gap when it comes to harvesting. So we're bringing that. We're saying we as the Agricultural Technology Center, we've got harvesters, which will make the job easier and faster. Because most of the time when it comes to harvesting, it takes a lot of time and it digs deep into your pocket. Yeah. So we're bringing most of the machine, yes, ma'am. So yes, the best I think I know we're doing 100, we're basically 100 tons. Yeah, so it's the
Acting PM, part of
So-
the drive your food sovereignty to New City. Sifuna commercialize lokulima so that isilime imihalo lemkhulu.
Yes.
But lokho kuhamba nekuthi kufuna bese siba nale machine yokuvuna ngoba ngeke njoba bekisa nje 100 hectares bese umvula ngesandla. Ngeke ucethe, so sika lama combine harvesters. That is why sinale program ye mechanization. Yellow maize.
Yellow maize.
It's white maize, okay. But ngibone ne yellow maize ikhona. But that is why sinale program yaka EADF yaka mechanization is to deal with that, to make sure that we get machinery for the farmers, and these people provide that machinery, among others. Thank you.
Okay. Siyabonga Mshem. Lapha ke sibobani la.
Oh, sivusele
Asengibona igama lakho.
libito mkhulu.
Oh, khulekani na.
Yes, Thando Dlamini.
Siyajabula kuba nani.
Yes, libito mkhulekani wa Kambule Sibongo. We are coming from Agrivet Solutions. Agrivet Solutions, we are providing solutions towards food security. So our main act is that we want to produce seed locally in Eswatini. We've already done trials last year in 2025 where we harvested about 600 kg. We have an off-take arrangement with Farm Chemicals who takes our seed. So our main wish is to finally packaging it into a Swatini name, which is why we are calling it Nkanyeti. It means the light. So we are bringing solutions towards smallholder farmers. Kuthi nabo babe nenzuzo. Yes, I think that's that.
Kwengeta TPM si 2 years back sibene nkinga lenkulu yenhlanyelo siwa 719.
Yes.
Kwaba bede event ngoba laba iproducerko eZambia ba decide prioritize South Africa neMalawi. Sase sa apply ku international competitions COMESA kuthi baselekelele ngoba besoku anti competition lebe bakwenda labanikati bale lihlanyelo. That is why sesiphakamise lo msebenzi wokusas produce local
So
inhlanyelo.
are we going to be able to export to other countries? as
Over
well?
time, yes.
Okay.
APM.
So where are we here? Mlando,
Hi, ma'am.
Napila.
Yes,
Sanibusela.
Sanvusela Natsmang. Faith Aquatics. So what we're doing is we growing fish and strawberry plants simultaneously. So what we're trying to demonstrate is a system where water is conserved and we can replicate it in water scarce situations. That's what we do, ma'am. The strawberries, anytime, ma'am.
Thanks.
Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you
You're
so much.
supposed to give this, not hide them.
Oh,
Cut. We can go to the next one.
Thank you. We are happy that the youth is coming into the game.
yes. it
So
is.
it's,
Very
it's,
interesting,
it's,
yeah.
it's very interesting. And this is where the innovation is.
Awu, unabani?
Nancedo Shongwe.
Awu, I want you to say.
Put the X here.
Yeah. Oh, ukajabula nkulu.
Sikajabula Nkukhu, are located in Mhlomeni Steg, Ilbombo region. So, yes, ma.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, alongside to us the border. So what we prolong is kwenda Nkukuta Semakaya, especially in different kinds of breeds. So we specialize in any breed.
Semakhaya.
Yes, ma. So sifise kuba nalo lonke lihlobo la veni, but what we initiate is to support eMaswati where we buy the eggs from everyone around Swaziland.
Eswatini.
Yes, ma. All around from Eswatini, ma. So that's where we're getting the eggs. We have a social page where we communicate neMaswati onke ukuthi support kulo msebenzi eswendako. So lesnako i-HR has been powered with solar power from UNDP.
This is exciting.
Thank you. Thank you.
Listen to Tengsa Goplen Cook. What do you sell your produce?
Sell them locally. So we have, yes, we have a social page where customer placing their orders. So now we go social media. I will initially provide a card later on to them. Thank you, sir.
Besnabo Estegi Thursday last week go National Farmers Day. Ayo basikhomba ukukule tinhle bangiphana ukukule nemabhutsi. Egcoke amabhutsi.
Ngiyayibona lo ngake ngaba nayo.
Bathi Brahman. Bebathiphethe ke lapho leti nkukhu batibekile badisplay namhla ke ngilokuthi indzawo encane. Siyabonga. But again youth, so we're very happy with
I was keeping touch with you guys.
Salibonela passing through.
Ngifuna nje ihhoko lelikhulu ngifakethe inkukhu tasemakhaya ngoba sidla tona. Awu, phezu komkhono. Phezu komkhono.
Good morning, all. I'm Patience Matsebula from Claymore Solar. We are on the productive use of energy in agriculture, of which we're supplying solar water pumps, and we have a new innovation of solar grinding machines, Dikai, Lete Solar.
Hayibo.
Emakaya, we're working with the
Instead of using,
electricity, so now we're using solar.
okay.
Yes.
So innovative, eh?
Phezu komkhono.
Questions, okay. Phezu
Naleli
komkhono.
khadi.
Ngiyathenga the
Oh,
test.
okay. Siyabonga.
Specific Malaz. Good day, Honorable Prime Minister. We are Emandla Mvelo from the University of Eswatini. We produce our organic compost, Luyengo, yes. We produce our organic compost and our neem straw pesticide, yes. Thank you.
Siyabonga abantu bami.
Siyabonga.
Produce for sale, phela. Yes. You do. Yes. Okay.
Baba Mbuntu.
Greetings, Honorable Ministers. My name is Solma Vimbela. I'm from Matapa, under the Matapa Landfill. It's in the Multipurpose Cooperative. We are young people working at the landfill. trying to recycle food scraps as well as organic waste, where we produce our liquid fertilizer and compost, which is part of the food scraps that we produce. And then we have, with the influence of Matsapa municipality, we have been able to purchase, we have been able to access market through Greenfits Matsapa and Swazipec. We're still fighting for more of our market so that we can improve as young people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Siyabonga, siyabonga.
Kickstart.
Lapha si
Good morning.
kickstarting.
Yeah,
Okay.
Kickstart International. Good morning, distinguished guests. My name is Washington Dosa with Kickstart International. We work with smallholder farmers throughout sub-Saharan Africa, promoting manually operated irrigation pumps, which pumps are displayed here to support smallholder farmers come out of poverty cost-effectively, sustainably, within a short period of time. It's a pleasure meeting you. Thank you.
Were you born in Washington?
No, from Zimbabwe. From Zimbabwe.
Okay.
Yes.
So do you have an outlet in the country or you brought the stuff from Zimbabwe?
Yeah, we brought the stuff from Zambia. We are operating in 17 countries, and we want Eswatini to be.
Yeah.
That's why we are here.
Oh, thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Looking forward to you setting up.
Sure, thank
Yeah. Oh.
Good morning, Bahlonisha, Your Excellencies. My name is Lindani Kininza alongside Ms. Mtutu Zimnina. We're representing Sky Hill Solutions. We're a data-driven crop spraying and crop inspection crop spraying and crop inspection services in the agricultural space. We focus on sugarcane, maize, cotton, where we provide precision farming methods, where we spray crops and we inspect and check for the crop health and everything. Because we notice that a lot of farmers tend to spend more than they have or more than they need, more manure than actually needed. Whereas if you can scan and inspect your crops, you can then tell how much manure you need, how much water you need, or how much water you used last season, how much water you're using this season. So it helps farmers to make better decisions, save money, and operate sustainably and effectively. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just ask a question? I know there is one, have you got a big contract with the sugar? We're still trying to break in. Because I'm aware there is one company that, which is in the drone, which has got a huge contract with RES for the sugar, for this kind of technology. So we hope that you will also grow into that kind of space. Thank you very much.
It reminds me of what we saw in Brazil. Yes. Yeah. Best of luck.
We just need to scale up.
That's the outline.
Yeah. You mean?
You grow this yourself?
Yes, we grow this with our projects in Matanilane for our. Yes, all of this.
You need to grow this.
Oh, okay. What about
You need to also
what ginger?
Currently, we are only starting with Imint as our hub. Yes.
Okay. And then where do you sell this?
We sell it to the retail shops, your Pick and Pay, your ShopRite.
Oh, wow.
So everything is done.
Is it organic?
Good morning, Bahlonishwa. I am Bongekile Masego from Women Farmer Foundation. For our innovation, it's the climate smart training whereby we are equipping a youth with Emma innovations that would enable them to produce crops amidst climate change. And for our innovation, it is 100% solar powered as well as connected to an automated pump station, which doesn't require the farmer to be on the field to monitor what's happening to the crops. Thank you.
Thank you, Sisi. Thank you, Women Farmer.
So kule funding yase-Taiwan khona lesitshalela through them.
Okay.
So lo msebenzi lona nje awona.
Oh, this is oh, Sekaya la.
To do the training.
Yes, sure.
Oh, Zimbabwe.
Yes, sure.
From
From Zimbabwe.
Yes.
Good morning, Honorable Ministers. Good morning, Your Excellency. I'm Obey Zingwari, and I'm with CEMIT, Southern African Regional Southern African Regional Office. We are here to bring you mechanization as a business for the smallholder farmers in Eswatini. What we believe in is someone can have a machine that can use to own a business. So some can start small and also can grow big, but with the small machines, there can be a business in it. So we need to open the mind of the farmers so that they can have a business with the machines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The question is, when are you setting up in this country?
Next week we are here.
Next week.
Next week. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, Excellencies. We are Tambingos Lamini, Omlemesi. We are trying a digital solutions marketplace, which is going to be an online platform where people will come whenever they have a problem with diseases on their crops, or they want to find markets, they want to find like inputs, and all sorts of enhancements are on the platform in terms of if you want finance, you will be able to go into the platform and then it will take you to the financiers that are around the country. Instead of going to the banks looking for finance, you'll come on this platform and the information will be available to you. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good morning, fellow ministers. Yes. Hi, Your Excellency. Yes, so we are Imvelo Tech and Media Group, and our innovation is a climate resilience integrated digital ecosystem. So basically, we have a climate resilience app, which is what you see here, that equips farmers with the necessary scanning tools to allow them to maximize their crop yield by detecting pests, by detecting disease, and also we have a digital marketplace and an AI model that we are currently training.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Excellency. Yes, my name is Percy Tembe from the National Agriculture Marketing Board, and we are here presenting, yes, NAMBOD. We are here presenting a digital tool called Eswatini Horticulture Information System that is currently used to collect agricultural information in the horticulture sector, market information, and also do information dissemination, which is the part that is key to the farmer. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you? Honorable. Ngiyabonga make. Njani? Siyaphila kakhulu futhi. Well, you are welcome here to Agricultural Business Solutions. We are leveraging off the knowledge of Mr. Deacon Robinson, who's been teaching in Eswatini for 30 years. He had 30 years. So he knows. Yes. Kakhulu saswati kakhulu and usifundise thine usifundise lokuningi. We learn my production skills, poultry, pig production, beef production, as well as financial management for a farmer. Sesifunze ukuthi it's imperative for us to start training first before we start implementing, because it will cause a lot of wastage on our side and the government side if you are just putting in inputs, kanti the farmer has not been trained. So this is foundational work, it's important work, and we need to go into the 73 inkundlas to make sure all farmers get the training that they need. Yes, ma'am. Yes, 59 inkundlas. Thank you so much, ma'am.
That's our aim. Thank you so much. Siyabonga, siyabonga. Oh, benabestake. Okay.
Kule National Farmers Day.
Sanibonani bahlonishwa. Welcome to Swati Fresh, a brand owned by Balimbelbito Cooperative. We have different products that are produced locally, all of them. Lana snail coffee, lela kiwenge velvet bean, caffeine free. Cinema ginger shots, cine hibiscus shot, ginger shot. Yes, ne hibiscus shot. Yes, ne hibiscus. Sakane ma tea bags sifake coffee la khatsi. So le fish lena ilinywa la kangwane tilapia. So ngaloku siside ifreezer senda ema fillets ayatholakala esitolo sethu kaManzini. Loksalako senda ibiltong ye fish.
Really?
Yebo ma. Ne fish meal. Lana sine bird's eye chili powder. Spinze sibe ne lemon leli misiwe. Uyakhona kulifaka etiyeni lakho. Yes. And then sebo have food labakhiwe bomake onke lama products akhiwe ma member ethu. Yebo.
Hibiscus.
Hibiscus lena.
Is the one you sell it to?
We make the products.
And then where do you sell your products?
From our shop Kamanzini.
Oh, you have a shop?
We have a shop Kamanzini, Cathedral Square, adjacent to the Manzini Cathedral. Yes. Solely hibiscus le. And then singema na ufuna kwenda litia lakho ngale hibiscus.
Oh, hibiscus you use the L?
Yes, yes. So len sip, it's the shot.
Yeah, hibiscus.
Yes.
Oh, that's interesting.
And then sinale sipho lena liyakhiwa by young people kaManzini. So balanza emafutha lamatsala lasebendile Nando's. Yes, used oil from Nando's bese bakhala nsipho yegeza. Ifagwele mbali lena. Yes. Calendula flour. And then say moringa soap ne turmeric soap. Sengema hefoods ke la fagwe bohalpo. From the spice shop. Sisengakaqali lokuyilima. Sestayilima, Your Excellency. Stayilima.
Turmeric ne ginger.
Yebo, siyabonga.
Thank you so much.
Morning, Your Excellency. My name is Piwe Dladla. Welcome to Pugula. Yes. Pugula ke empower mage go climate smart farming and chemical free produce. Onke njalo kulana go chemical free lele sihlanyele sinabo mage. So Pugula is making sure ukuthi bomake bathi bangahlanyela, then we try to find a market for them. And if le market ukhanze ukuthi sesithethe kubomake market hefa siyithola kahle bese sesiyomisa sikuthengise komile noma sikugaye ku increase I life shelf bese lapha sinemjumbula impuphu yemjumbula le, it's flour yomjumbula. And then lana sinelitiya lelakhiwe ngale lemongrass kwehlukahlukene ke kune mint nale lemongrass kube na hibiscus na lemongrass kube ne ginger na lemongrass.
Where do you sell your produce?
For now, we're just selling on individuals through Facebook.
Siyaphila makanjani? Adlamini.
Oh yebo ngiyakhumbula.
Yes. Yes, DJ Tipoki ke uthi after seka winelo umncintiswano lobo khona kulomnyaka lophelile bangihlupha belimi bafuna kuva ukuthi imfihlo ikuphi sibalekelele. So nebaka youth fund ke befika nabo bafuna ukuthi sibasite ukuthi bane high
failure rate kuma loans but itsine siba successful kwente kanjani. So sababekisela ukuthi ngema genetics lesiwasebenzisako and then nale technical know-how yekufuya lengulube uplane le program yakho then kubese kuba access to market. So ke laba ka youth fund ke basicela basibacela sibalinkele se create a cohort of 10 youth farmers lesitabafundzisa, so that then gave birth to the pork link Eswatini, where we link farmers with genetics, technical assistance, then now the market, and hopefully in the future very soon, Minister, ningasvulela ukuthi si exported to Taiwan, to Mozambique and DRC. So here we want to try and also create that traceability with our veterinary department in the pork industry and try to improve the pork industry in Eswatini.
How many youth have you trained so far?
We're currently working with the 10 that we have started with, because the project that only started this year to try and disseminate the technical assistance and also assist in breeding programs, and then also in giving them the genetics that we use in our farm. Yes. Thank you.
In our next,
ngicela kusho ke acting PM ukuthi ngicela kusho acting PM ukuthi iADF ubambe ichaza lelikhulu ekukhuleni kwa DJD, because samsida kumfanda ngonje waqina khula awina entrepreneur of the year. Ngicela ke kusho kuwe ngokuthi one of the biggest challenges is now kule pork industry is that si self-sufficient ngulubeni, siyakhicita enough even kangoba ingena ikhakhase ngulube into the country sesakuvala, but our biggest shortfall is that as processed enough. So we still buy le bacon that come from outside, pork sausages from outside and everything like that. So try and get together with some of the farmers and everything and go down the value chain. Kungaba kuhle nje nibe ne processing plant yenu is processele langtan, so that we can also stop lokungela kwe bacon nama sausages kube serve industrial factory yalo. So let's go down the value chain. Thank you. DJT will lead. Angat leli gama la DJ laqhamuka.
Sanibonani bahlonishwa. Leona Nutribloom Eco Solutions. We are currently based at Nyageni Mbuluzana in the Manzini region. So we recycle broiler chicken feathers into organic fertilizer. Yes, so this was started as an in-hectares project, but we have registered into a company. Yes, so while we are still exploring the market, we are hoping ukuthi naleli thuba lekasinetelo na Ministry of Agriculture lana sitawukhona ukuthi sitfole more markets for our product.
we have the Minister for Commerce here, we have the Minister for Agriculture. Where's finance? Yes, we are covered. We'll take care.
Baphi bala ekhaya. Kude umuntu la. Oh, agriculture.
Agriculture lo.
Thank you so much for everything.
Your Excellency and the Honorable and the ministers, this is the Ministry of Agriculture, and I am Louis Guhlase. And the ministry has 5 departments that are pushing the mission of the ministry, which is to provide food, that every Swazi must have a right to food. So food sovereignty is one of our pillars, service delivery, and then wealth creation. These products are from our farmers. These are locally produced. This is peanut butter, this is marmalade, and this is strawberry jam. And we have acha and cayenne pepper. Yes.
So So. Producing this because that's what I've always been pushing. Where is it this produced? Is it at the industrial scale or it's just a cottage? Small?
It's still a cottage, however, we are pushing that it is actually industrialized. Yeah.
Yes, siyabonga, siyabonga
But it's a
kakhulu.
good start.
It is, it is.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we all rise and welcome the DPM and her entourage as we move to the next phase. Thank you. We may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, may I call the meeting to order. May I humbly request Babe Louis Gutlase to come and open for us in a word of prayer. Ngiyacela Babe Gutlase.
May we pray. Heavenly Father, in the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, we thank you for this moment. We thank you for this day. Thank you for waking us up and bringing us to this gathering, my God. We pray that you make this a success, oh God, in Jesus' mighty and wonderful name. May everything happen as planned, oh God, because you are here with us. Thank you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you so much, Babe Gutlase. Your Excellency, the Acting Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Ministers, representatives of the World Bank, members of Parliament, Principal Secretaries, our development partners, Chief Executive Officers, Captains of Industry, representatives of financial institutions, farmers cooperatives, research innovators, and agribusiness leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Sidney Simelane, Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture. May I take this opportunity to welcome you all to this very important gathering here, where we will be doing a number of activities, which the first one has been done, which was the inauguration of the Solutions Marketplace. And then we will also move on to the official launch of the Agriculture Sector Review. Thank you so much for taking your time to be with us today, and we really appreciate the support, and we can clearly see that the agriculture sector will be revived in a short period of time than we had ever imagined. After those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, may I take this opportunity to humbly request our Honorable Minister for Agriculture to give us his welcoming remarks. Ngicela sishayele intandla indvuna ayiseta ngaphambili. Oh, kuyahleka nangala. Okay. Kuyahambeka nangala nduna.
Thank
Thank you. Thank you. Ngiyabonga, Honorable.
The Honorable TPM, being acting Prime Minister today, Honorable Ministers present, members of Parliament, if bakhona, Principal Secretaries, representatives of the World Bank, Mr. Ike Okore, development partners that are partnering with us in this event, chief executive officers, other captains of industry, representatives of other financial institutions other than the World Bank, farmers, cooperatives, researchers, innovators, and agribusiness leaders. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Sanibonani bekunene. These are exciting days in the agriculture space. Just last week we were at Stegi, where we had the National Farmers Day, and it was well attended, and you can see that Eswatini want to work. The agriculture sector is on an upward trajectory. Eswatini agribusiness and agricultural sector is open for business. It is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome all of you to this official launch of the Agriculture Sector Review and the Agricultural Solutions Marketplace. Could we please give a big round of applause to the World Bank for organizing this event. I normally, when I'm out in the Tingundla centers and I talk, I normally teach people two things. One is that when somebody speaks, I'll use the word somebody today. When somebody speaks, the clapping of hands is encouraged so that that person can be a bit more confident. And when the acting Prime Minister speaks, we clap the hands even more. We do have the acting Prime Minister today who will give us a keynote address. Therefore, it's not for me to wax lyrical on this stage, lest I steal her thunder. But I do want to say a couple of things. First, being that as a ministry, we are grateful for the support we get from government to institute all the programs that we believe are going to take this country forward in terms of the agri-food systems. We also are grateful to the World Bank and other developmental partners. But today, in particular, the World Bank, we know that the FAO is also involved and others for all the support we get in implementing some of our programs. And today, this agricultural review is one of such programs. We also are grateful to everybody who has contributed in organizing this strategic dialogue. And we hope that today's reflections are going to take us forward and make us create an agricultural sector that is productive, resilient, inclusive, and investment ready. Agriculture remains a central tenet of our economy because it supports the livelihood of our people. It also provides sustenance to thousands of households, contributes to food and nutrition security, supplies raw materials for secondary industries, and creates employment opportunities for our communities. And it is common knowledge that despite agriculture being so central to our survival as a country, it does face a number of challenges. These include the phenomenon of climate change, which is really one of the biggest challenges that we face, and not only ourselves in this country, but the whole world. We also have issues of low productivity, animal and plant diseases, low capacity in terms of processing and value add, market volatility, and inadequate funding. I think the issue of funding needs to be addressed quite extensively. It is our responsibility as we sit here and as government to find, and as a collective, also as farmers and everybody else, to find lasting solutions and mitigate these impediments. Any path or the path to solving any problem starts with or goes through root cause analysis. It then goes on to generating ideas, tabling possible solutions, and then choosing the best options. The agriculture sector review provides us with a clear and evidence-based assessment of where we stand today, where we need to go, and most importantly, how to get there. It identifies priority interventions that will strengthen agricultural productivity, improve service delivery, enhance climate resilience, increase private sector participation, and unlock opportunities across our priority value chains within the broad spectrum of grains, livestock, and horticulture. Your Honorable DPM, ladies and gentlemen, today we are not only launching a report, but we are undertaking a renewed commitment to transform agriculture through action in line with our Ngwe mandate as given by His Majesty King Mswati III. This review, in tandem with the Agricultural Solutions Marketplace, has unearthed creative and practical interventions that should be in place for us to get tangible results and achieve our strategic intent. As a government, through the Ministry of Agriculture, we want to build an agricultural sector that is commercially competitive, climate resilient, innovative, technologically astute, and relevant to the challenges of the day. We want agriculture to create decent jobs for our youth, generate wealth for farmers, improve household incomes, and contribute significantly to national economic growth. I was very happy when we walked through the stalls that most of the innovators are young people, because the future belongs to them. The destiny of this country is in their hands. So can we give them a round of applause? Because I can see you don't want to give me a round of applause. So this transformation that we need to implement in this country cannot be done by government alone. That is why we appreciate all the players that have been involved in our journey towards food sovereignty, wealth creation, and service delivery as a ministry. We are also taking the opportunity, therefore, to appeal to the private sector to invest confidently in agriculture. We do believe that agro-processing is part of our solutions to what we face. If we are able to process our produce, we are able to guarantee an offtake to the farmers. We also add value to that produce and also increase the shelf life of that produce. I do believe that we are not yet there. We need to increase our agro-processing sector, because currently we are self-sufficient in pig production, but the bacon we eat generally comes from outside. We are self-sufficient in chicken production, broiler chickens, but again, the polony we eat comes from outside the country. I don't think we'll actually achieve our target if we continue doing that. We do produce some ground nuts, but we don't find a lot of peanut butter in the shelves of our wholesalers and our shops. I did see a few bottles of peanut butter there, but when I inquired, I was told that it's only produced at cottage level. I don't think that's going to take us to our destiny. We need to industrialize. We need to process more. We believe that as government, we can contribute and create an enabling environment, but most of the work sits with the private sector in terms of agro-processing, because it's a business opportunity for people to make money. Therefore, we call for serious industrialization within this economy. We also encourage financial institutions to develop innovative financial products that respond to the needs of farmers and agribusinesses. We've always been told that agriculture is too risky and all that, but we believe that we can always find a way of de-risking the sector and also mitigating the risk profiles of this agribusiness that we're in. We urge research institutions to generate more and more technologies. We live in the 4th industrial revolution. Therefore, we must see that perforating within our agribusiness and our agri-food systems. I was quite impressed to see the technology that already exists, and also that technology is driven mostly by the youth. So can you give them a big hand of applause, please? And I must say again that when the other ministers and the acting prime minister speaks, I won't have to encourage you to do this. You must clap hands. Thank you. We also would like to appeal to our farmers to actually accept these technologies. We believe that we are at a point in our development as a sector where we have to farm with science and technology. I know that some people may not agree, but personally I believe that the days of the hoe and lone rangers are gone. We must have technology or employ technology in our farming sector and also aggregate our efforts into associations and coalitions. Thank you. Somebody has remembered. I can sing, losing Howard was 7-day ministry. Thank you. I think the biggest elephant in the room is climate change. And therefore, again, we are happy to have seen innovation in that regard. Building resilience is not an optional thing, but it's essential. We need to do everything that we can as a ministry and as a government, and also as stakeholders in the value chain, in the agricultural value chains, to deal with climate change, because we can't change it. We can't wish it away. It's here. We must all build resilience so that we are able to continue producing under those circumstances. As a ministry, we'll also pay attention to the institution of quality standards. We would like our farmers to meet international quality standards so that our produce is able to be exported to other countries and be able to attract hard currencies so that the money that goes to the farmers is increased. These standards will allow us to compete in those markets. So the recommendations that are emerging from this strategic dialogue will inform policy reforms, will also inform investment priorities. As a ministry, we are committed to making sure that whatever comes here is not just talk, but tangible action that's going to deliver measurable results. I therefore encourage everybody to participate in the discussions, make contributions, because every idea and every thought matters. Before I'm chased out of the stage, I do want to reiterate my gratitude to everybody that has organized this occasion, in particular the World Bank and other developmental partners. We believe that this is essential and it's a right step in the right direction. I wish you all fruitful deliberations and a successful event. May God bless their majesties, those in this room, and the entire nation in the hills and valleys of this beautiful kingdom. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for our Honorable Minister. Yes. If passion for work and love for a Maswati was a person, it would look exactly like our Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen. Cela simshayele tandla. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for welcoming us into this special occasion. We will try and move a little bit faster now, looking at the time that we have. Our next speaker will be the resident representative of the World Bank, Mr. Ikechi Okori. May I humbly request you, sir, to come and present your remarks. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Program Director. I think probably need to lean on established protocols just to save time, but just to acknowledge the presence of the acting Prime Minister. Madam, thank you so much for honoring us with your presence today. When I came to Eswatini about 3 years ago, they told me that almost every person who is a farmer. And I don't think those who gave me that advice were mistaken, because almost top to bottom, there's always somebody who knows how to farm somewhat, right? So I think there's an emotional connection, really, in terms of this event that we're having today. Because clearly something that speaks to what people want to talk about, the things that give people value, and of course, it's connected to tradition as well. I want to believe as well that's not the only reason why we're here today. Because not just because people are farmers, because there's an increasing understanding that transforming agriculture is central, not just to growth, but to jobs, to food security and sovereignty, and to resilience. And I think this understanding really is what makes the many months of planning of this event and engagement, even more satisfying. And I'm extremely delighted that the World Bank Group is supporting this effort, in a very meaningful way. But before I continue, just permit me to just set a little bit of a stage as to how we got here. In January 2024, I had the privilege of leading a bank team to a presentation to what you might call an incoming government, because it was just 2 months to the administration. I think it was January 2024 rather. The government was just about 2 months in office. That presentation was focused on what we called, it's a country economic memorandum that was titled In Search of the Drivers of Inclusive Growth. That report sought to answer a few questions. And those questions included why Eswatini should invigorate these drivers of growth while ensuring greater inclusion. Which drivers of growth will help Eswatini move forward towards a high-income status country while sharing the benefits more broadly. And as well, how to jumpstart these drivers. And based on a series of criteria, which includes sectors with the highest employment potential, sectors with the highest content of credibility, sectors that are globally competitive. That is where Eswatini already has revealed comparative advantage, and sectors with high regional and global demand. Agriculture and agribusiness, alongside ecotourism and digital financial services, were highlighted as major drivers of growth in Eswatini. So this agriculture sector review really is an answer to the request that Cabinet made in 2024, which was for us to have a deeper dive into how to unlock the opportunities in the agriculture sector. And this agriculture sector review as well is in keeping with what distinguishes the World Bank Group as a premier development institution. That is our ability to leverage knowledge from the more than 180 countries that we work in, and curated knowledge to address the most pressing development challenges. I felt it was important to kind of set this context because the essence of this review today is for us to better understand, and that is the criticality of agriculture in driving inclusive growth. So why this review is important? For me, the bigger story really is about the messages that it seeks to convey. First, the importance of a holistic and systemic approach to sector investments, one that envisions collaboration between the public, private, and financial sectors. Secondly, is the saliency of investing more smartly by reimagining the relationship between the state, the market, the smallholder farmer, by recognizing that food systems are economic systems, and by unleashing the creativity and capital of the private sector to do what government alone is unable to. And finally, despite the doubling of public expenditure in agriculture, we've seen that over the past decade is kind of raising, significantly, almost 113%. It is evident that public spending alone cannot deliver transformation. In fact, public expenditure in agriculture, when it substitutes rather than catalyzes private investment, not only does the sector stagnate, but the risks are borne by taxpayers. And not surprisingly, the results and outcomes are often limited. As such, public investment should rather focus on reducing risks and making agriculture investable at scale through stronger institutions, infrastructure, information systems, and regulation. By no means am I advocating for a retreat of the state, not at all, but rather a smarter role for it, investing where only government can and creating space for the markets to act. I'm hoping that this rebalancing, this reimagining of relationship between the state, the market, and smallholder farmers will take the center stage in the deliberations we'll have in the next few days. So, what is this reimagined vision that we're talking about that will help build the blocks that connects smallholders to opportunities? At the World Bank, our approach to agriculture transformation is driven via what we call the AgriConnect initiative, a practical framework that focuses on the systems around the smallholder farmer. Over the past few years, I've had the opportunity to speak to farming households in Eswatini. Their biggest concern is not really about the land or their willingness to labor or produce commercially. No, it is a series of missing links that cut them off from the economy. No reliable market access, lack of appropriate financial products, inexistent aggregation mechanisms to give them negotiating power, no extension services to bring them knowledge they need, no digital tools to connect them to prices, to the weather, and to buyers, and no infrastructure to move their produce efficiently to market. AgriConnect is about building these links deliberately and systematically as an integrated package, not as isolated projects. It's about creating the conditions for smallholders to transition from subsistence to surplus and from surplus to commercial viability within high-impact value chains that offer real and sustained returns. That is why I would like both the policymakers in this room today as well as partners to adopt this framework, not because it is a World Bank Group framework, no, but because it works. When smallholders are genuinely connected to commercial, viable value chains, the development dividends are extraordinary. And what do we see? Typically, we see more and better jobs, particularly for women and youth, stronger rural incomes, greater food security, and a more dynamic, diversified, and inclusive economy. These are not projections. These are lived experiences of countries that have made this transition. Just a few minutes ago, the acting Prime Minister graciously inaugurated the Solutions Marketplace, a marketplace of ideas that actually brings the AgriConnect approach to life. As a curated, dynamic, and action-oriented knowledge platform, the Solutions Marketplace surfaces what is already working in Eswatini, and it makes it visible, replicable, and investable. It also embodies a principle that personally I feel strongly about, and that is that the private sector is not simply a source of capital, it is a source of knowledge, of market intelligence, of operational ingenuity, of technology, and of the kind of entrepreneurial creativity that no government program, frankly, can replicate. The Solutions Marketplace, the message that I got from here simply was, the solutions are already here with us. So let us connect them to partners. Let's connect them to finance and the policy support that they truly need. So hopefully, every investor in this room, every financial institution, and every agripreneur will engage deeply with the marketplace, not as spectators, but as potential co-creators of the next chapter of Eswatini's agriculture story. In closing, I would just like to reiterate that agricultural transformation is not linear. It's actually, frankly, not quick. It does not happen through a single dialogue such as this or an excellent report, however it is. It requires sustained commitment over time, course correction that is based on data and empirical evidence, and collaboration across government. For agriculture to work, it's not just about agriculture, it's about transport, it's about digital, it's about investments in the environment and investment climate. So there is need for a collaborative framework within government itself. And of course, it requires engagement with business, engagement with finance, and of course, the farming communities themselves. So I'm hoping that the presence of senior leaders of government here today and the breadth of stakeholders that we have here, supported by a strong analytical foundation, sends a very strong signal that Eswatini is on the right path to remarkable transformation of its agriculture sector. I look forward to an enriching, honest, and productive dialogue today, and to an Eswatini that is primed to potentially becoming a global case study of agri-food transformation. For us as a World Bank, we stand ready to work side by side you as government and stakeholders in this transformational journey. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Okori. Thank you so much for the support, World Bank. Thank you so much. Our next remarks will be coming from the Honorable Minister for Finance, Mr. Neil Reichenbach. A round of applause for our minister, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, PS, Program Director. Appreciate that. The Acting Prime Minister, honourable ministers here present, members of Parliament, if there are any, principal secretaries, representatives from the World Bank, development partners, CEOs, captains of industry, representatives of financial institutions, farmers, cooperatives, researchers, innovators, and agribusiness leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. The Solutions Marketplace is a forum that represents a unique opportunity to reposition Eswatini's agriculture industry as a competitive, resilient, and investor-friendly sector capable of driving sustainable economic development. It brings together government, financiers, development partners, private sector actors, commodity associations, researchers, and farmers under one platform. The Solutions Marketplace is not merely a competition, but it's an investment in Eswatini's future. Every innovative solution has the potential to increase productivity, reduce production costs, improve efficiency, create employment, and expand economic opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, government has a responsibility to ensure that public investments generate measurable impact. Also, innovative and scalable solutions improve the efficiency and effectiveness of public programs, while ensuring that technology and digital tools can help maximize returns on agricultural investments. As the government of the Kingdom of Eswatini would like to appreciate the support of partners such as the World Bank, where these robust collaborations enable Eswatini to leverage international expertise while promoting locally driven innovation, as we saw this morning. And maybe just at this point to mention that, not only are we looking at our partners, but even as government, we from our own balance sheet, we do also see what we can do to try and support the Ministry of Agriculture, because we absolutely believe that agriculture is one of the core solutions to getting our people employed. And so and I can't agree more with Ike's words this morning to say, listen, as government, we must create the frameworks in place and be able to help the private sector within agriculture to thrive. And again, not interfere with that, to get that balance right. But as government, I thought I'll pull the numbers on what we have invested in the agriculture sector for the last 5 years. So to give everyone a picture, in 2022-2023 budget, we supported the Ministry of Agriculture with 1.3 billion. In 2023-2024 with 1.6 billion. In 2024-2025, it came down slightly to 1.55 billion. In 25-26, it rose again to 1.6 billion. And this current year, it's had quite a big jump to 2.25 billion. So just to show that as government and with the taxpayer money, we're not only looking at investment partners and everyone else. We are also really doing what we can as government to try to support and to try to put our money where our mouth is and get the industry to perform better and better for our people. We note with appreciation that digital agriculture is becoming increasingly important. Additionally, investments in technology continue to strengthen food security, improve market access, and increase competitiveness. In recent years, climate change has presented fiscal economic risks that investing in climate-smart agriculture solutions to help to safeguard livelihoods while protecting public investments. The Ministry of Finance remains committed to supporting initiatives that promote innovation, strengthen economic resilience, improve agriculture competitiveness, and generate inclusive economic growth. In conclusion, we encourage innovators across the country to showcase the innovations to government, development partners, private sector, NGOs, and others. We emphasize that this solution marketplace remains an opportunity to showcase Eswatini's ingenuity and contribute to national development. Thank you all.
A round of applause for Honourable Minister Neil Reichenberg. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Even for those nightmares we've given you when requesting budgets for agriculture. Thank you so much. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, may I once again humbly request my Honorable Minister, Minister for Agriculture, to come up front and introduce the acting Prime Minister. Ngiyacela ndifuna inkosi. Asimshayele tandla Minister Seta ngembili.
Thank you very much, PS. It looks like this is the job I should be doing more frequently, because even the applause goes up when I'm supposed to introduce the acting Prime Minister. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I think our acting Prime Minister today does not need much introduction in terms of words. We all know the TPM, and we all know what her passion for people, for Eswatini is. We know what she does to make sure that the lives of all Eswatini get better. And we know that if there is one person or a number of people who actually got the message of the Kwe mandate clearly, she is up there among the best. So without much ado, can I please ask you to stand as the acting Prime Minister comes to the podium to give us her keynote address. Thank you very much. With a big round of applause, just welcome her to the stage. Mkhaya wami lo, by the way. Sawubona Mkhaya, sawubona. Thank you very much.
Ngicela nihlale phasi bonkosi. Take your seats. Program Director, Honorable Ministers, Members of Parliament, Principal Secretaries and Senior Government Officials, the Country Director, Ike, and representatives of the World Bank Group, representatives of development partners, leaders of the private sector and financial institutions, our beloved farmers, cooperatives, innovators, researchers, and development practitioners, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Ekseni. Siyanivusela ekseni bonkosi, and good morning. I'm going to read the Prime Minister's statement as is. Allow me. It gives me great pleasure to join you today for the official launch of the Agriculture Sector Review and the Agricultural Solutions Marketplace. This event marks an important milestone in our collective journey towards building a modern, competitive, and resilient agricultural sector that contributes meaningfully to inclusive economic growth and national prosperity. At the outset, I wish to commend the Minister of Agriculture and of course our Minister, working closely with the World Bank Group for successfully organizing this strategic dialogue. I also extend a warm welcome to all participants who have traveled from across the country and beyond to contribute their expertise and ideas towards transforming agriculture in our beautiful kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable ministers, agriculture occupies a special place in our nation's development. It is the source of livelihood for thousands of Eswatini, the foundation of our food sovereignty, an important contributor to employment, and a key driver of rural development. Yet, despite its enormous potential, the sector continues to face significant challenges arising from climate change, low productivity, fragmented value chains, limited value addition, and inadequate access to finance and constrained market opportunities. These challenges, however, should not discourage us. Rather, they should strengthen our resolve to pursue bold reforms and innovative solutions that will unlock the full potential of our agricultural economy. The agriculture sector review that we are launching today provides the government with an important evidence-based roadmap for achieving this transformation. It clearly identifies where we must strengthen our institutions, where we must improve our service delivery, and where we must invest more strategically and create an enabling environment that allows our farmers and agribusiness to thrive. The review is fully aligned with the aspirations of our National Development Plan of 2023 to 2028, the Program of Action for the same period, and the Eswatini National Agricultural Investment Plan, INAP 2.0. The agricultural components of all these programs seek to improve food sovereignty, increase agricultural productivity, create employment opportunities, promote agro-processing, and strengthen resilience against climate change. Honorable ministers, distinguished guests, transformation cannot be achieved by the government acting alone. The future of agriculture lies in strong partnerships between the government, the private sector, financial institutions, development partners, research institutions, farmer organizations, and local communities. Every stakeholder represented here has a critical role to play in building an agricultural sector that is productive, profitable, and sustainable. This is precisely why today's solutions marketplace is so important. Unlike traditional conferences that focus only on identifying problems, this marketplace is about showcasing practical solutions that have already demonstrated results. It provides innovators, entrepreneurs, and agribusinesses with an opportunity to demonstrate technologies, business models, and partnerships that can be scaled to improve productivity, strengthen value chains, and create employment. Innovation must become the engine of agricultural transformation. We must embrace digital agriculture, precision farming, climate smart technologies, mechanization, improved irrigation systems, modern livestock production, biotechnology, and development, and efficient post-harvest management. Equally important is the development of agro-processing industries that add value to our agricultural products before they reach domestic and international markets. The government of Eswatini remains firmly committed to creating an enabling environment for agricultural investment. We also intend to play an active role in such investments where the need exists. We recognize that agriculture must increasingly become an attractive business venture capable of generating sustainable returns while creating jobs and improving livelihoods. This requires expanding access to affordable finance, strengthening agricultural insurance and risk-sharing mechanisms, investing in rural infrastructure, improving logistics, and supporting policies that encourage private investment and private-public partnerships. I, therefore, call upon all our financial institutions, investors, and development partners to continue working with the government to unlock investment opportunities across the agricultural value chains. Our priority commodities, including grains, livestock, horticulture, and industrial crops, offer tremendous opportunities for commercial growth, import substitution, and export expansion. Services and processes such as logistics, cold chain management, and most importantly, agro-processing can deliver a very high return on investments while catalyzing our agri-food system transformation. To our young people, I wish to say this: the future of agriculture belongs to you. Therefore, grab opportunities with both hands. Of course, modern agriculture is driven by innovation, technology, entrepreneurship, and business leadership. You need all these skills, whether through digital solutions, mechanization, food processing, logistics, research, or climate smart production systems. Agriculture presents enormous opportunities for creating wealth and meaningful employment to the young generation. I encourage you to view agriculture not merely as a means of subsistence, but as a dynamic and profitable enterprise. To our farmers, I express government's deepest appreciation for your resilience and unwavering commitment to feeding our nation under increasingly difficult circumstances. Government will continue to support initiatives that improve extension services, strengthen farmer organizations, increase productivity, and expand access to markets. Honorable ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the discussion over the next 2 days must not end as recommendations on paper. They must produce practical actions, measurable commitments, and stronger partnerships that will accelerate implementation of the agriculture sector review and INAP 2.0. Let this strategic dialogue become the beginning of a renewed national commitment to transform our agricultural sector into one that is competitive, climate resilient, inclusive, and investment driven. Together, we have an opportunity to position Eswatini as a regional leader in sustainable agriculture and agribusiness. I'm echoing your words, Ike. Let us seize this opportunity with determination, unity, and a shared sense of purpose. On behalf of the government of the Kingdom of Eswatini, I reaffirm our unwavering commitment to supporting policies and investments that enhance food sovereignty, create employment, of course, through the Ministry of Commerce with industrial factories all over the country, stimulate inclusive economic growth, and improve the quality of life of all eMaswati, including, of course, persons with disabilities. Let us make sure we don't leave them behind. It is now my singular honor and privilege to officially declare the agriculture sector review and the agriculture solutions marketplace duly launched. I wish all of us fruitful deliberations and every success. May God bless our King, our Queen Mother, and the whole of the Swati nation. And may God bless us here today to continue with this dialogue. I thank you.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May we rise. Thank you so much, Magelala. A heart full of compassion, a heart of gold. Thank you so much, Maggie. Can you give a round of applause as she sits down? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I request that we be seated. Yes, our next item on the agenda, it is now the official launch of the report. So what I would like to do now is to request the Acting Minister for Economic Planning, Honorable Mangoba Khumalo, Minister, Substantive Minister for Commerce, to come up front and do us the honors in the launch of the report. When she has finished making his remarks, I will then ask everybody who has this booklet to come up front and join him for just a picture. And then from there, I will tell you what is going to happen next. But maybe I might as well tell you that we will move outside and take a group photo with our Honorable DPM, who is the Acting Prime Minister, and the Cabinet Ministers that we have. And then from there, we will have a tea break. Ndung, Honorable Minister, Acting Minister. for Economic Planning and Development.
Thank you very much, PS and Program Director. Today to the Acting Prime Minister, Honorable DPM substantively, to our ministers present here, my colleagues and the members of parliament, other principal secretaries that are in the room, representatives of the World Bank led by Ike, development partners, chief executive officers, captains of industry, representatives of financial institutions, farmers, cooperatives, researchers, innovators, and agribusiness leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. Very good morning. We are going to have a tea break, so there'll be a lot more energy afterwards. On behalf of my colleague, the Minister of Economic Planning, allow me to convey these remarks. Agriculture remains one of the most strategic sectors for driving inclusive economic growth in the country. Agriculture contributes between 7 and 8% to our GDP currently, and it is the third highest contributor to GDP in this country. For reference, it is that significant, and it creates employment opportunities. It reduces poverty. It improves livelihoods in the Kingdom of Eswatini, and beyond its contribution to GDP, this sector provides a foundation for national food security. It also helps with nutrition and feeds into our industrial agenda, as has been explained here, and also ensures environmental sustainability whilst contributing to rural transformation in the country. Agriculture, therefore, becomes very central in the country's socio-economic development agenda and is recognized and treated as critical and as a catalyst for achieving the aspirations of the National Development Plan and Vision 2030. The Ministry of Economic Planning and Development would love to acknowledge the good work that has gone into this particular initiative and the work that has been done in particular by the Minister and the Ministry of Agriculture, who is clapping hands for himself because you're not clapping hands for him. And also, you know, the work that has been done by the World Bank in terms of ensuring that there is a demonstration of collaboration between ourselves and the World Bank in producing this report that I'm here to launch. I really do want to convey our sincere gratitude and thanks to you, Ike, and your team. Others say I say Ike. There's a reason for it. The Eswatini Solutions Marketplace is aligned directly with the national development priorities and supports this country's aspirations. And we look at economic diversification and job creation, particularly for young people, women, and people living with disabilities as a priority. And we look at this report as a key catalyst and enabler for this quest. Agriculture, therefore, remains central to driving inclusive and sustainable economic growth. Today's challenges require locally developed solutions, and it was really heartwarming to see some of the scalable solutions that have been on display. This solution marketplace that the acting Prime Minister has launched today provides a very good platform to identify relevant technologies that will catapult our agricultural sector to the next level. It also demonstrates that innovation can emerge from farmers, from young people, entrepreneurs, agripreneurs, as they call themselves, and from researchers, cooperatives, as well as technology companies that have collaborated to showcase some of what we saw today. Sustainable development cannot be achieved by government acting alone, but we do require a very strong public-private partnership, and I cannot echo the words of Ike enough in terms of the role of government as an enabler and the role of the private sector as a driver of our economy. It is a winning combination when done right, and I think Her Excellency, the Acting Prime Minister, also echoed that same message. Therefore, government, the private sector, academia, development partners, civil society, come together to try and solve this country's national challenges in the sector of agriculture, and today epitomizes that work, and we are really grateful for what we see. The initiative supports evidence-based planning by identifying practical solutions that can inform future programs and investments. It contributes towards improving food systems, rural livelihoods, and economic resilience. It also encourages young innovators, agripreneurs, and women-led enterprises to participate in their creativity and entrepreneurship, becoming essential to this country's future. In conclusion, we really appreciate all the innovators who have been selected, and we wish them well, and wish them all very well, and we wish them the best in their future endeavors. We reaffirm government's commitment to creating an enabling environment where innovation can flourish. May I then take this opportunity to officially launch this particular report, the Agriculture Sector Review Report. May the Lord bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to our Acting Minister for Economic Planning and Development. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Siyabonga kakhulu Ntungwa. May I humbly request those who have this report to come up front so that we take a picture. And then from here, we will move up there to the staircase and take a group photo, after which we will break for tea. Thank you. We are going out to the steps, lapha ngaphandle, ladies and gentlemen, for a group photo, and then we break for tea. So please, protocol officers, assist us. Thank you.
Baba is a beat killer. Baba is a body shaker. Baba is not a fan of the Lakers. Baba will keep your head shaking. Baba is playing. Let's see some women twerking. Just go down and break your neck. Baba. Baba. Baba.
Fell in love with the wrong one. Her eyes and words are so icy. Oh, but she burns like rum on the fire. Hot and fast and angry as she can be. I walk my days on a wire. Izintombi zami aungo moya wami aungempilo yami aungijele nobuhle wami wena ngathandana nawe aungijele nomusa wami oh wena ngathandana nawe. Her fight and fury is fiery. Oh, but she loves like sleep to the freezing. Sweet and right and merciful. I'm all but washed in the tide of her breathing.
Yes, so now we are on our coffee break. We will have our coffee after the photo shoot for 15 minutes. Then we are going to make our way back inside, and then we will start our program again. We have a panel discussion that we will have just before we go to lunch. So we'll push our lunch time a little bit further than what you see on the program.
ngiyazibuza ngawe ebusuku lapho izinkanyezi zikhanya zithi kwaka inhliziyo yami ishaya kancane isho igama lakho iphefumula ngawe
We baba
amehlo akho izinkanyezi zami akhipha ukhanye ebumnyameni bami lapho ngibuka ngiyalahleka ngithola uthando engange ngalwazi ngiyazibuza ngawe ewuphenswe mthi iphotha kawena nanendangishini kungumeyo je me pose des questions sur toi je me pose des questions sur toi izwi lakho lingoma ethambile elithulisa zonke izivunguvungu zami uma ukhuluma umhlaba uyema kusale thina sodwa kulowo mzuzu uma ngingaba into yodwa nje ngabe ngingumoya okukuzungezayo ngikupha umoya wothando njalo ngihlale ngiseduze nawe njalo njalo ngiyakuthanda ngaphandle kwemingcele ngaphandle kwesikhathi noma ibanga inhliziyo yami ngeyakho kuphela njengokuphuma kwelanga okungaphela ngiyazibuza ngawe ewuphenswe mthi ngiphosa kawe.
The media is invited to the other side for a media briefing. So if you are the side and you are media, please make your way to the other room for a media briefing. Thank you. Yes, it's by the reception area on the other side, media briefing. If you are media, please, you are invited for a media briefing by the reception area. Thank you.
Mangelo ya tla runtaya bampitsa go le godimo morena o mo pelegetse ka thabo le ka khotso ke ya morena o mo pelegetse ka thabo le ka khotso ke ya sefatlego sa ka lentswa le mahlo antle mpe ye fase ga lebitla go bane ke letsatsi la ka la bofelo go palwa ke ya go ntate jesu go bolesa a re madulo a mangata go ntlong ya ntate ke tla letsaya ga bongwe ga bongwe. Letsatsi la ka la bofelo ge ke tloga mo lefaseng mangelo ya tla go ntaya bampitsa go le godimo Upeleleze kathabo wena umupeleleze kathabo nekahoti Otso kiyalae Sifahlego sakalentwalele mahlo Entlempe yefase galebila Gobane ke letsatsi la ka la bofelo Go palwa ke ya go ntate Jesu boletse a re madulo a mangata go Tlung ya ntate ke tla letsaya ka bongwe Ka letsatsi la ka la bofelo Ge ke tloga mo lefaseng She wakes up before the sun. Same fight she's always run. Bills on the table, dreams on hold. Too young to feel this old. Mama said just hold on tight, but hope feels dim in the morning light. She paints a smile on her face while the world keeps testing her faith. Mama moya garu bonkara sakinya yukimochi ra tsukushi komo nakushi bonga kita totte nani ureshi karo katabira wa nashi obi wa nashi. Walking streets with heavy feet, shadows whisper, can't retreat. Carrying pain, no one can see. Life's debt collecting quietly. Friends vanish when the lights go low. Snakes hiss where the cold winds blow. Now she's learning how to stand solo. Queen in a world too shallow. Every scar writes a prophecy. Every loss a new philosophy. Battle-tested pains a symphony. Turning wounds to alchemy. Fire pulses in her veins. Lightning coursing through the chains. Even dancing in the rain. Washing off the past remains. Eyes sharp, cut sharper than a blade. Past goes home, but she won't fade. Heart armored, trust a barricade. Truth bombs drop, watch them cascade. Every fall a resurrection. Pain fuels her introspection. Life's a war, her mind's the weapon. Rising up from every rejection. No mercy in her reflection. Only lessons, no confession. Walking streets with heavy steps, but she's flexing. No regrets. Mama moya. Think that love was all I needed. All I needed was you. Then you came around, I found out I'm defeated. angel that never let me dream. Never let me dream. Gipaten Lizio mangingen again. I drown my sorrows, ni pussy paraffin. This is the love I never seen. Angeline. Maxine. There was this girl named Beep. She had a smile that lit up the room. I thought for her I jumped the broom. What does she eyes do? Guess love just isn't for me. Naze anatawa todo maru kotoga de kinaka. Love, love, love. I know there's a guy. Guess this love thing wasn't meant to be. Maxine. Catherine. I had boy too mellow for a minute. She left quicker than autumn. Yelling, got him. He's hot again. He's hot again. Catherine. Angeline. Rhoda, Kia, boy too mellow. Maxine. Oh, no, Lord. I know mumani. 사랑에 빠졌어. 그들은 모두 나에게 너무 안 좋은 사람들이었다. 난 너무 많이 사랑에 빠졌어. 그들은 모두 나에게 너무 안 좋은 사람들이었다. This is to all the girls I love. All the girls I love. All the girls I love. Do, 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 do,
One, two. While we are on a coffee break, this would be an opportune moment to visit the stalls and find out more and what is happening in our solutions marketplace. So please make sure you take this time and visit the stalls that we have set up for you. You can go around, find out more information on what is happening in the different stalls before we make our way back inside. Anytime you can visit the stalls.
As armas dos meus inimigos. Experimente uma pausa. Oh, as armas dos meus inimigos. experimente uma pausa. As suas pegadas no chão, apague-as. As suas pegadas no chão, apague-as. Todos os planos que elaboraram, espalhe-os. Todos os planos que elaboraram, espalhe-os. 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 Experimente uma pausa. Experimente uma pausa. Fique zangado. Fique zangado. Fique zangado. Oh, fique zangado. Espalhe-os. Fique zangado. 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 Hey. Fique zangado. Espalhe-os. 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 Fique zangado. Espalhe-os. Espalhe-os. Fique zangado. As folhas estão cobertas com 4 angalaças.
Oh yes, our coffee break is over. Can we please make our way inside so that we can resume our program? I hope I'm audible enough outside. For us that are already inside, can we please take our seats and resume our program?
Abusiwe empaho naya arabang estou indo. 10 pedaços de mim contigo. Amor virou silêncio entre nós e o adeus pesa mais que o mundo. Sayonara, kimi no kage wa amada, kokoni temo todo kanai omoide dakega no koru. Hanyo no omnikiro no mugiro maman ajik nor buru ko ichiman te dabun balam punia. Inhliziyyo yami ishiyeke kuwe, uthando lwethu luphenduke uthuli, kodwa igama lakho lisekhona kumoya.
1, 2. Yes, if we could have those that are outside, if we can have them come inside the room so that we can start. If we can have them back in the room so that we can start our program, so that we can be done at least by 9 p.m. and out of here. Not at 9 p.m. By 9 p.m. we should be done. Cela sale sibiyani ngekhathi bongosi sitawuchubeka nelihlelo lethu lanamuhla. Thank you.
eres tú, mi tesoro hasta con mirarlo, y tuyo será, y tuyo será. Que batle tsebo yanto sohle aye timomo hey aye 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 timomo Sivuma sonke haya heya amazulu avuleka ngaphezulu savana izinyoni ziyandiza phezu komhlaba ayasoleya Zulu siyahamba heya noya haya heya ilanga liyaphuma ngemuva kwezintaba umhlaba uyaphefumula kanjani njalo heya noya Utshani buyanyagaza ngaphansi komoya izinyoni ziyakhula.
Thank you very much and welcome back from that coffee break. If we could all just kindly be seated. Thank you. So we continue with our program. All right, thank you. I think they just wanted to give me a little bit of a vibe with the background music. Welcome back. So we continue with our program. So at this point, we are going to have a presentation that we omitted earlier. It's a presentation on presentation of the report that we were talking about since we've officially launched the agriculture sector review, catalyzing agri-food system transformation in Eswatini. So we'll have a presentation of the report by Mr. Sita from the World Bank Group. Can we please kindly give him a huge round of applause as he makes his way onto the podium? The minister did emphasize on a round of applause. Can we please do better than that? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being here. I'm delighted to present the brief summary of the analytical findings of agriculture sector review, the report which was just launched. But then, is it okay? But then I would also want to acknowledge that this is a collaborative effort with Ministry of Agriculture, the World Bank, and several of the development partners, the experts, and the researchers here in the room. But more importantly, this has been informed by the various practitioners, development practitioners in Eswatini and outside Eswatini. So can you please help me, Shibu, to run the slides? Okay, thank you. Can we just try to move to the first slide? I think the first slide is actually talking about the sector in the context. And we have already seen, we have heard from Ike and the ministers that how critical is the agriculture sector. The agriculture and agribusiness, if you try to take into the context, it is a backbone of an economy. When we talk about agriculture sector, we generally talk about primary agriculture sector, but the way we saw the vision is about agro-processing, it's about food businesses. So if you try to add all of them, easily this sector will expand to from 7% to 25% of the economy. And then it is actually contributing to 70% of the people are dependent on the agriculture. So it is a very, very important sector. And that's where Ike was also mentioning that one of the drivers of growth, agriculture has been identified, agribusiness has been identified as a drivers for economic growth for Eswatini. Now, it is also contributing 34% of the exports. But then we'll try to understand what are the challenges which the sector is facing and how Eswatini is trying to cope up with those challenges and then try to come out with some sort of recommendations which could actually help us to understand how easy and how challenging it might be, right? So one redeeming point is we have seen in the solutions marketplace amazing innovations, amazing solutions. So basically the sector needs to fertilize whatever is already happening on the ground and then bring it to the attention of the policymakers. Now the second slide is actually what the minister was mentioning. Eswatini is actually importing what it can produce. And then when it is importing, it is coming at a cost of hard currency. And it is increasing the food prices. And actually could lead to more poverty among the farmers, right? So basically this is the paradox we are trying to see. There's good potential, but then we see there is a huge demand-supply gap so far as the staples are concerned, especially the maize. You see, the requirement is around 150,000 tons, 140,000 tons, but then production is around 75,000 tons. The beef sector In fact, the beef production has actually declined from almost 12,650 tons to almost 8,000 tons, right? And then if you try to see, the issue right now is there is an opportunity for us to actually produce locally, produce more, so that we could actually try to make the country food secure. And this is also an import substitution agenda, which is again a macro agenda. The next slide, if you can try to help me, Sibu. The next slide is actually is paradoxical again. The money is being there, the public money is coming there, right? And if you try to see, more public money is coming, but then the growing investment also means that we can accelerate the returns on investments, right? So can we try to do smarter? That's what again Ike was mentioning. It's not about just allocating resources, but then try to do it smartly so that we can actually try to get greater returns. And where, if you try to see, the second point which I was trying to make is, where is the money going? The money is going to the production sector, the inputs, right? Whereas we are not able to invest more on the research, the extension, the technology, which is actually driving the sector, what we call is total factor productivity. So that could be enhanced. Other countries in the neighborhood have actually leapfrogged, but then somehow Eswatini has not been able to take a similar advantage, right? Then when we try to look at these budgets, yes, the investments are being allocated. There is an intention backed by those allocations, but then the execution is less than half, right? So that is again something which we can try to take a look at it, right? Then the next slide actually shows a contrasting picture, right? It talks about two agricultures, but then I see one powerful opportunity. The one powerful opportunity is, you have a huge tracts of Swazi national land, you have an experience in the title deed lands, right? The previous study actually showed that the productivity in the title deed land is almost 12 times the Swazi national land, right? So that means there is an opportunity, that gap can be fulfilled with the very smart strategies, right? So that is something which we are trying to understand. How can we transform? There are experiences in the countries, in the region and also outside, to how to do this better, right? Basically, the fundamental issue is fragmentation. When we talk about a fragmentation, small pieces, titles and all those things. But ultimately, forget about the title. My understanding is, farmers, when they come together, they just don't come together as people. They come together with their assets, their experiences, their land assets, the water rights, right? So if we can try to somehow build them together, and most of the countries have succeeded in having cooperatives, which could actually leapfrog the way leapfrog the production system, right? So that is again an opportunity out of this analysis. The next slide actually tries to quantify the yield gap. The yield gap, what you have is right now 1.2 tons per hectare is the metrics which has been. But then the agronomic potential is around 4 to 6 tons. So then we can imagine, we can actually triple the production with the same factors which we are employing in the agriculture sector. But then how do we do it differently, right? So that is again which is coming, that is an opportunity. Rather than a challenge, we can definitely try to increase the total factor productivity and close the yield gap, right? The next slide. Then the question is, let me just confess, I started my career as an agriculture banker in Reserve Bank of India, the Central Bank of India, right? I've been talking to the bankers all across my career, right? Everywhere you talk to a banker, they are afraid of agriculture. They're afraid of agriculture, right? Because it is risky. So then the first thing which the agriculture sector review looked at is, what is the profitability of value chains we are talking about? So it is so surprising that the 4 key value chains which the government has prioritized, all of them are profitable. They have very good returns. They're able to generate good returns. But then if you try to see the hidden, the factor here is, the beef, vegetables and dairy have very high returns of investment, but then the initial cost is high. So because initial cost is high, the small farmers are not able to get into that, right? or otherwise the women and the youth are not able to get into that. So that is the reason they're stuck at low input, low substance economy, right? How do we change that? So if only capital can be pumped with different mechanisms, so perhaps we'll be able to graduate people from the low return economy to a high return value chains, right? So that is again an opportunity we are seeing here. That means we are talking about investment ready opportunities. Ready to take is a question. Ready to scale is a question mark. We can try to discuss in next 2 days time, right? Then finally, when we're trying to aggregate the picture now, we are looking at 6 different binding constraints. The first I mentioned about the input supplies, which the government has been providing subsidies. You see 50% input subsidy, but then the yield, what we are getting a return out of that investment is not really, that much exciting. So let us try to do something on changing the way we are actually providing support or incentives to the farms and the farmers and the firms. Then the irrigation. Irrigation also, if you just try to say 90% of the irrigation, 90% of the title deed lands have irrigation, whereas the Swazi national lands have very less irrigation, right? So how do we ensure that we climate proof and then try to bring the irrigation potential in the Swazi national lands, right? Then the financing risk, we have already mentioned, the collateral gaps and the high perceived risk. So in fact, I used to train the bankers in my previous incarnation. When I was training the bankers, I used to ask one simple question. Has anybody seen, I have not seen, a moneylender going bankrupt? Moneylender, I have not seen any part of the world, right? Why? So basically the way they look at the customer and then try to train, they may be having other backdrops, but then the question is the way they look at an opportunity and customize their product, and they are also patient to go along with the farmer, right? So something, can we try to change the way we look at the ag finance and try to understand what needs to be changed so that we can target. So that is something which is coming out as finance and risk is one major area. In fact, the elephant in the room is finance and the risk management. In the absence of the risk management instruments, perhaps the solitary institution in the entire value chain is taking the risk is the farmer. The financial risk, the market risk, the climate risk is taken. So how do we ensure that that risk of the farmer is addressed? If you address the risk of the farmer, the entire value chain risk is covered. The markets and value addition, I think already we have deliberated on that. Extension and research. We have an extension system, but then how do we ensure that it is driving the change, the productivity and the production levels, right? And climate exposure, yes. If you try to see some of the locations, some of the regions here are more prone to the climate risk, and that is something which we need to prove, climate proof the agriculture sector. Going to the next slide. So money, where it is flowing, I think we discussed in partly that most of the money is going to the irrigation, but then the execution is low. But then you try to say the key drivers of growth is how the public services are delivered. That's where your research and innovation system is very, very critical. And the research and innovation are not able to get that kind of allocations, right? Similarly, veterinary services, extension services. Veterinary services we have seen just because of one outbreak, then entire system actually surrenders to the outbreak, right? So can we try to strengthen the veterinary services so that we try to keep our farms biosecure and then protect the farms from the diseases and the pests, right? So that is something we need to be looking at, where we can try to understand how to reallocate the resources so we maximize the benefits, right? So then the next slide is actually trying to talk about the examples. What are the practices which have succeeded, some successful experiences in Africa and also outside. So bundle service provision, just providing irrigation may not be sufficient. Bundle it with extension, bundle it with the value chain partnerships. Perhaps you'll be able to get much greater return and much better outcomes. Then similarly, processor-led dairy, where the private sector leads, it's a lead firm, but they would want to have a supply chain. Can the government come together and then try to have some sort of a back-end solutions for them so that the public sector, public investments actually can strengthen the entire value chain, right? So that is an example from Kenya, and if you try to say in India, the entire dairy sector is all around the small holders getting linked to the large, in fact, a multinational company. Similarly, Ethiopia had worked on a livestock master plan, basically like a compact between the government, the public sector, the private sector, and the development partners. They have given to themselves a 15-year horizon, and then all resources are applied, and then they measure the success against the results, right? So having that kind of a connection was very helpful. Perhaps that is a lesson we can also learn. The contract farming law. So if you have this kind of a small holders who don't have proper title deeds and other things, how can we try to aggregate them and then try to provide some sort of a digital and a legal rail so that these small farmers can actually latch on to a high performing value chain, right? So there are also examples, and that is something which we can try to perhaps learn from there. Now finally, all recommendations have been actually tried to put under 6 major priorities. The first one is the suggestion is, please aggregate the farmers. The second one is work with the private sector and then try to integrate them with the value chain. The third one is crowding the private sector and the private capital. Along with the capital comes the knowledge, the information, and access to greater markets, right? Then strengthen the institutional capacity of the agencies, the public agencies and the private agency which can collaborate, right? So are there platforms where the public and private agencies can interact and then try to come out with some sort of solutions? Then finally, deepen the climate resilience and review the trade and subsidy instruments. Some of the trade policies or decisions which are taken actually might be sometimes counterproductive to the intentions, right? So how do we ensure? And on one end, we're trying to say that we would want to have our exports competitive, but then we're closing the markets. So if we are closing the markets, how can our firms be more competitive to compete in the global markets, right? So we need to have some sort of a very clear strategy to ensure that we don't counteract counterproductive policies to what our intentions are, right? Finally, the 3 takeaways is basically the final slide, Sibu. This is a point where I think all of us were belaboring, right? Reorient the spending, shift from inputs to the systems. Subsidies is required in certain cases, right? Smallholders will require it. But then for what purposes? How do we ensure that they are benefiting and as a result the entire sector and the economy benefits, right? So that taking a systems approach might be very useful. Bridge the dual structure. I see there is a good opportunity. In fact, all my career is all about smallholders and the agribusiness coming together. And very wonderful experiences are also there. Already people are doing it here. And we also have EVAID and other agencies have been doing, basically trying to identify what works, try to understand how can we scale up, right? The last one is mobilizing the private capital. I'm really thankful. We had Ike, information. We had a roundtable with final sector. Exciting ideas have come. In fact, all the bankers actually were trying to suggest how they can try to come forward and what are the bottlenecks, right? So I think that is something a discussion would actually lead us to really understand how do we take the final sector on board right in the beginning rather than as an afterthought. Okay, come on, I have got a business. Will you give the loan? No. Please try to tell us what does it take to come in large numbers. There is a potential. So basically the entire sector review is trying to bring the solutions which are already working on the ground and then try to demonstrate what can be scaled up rather than trying to import some ideas which may or may not be relevant to the country context. So with that I stop. But thank you so much for the opportunity. I think we should start a conversation, continue this, and we are there in this particular game together. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Can we please give another round of applause to Mr. Sita? Yes, that was, I believe, a very detailed report. And he tried to even simplify some of the words, because today a lot of big words have been thrown around. You will agree with me, right? Innovators, especially you guys, are the people that are getting things done. So farmers, I know farmers are very simple people. You know, we've seen what the problems and the challenges are, and we've seen some of the recommended solutions and how practical they will be in our environment. So I know that farmers are very simple people. They just work with soil, water, fertilizer, just simple people. So I will just try and, change some of those big words for some of our farmers so that it's just straight to the point. There was a lot of Mr. Dlamini, yes, Ngosi simplify so that seen as we are simple. Agri-food system transformation. It's a big word, but what it simply means is just making farming less stressful and more profitable. So, sehlisa EPP for farmers, because farming is very stressful. When you are a farmer, it's always like you always have a young one at home. Catalyzing transformation. It sounds like a big thing until you realize that it simply means adding a little fertilizer to good ideas so they can grow faster. That is what that means. Political commitment. When you read the word and you listen to it, it sounds like, you can't even involve yourself because it is political. But what this simply means is just the government saying that we are in the same field with you farmers and we will plow with you and we will work together. That is what it means. Institutional reform. Some of the big words that were being thrown around is just fixing the tractor before the planting season starts. So in other words, is making organizations work better before they can help farmers, right? You don't want the tractor to now break down while we are in the middle of the plowing season. Farmers, I'm with you. I'm your guy. I'm the guy that will translate for you. Inclusive growth, yes, that has nothing to do with babies. This means making sure everyone gets a good harvest, not just the big farmers, but even the small farmers. Everyone is included, regardless of ability or disability, women and young people too. And young people, we need to encourage them to start liking or being in love with farming. The way that we are raised to hate it because our parents make us work and they don't give us anything. And then we don't understand why we are working. But if you make the kids work and then you give them something, then they know that there's money in farming. And then they will like it and then everyone will be involved. And then last one, farmers, I'm with you. Innovation. I know innovation sounds like we're speaking IT, we're speaking computers. But it simply means finding a better way to farm than saying, we are changing, we're not doing what our grandfathers used to do. This one is my favorite, GDP. It's thrown around a lot. The third highest contributor to GDP is agriculture, 7%. Farmers don't know whether 7% is good or 7% is bad. What GDP means, it's just a fancy way of saying the farmers are putting money into the wallet of the country. So that's what GDP is. So I just try to simplify these things for you farmers because I'm with you. Moving along with our program, we have the innovators. We walked around and we checked the presenters. Yes, we've got the presenters who I think we walked around and we saw some of the solutions. The presenters. I am very confused. The panelists. Oh, sorry. So we were supposed to have presentations, but now we're moving to the panelists who are going to speak on some of the solutions that the innovators have come up with through the solutions marketplace. So they will come up with recommendations and they will share their expertise on how some of these innovations could be practically implemented. So at this point, we are going to have our very first panel, which will be led by Mr. Sbusiso Mngadi of Agribusiness Media. Can we please give him a huge round of applause? He's going to introduce his panel. So ngicela simshayele tandla kakhulu Mr. Dlamini, Mr. Mngadi, sorry, as he makes his way to the front.
Thank you. Program Director, thank you. I'm mindful of the time, so I won't try to waste any more time. I'm standing on the protocols already shared earlier by Ike. So I think privileged to be here as a journalist, by the way, and also a farmer. And I think for me, these are two of my passions. Been a journalist for more than 30 years now, and I've been a farmer for maybe 2 decades. Yeah, and I've become to love it. So I think we've seen the solutions earlier on. I think the acting prime minister took a tour, and the dignitaries took a tour, and we saw the solutions. And just now the program was adjusted a little bit, that we'll hear more around those solutions in the afternoon. So I think now we would have benefited more to learn more about the solutions, but now what we'll do is to get into a conversation around building up from those solutions to finding a lasting solution. Because I think, as we've heard from Sita here, and I think from the presentations earlier, there is a challenge. We are putting more into agriculture and getting less. The output is lesser than what we put in. So we need to ask ourselves, what is going on? We need to ask possibly the questions differently, because we kind of know what's going right. We actually think that we know what works, but why is it not working? So those are some of the questions that I and my panel will try to kind of get our heads around. I've been introduced as Sbu Mngadi. Sibusiso is the name I'll start using when I get to 60. I'm still before that, so I'm still Sbu. Like I said, my passion is journalism and agriculture. The whole idea of agriculture in my context, which I love, what I discovered was the issue of knowledge for farming. And I think also this forum is about that. So I'm managing a platform called Agribusiness, which seeks to do that, provide more knowledge to farmers and provide more skills to the farmers. And we believe that that's our contribution as well to see this through. So I will start inviting my panelists. I think I'll start with the farmers themselves. Tami Lamini represents the voice of the farmers, the Eswatini National Agricultural Union. So he will kind of tell us more the constraints and the hurdles, but we don't want to ask him that. We want to for him to point exactly where do we need to move. I think you can take. They didn't tell me if there were names on the chairs, but I'm sure you can sit in any of those. And then we have Tina Damini. I've known him since I've been in agriculture myself, and I was introduced by someone very close to me, because I was never raised in agriculture, by the way. I grew up in the township. I came later in this space. And then one of the things I saw was a person like Tina who started a business while he was in school called Smiling Through Investment. That business has grown. It's one of the things that we look up to as a country, say, why can't we replicate this? So he'll tell us more about what he's doing. And then, interestingly, all the people that are in the panel I know personally. One of them is Dr. Stole, who I went to school with, and Babane Sandra, who's heading EWAID now. He'll tell us more. He's sitting in that connection of land, water, and commercial farming. So he needs to tell us, with all that, why are we not succeeding? He's coming with Tulasi's, his assistant. He's allowed to do that. So I think we're missing the PS. I would think, the PS would have been nice to be an addition to my panel, so that we make sure that the things that we talk about become facilitated into some policy of some sort. So I will start. Maybe if it's fine with everyone, maybe I'll continue. And I see everyone has the mic now. I will continue asking questions whilst standing here and start with the voice of the farmers and ask the difficult question. Like I said, we're not asking you what works. We are now asking even a better question, that what can we do with what works? You know, so from the farmer point of view, I would ask really, oh, sorry, mistake of my life. Sita has been up here. He needs to be among the panelists. Sorry about that, everyone. Sita, as already introduced, he's part of the team that prepared the evidence that we are about here. And I think I want really to appreciate what World Bank Group has done for this country, because this is about one of the few times. Okay. Okay, they want me to sit. So this is about one of the few times we are addressing problems using evidence. Normally people would say, here's a problem, here's the snake in the house, and then you start beating it without asking, how did it even come in? Maybe there's no time for that. Sometimes it happens. You just have to deal with the problem. So now, we do have a snake in the house, and Sita, like I was saying, he was part of the people that put together the evidence, and that is really appreciated. But let's start with the farmers, like as we had started the conversation, Tammy. And I would ask my panelists to be brief as well, just to be more specific around if the farmer comes to you and you engage with them, what do they normally say prevents them from growing, if I can put it like that?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Mgati. I think when Ike stood up there, he took my whole presentation. I hadn't seen the report, but the things that are highlighted there is what we have already discussed together with the farmers. I'll look at three things: the issues of inputs, and it was rightly stated, we do have an input subsidy, but are we using it effectively? Because that's the issue. It does look like we do have money in the system and we are spending every year, but we are getting less every year. Now, we need a value chain approach, and we need to strengthen the areas that are weak, not to try to put money in the things that are already working. For example, when we give farmers inputs, have we seen how they get their product to market? Have we seen whether the markets that are already there currently are functioning for the specific farmers? Currently, we are using sort of a blanket approach to our input subsidy. For example, we are subsidizing maize, we are subsidizing beans. But if you look at the priority crops and the priority subsectors in the ministry, we are not subsidizing livestock. And we hope we are thinking about that, because FMD has been here. The numbers are so low out there because this comes at the back of an import ban that has been going on, I think, for 4 to 5 years. So we don't have genetics for the animals. If you go to any farmer, we are now inbreeding in the country, but we don't have numbers. We once had 1 million cattle in a population of 500,000 people. We are now sitting with 1 million people and probably around 500,000 livestock. So our economy is shrinking in terms of agriculture. But the issue is it's the investment. We used to have a bull loan scheme, which was done purposely so that you revitalize your genetics and make sure that you have the type of cattle that will give you what you want as an output. If you also look at our marketing functions and also the input supply, if anyone existed in the time of CCU, you can see we've gone back. We already had decentralized our input systems, but now we all need to come and buy inputs from a centralized place at a much expensive way or amount. So I think those are the things that we should look at, not just to put more money in subsidizing basic inputs. That will not really work. And that's why farmers are frustrated, because every year they are putting money into the input subsidy and the returns are lower. And there's a reason for that. The inputs just don't exist on their own. There are many things that need to be done on the side. And before we address those, and it's good, I briefly saw the report, and it's coming out very clearly that it's not just about putting money, it's the support mechanism and making sure that the private sector has room to work. I think lastly, Mr. Mgati, we keep speaking on issues of marketing. You saw those innovations there. You can see market solutions in those innovations. But our approach to marketing, especially in agriculture, we are using marketing boards, and we are putting more pressure on the marketing boards to do things that no marketing board can do. You can't do innovation in a marketing board. It's not structured in that way. A marketing board is to stabilize the market. But for growth, you can't use a marketing board. That just won't work. We can spend decades putting in money. So let's look at other alternative ways to do our marketing. And you can already see them there. And I hope that we are going to look at scalability, and next year we don't come here and still look at people who are starting off. Let's see what we do to upscale, and then we also absorb those innovations into our current doing. And the input subsidy, I still say there's an opportunity there. I think last year we spent what? 65 million of public funds on input. That's a lot of money. But if you can trace where the money goes and how much of that money the farmers actually end up having, it'd be interesting to note that you would be interested to note that only 2 or 3 companies are getting that money. Even the smaller companies, they end up giving that money back to the 2 to 3 companies. So we need to rethink how we use the money that we have before we say we want to increase. Because even if the government increases the budget, if we do the same things with the increased budget, it will mean you are enriching those 2 people much more than they were last year, than spreading, than having the resources going to the right place where they'll make a difference.
Thank you. I think it was a good summary, and I think we did take notes. Most of the things resonate with a lot of people in the room, especially those who are in farming. Mr. Dlamini, I think for you, I will allow you to start with smiling through a little bit, just give us a picture in terms of how you've navigated these challenges, which Tammy has started to allude to. Because you are here as one of the successful agripreneurs, young agripreneurs, if we can say. Maybe then you can let us into smiling through and then say what you've done differently to be where you are.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mgati. All protocol observed. Not yet successful, but in a journey, enduring each and every day, because a farmer solves problems each and every day. Smiling Through started in 2013. We were in the University of Eswatini. Most people know the story, but the passion kept it. A number of young people tried, but the hustles remain so difficult. But we have kept Smiling Through afloat regardless of the challenges, because being a farmer is not easy. It is hard, but it is the people that feed us each and every day. So in terms of keeping Smiling Through, we created a business more than just being farmers, because business has systems. We are trying to build an institution that will even outlive me. So basically, that is how we have navigated through. It has been tough. The number one challenge is land, access to land. For a young farmer like me, if you dream of owning land, it's a nightmare. Let's be truthful to ourselves. A lot of the land sitting on Swazi Nation land. For a young person, Gukonda, for that period when we started smiling through, wasn't easy. Maybe it's getting easy as we move through, but it was a difficult. So access to land was a challenge. Number two, access to finance. The only collateral we had was my degree certificate from the university. No bank was willing to finance us. Yes, we had created that smiling through inside the university, using the university land, using the university infrastructure and all the tractors. So now the reality is we are out of the university, coincidental. The system out there, no land, no finance. To a bank, we are risky. Even if you say, take my degree, you keep it as my collateral, you give me money to produce, risky. Government had, by the time, saying there is a loan guaranteed scheme. It is good on paper, it didn't help us. So the reality was, there is no money for you to grow your business. Okay, goodbye banks, we'll bootstrap and grow the business a bit by bit. It was hard. You navigate through, you go to a market to try and create a brand so that we have repeated customers. So we try to forge and build a business from zero to create trust, to create that we can do it as young people, as well as modeling for others. So definitely, building in Eswatini is not easy, but we're hoping that one day it will be easy. But the system are getting a little bit easy because we've seen the government trying to bring your EADF, but a lot of synergy needs to be created to ensure that the leveling field is level, so that a normal young Leswati who is looking to grow in farming is able to survive and ensure that he grows his business. So in conclusion, in the brief history, anyone who have moved around some of the most commercial farms, for example, in South Africa, we're in a plane from Joburg or Tambo, look at the view that you see on those circles, productive land put into practice. As soon as one crop is out, another crops come in. Remember the definition of farming. It's a productive use of land, not just keeping it like a souvenir. Yet half of the time, much of the land is owned by smallholder farmers in Eswatini. It is just sitting there, empty. Not on plan fallow, but on what we call force fallow. The true transformation in agribusiness only comes when we learn two things: how to keep the asset called land busy, and how to keep it alive. So those in the aviation industry can attest that an aeroplane is designed to fly 90% of its time, or 99% of its time. If it spends half of its time in hunger, there is a very little business taking place. That becomes a white elephant. So the same thing with land. It is an asset we own as a Maswati. We control it. In many cases, we simply part-time farmers, because in Eswatini it's easy, like everyone is a farmer, but we are part-time farmers. So we need to ask ourselves one simple question: what is happening in your land today? Is it busy, or is it just keeping grass company? So that is the reality as we are navigating through and trying to feed the nation as farmers. That is where I can end for now, Mr.
Yeah, Ustojile Dlamini. I wanted you to tell us, how did you, I know that in your farm now, you succeeded in getting finance, for instance, and some of the things could help someone else to also get around what you actually managed to get around.
Okay, thank you so much. What have really helped us from onset is, number one, trying to get organized. Like I've said, building a business, you keep your proper records from onset, because we have the bigger picture in mind that one day we want to own a farm. So it is getting organized from onset as a farmer. The little that you try to get around, reinvest it, grow over time, try to create a good reputation on the market, be available, be in the room, regardless of the challenges and haggles, just be there, show up, and show up quite very well. So that is what we have tried over the years, haggling and looking, how can we? And then the saddest reality was, bank, buy me a farm. Written a good proposal, we need land because land is important. Sadly, we are at risk, like the report clearly, we are at risk, even if the land is going to be for you. So you went to the forest because farmers are good to be in the forest, we secure land. Then now land is there, you need to develop it, you need the infrastructure. It is expensive to develop land. When you put it in a business model or cash flow, if you put the infrastructure, it is expensive, it is not viable. So we really need that support to ensure that you grow it and ensure that you develop it quite very well. But what is so important, be in the room, know what you want, the vision from onset, I want to be a farmer, I want to grow the business. So the vision is not a by the way, because a number of the farmers maybe are farming because there is no opportunity. But for us, it has been so intentional to say, I want to be a farmer, I want to master this industry, regardless of those challenges, because they are going to be there. But passion is going to keep you afloat. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. In short, ufuna ube nengane. That's what Mr. Dlamini is saying. Dr. Stolle, and I think Tula Sizwe as well, because you are a two-in-one. Also welcome my panel member, the PS. I can see that the logistics may not allow, but I think it will get to a time where we involve you, even where you are. I think for me, E-Wait team is not, and I've visited a number of your schemes, very successful schemes, and for me, it's not a question of, you know, how many schemes you've done and how successful they are, is possibly moving the needle around, and I think I'm following from Ike's presentation, to look at what can you now feel that has to be done successfully with others so that we can do more, because I can see if you take, for instance, Lomveshe and replicate it across the country, I know that the country will do well. So what do we need to do to make sure that, you know, that whatever success you're having can be shared across, you know, not necessarily also within the sector, but even across sectors. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, moderator. Is it afternoon? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, you will forgive me that I had to bring an assistant with me. I'm handing over now. It's time. It's time other people take over what I'm doing. And to be honest, moderator, I will beg that I bog you with the successes. He then answer the question. I'll try and do as brief as possibly can. I want to go back to the challenges that the farmer have, where we took the farmer to where Lomveshe is today, and probably that would help other people. We are coming from an era where you reach a community that is familiar with subsistence farming, nothing else, and is familiar with practices like, if I have got 10 sons, then later on my land will be divided to the 10 sons and they will continue with the subsistence farming. And we come in and say commercialize. This land we're talking about has no title. It's therefore not bankable. You can't take this land and make a collateral and be able to get a loan from any financial institution. and everyone is scared of investing in this agriculture like the report has already indicated. That's where we're coming from. And you're coming from a setting where the community is fragmented, as already indicated, and you have to bring them together. Because for them to commercialize those little plots, they must bring them together, mobilize that land, put it together to form a block which can be farmable and can be able to attract some investment. And thanks to our government, who took the risk and invested to date a whooping 14 billion emalangeni. And how we organized the communities, we had to hold meetings after meetings under the trees and came up with community plans, which we eventually called them chiefdom development plans, which fortunately all the communities respected those community plans. The banks in the country respected that. The market in the country respected that. And then it became a tool to give the land some title. Then we had from there a a chief's letter and a membership list stamped at the chiefdom level. Again, there are community disputes. You are not doing well at chiefdom level, but the development has come to include you as well. And the chief would like to kick you out and not allow you in, but your land must be taken. And Iwade had to come in and help out in those situations as well. And we managed to reconcile quite a number of chiefs with their subjects very successfully. And we are so thankful to the chiefs for providing great leadership in that respect. Because if the chief doesn't want you, he doesn't want you, irrespective of what Iwade says. But fortunately, we were able to negotiate them. And then we would then go on and train this community, not technically, but socially, so that they are socially functional. They are able to work together. And then before we can move on and say, then technically, this is how you should manage your business. And then register a company. And then start seeing your role, if you've chosen an entity called company, seeing your role in the Companies Act, how you should behave yourself. Then from there, we would then look at the entire value chain, and it was such a difficult matter to look at the entire value chain. Sometimes the markets don't cooperate because you are bringing in a dilution to the price. For instance, when we started in sugarcane, it was like we were diluting the price. There was this preferential price from the EU and then this world market. And if you come in with more sugar, then you are basically diluting the price. And that means the existing shareholders will get less. And nobody liked that. But fortunately, again, the market, especially on the sugar side, accommodated smallholder farmers to the point of expanding their mills and make sure that farmers are accommodated. If you look at the picture of what has happened, you're talking of a 14 billion emalangeni business on the countryside. And you are talking of 51% shareholding coming from the women. And you are also talking of my minister has said you should do that. And you are also talking of a very youthful projects that we're talking about. If I recall very well, all assessments that we have done, only 6% are adults. Over 90% are actually young people that are involved in the project. And when we look back and see how progress has been happening, the projects or the communities out there have not indebted government. I know of gurus that have indebted government in the country, and I don't want to name them because they'll be embarrassed. But we're talking of people that had nothing. They started from a negative position, but they have contributed to the country's GDP significantly. And these people, the first schemes we did, government invested 3.8 billion. They have made 6.6 billion to date. They have been very loyal in paying taxes for the country, and they've paid significant amounts of money. And they borrowed 600 million from the banks. They have paid 98% of that. Where we are moving, moderator, we're moving in the direction of holistic development. We've learned our lessons. We've learned our lessons in Janeni. You can see a town coming up, but Janeni is even much decent. You see, if you go to Spofaneni today, Spofaneni is bigger than Mangayan, but the worst town we've ever come up with as a country, because it's organic. It's just developing on its own. There are no streets. There's nothing. There's nothing. But it's a big mess. If you go there in the evening, you can't pass through. You would need about an hour to pass through Spofanen. Because there are cars now. There is money circulating, but that money is not spent well. Yeah. The rest of the questions, Tulasizo will deal with them, and I will correct him if he... Yeah.
Thank you, Doctor. Okay, thank you, Dr. On my side, I think we have quite some learnings working with smallholder farmers. Yes, on the side of farmer companies, we have seen the successes, but now we want to see, the young people being involved in agriculture. We need to identify, in fact, we already have identified the entry points for you to participate in agriculture. One would be like, some of these interventions that we introduce in the communities. One would be like, can I come in as an individual? Can I come in as a member of a group? Which on our side, we said we are not restrictive to people to receiving support from the program, either individually or as a group. But we have seen the benefits of smallholder farmers joining together in terms of, providing the right output market produce that needs to get to the market. There is this new, intervention that we are introducing, the issue of clustering. We know that at the side we've had farmer companies who are producing on shared infrastructure, where we have developed some land, provided that infrastructure. But it so happens that some of these commodities may not as such be produced as a collective, as our nature of society would believe that we sometimes cannot work together. But there are those strides that we can make to ensure that even though the producers are producing individually, they can join together as clusters. Those farmers who are producing in the same geographic area, producing the same commodity, they can be congregated, or they can be aggregated into self-help groups who can be able to aggregate their produce. And some of these collection centers that we are promoting, that they be developed, we need to align with the ministry's strategic pillar, which speaks about decentralizing our interventions or our services. The ministry, the minister now and again will go up and about across the country, bringing the ministry to the people. And we want to align with that even in our interventions to make sure that farmers, they can aggregate their produce at community level. We can have, pack houses even at community level, so that markets can be able to access this produce as a collective where the farmers are located. But really, at a glance, one identifies that while we are saying there may be challenges that are experienced by farmers, it is on the two ways. There is the demand side, which is on the farmer's side. But again, on the supply side, we normally would say financiers, maybe one can speak on the say the shoes of the farmer. The finance that is available is not what we need as farmers. But again, when you go to the supply side on the financial institution, they're like, no, we're not getting the right people who are seeking in this financing. So some of our interventions should address both the supply side and the demand side. On the demand side, on the farmer side, we need to make sure that farmers increase on the productivity. But again, we need on the supply side, on the financial institution side, make sure that tailored financial instruments are developed. You know, today we're talking about the issue of climate change. We need to have climate finance at the core of our interventions. You know, providing technical assistance to even the financial institution to make sure that even the turnaround time to accessing finance by our farmers, you know, is shorter. So these are some of the interventions to make sure that these interventions that we are providing are not fragmented, but to make sure that we provide them as a unit.
Thank you. I think the last word, fragmentation, I think that's also my personal reflection that we seem to be solving one problem that we all know what it is, but we're doing it differently or separately. So I was driving you to say as Iwe, then, how do we resolve that? But we will come back so that we need to get the momentum into how do we then resolve this, because apparently we already know it. But Sita, I know your name is a bit longish, but Sita is fine. Thank you, brother. And thanks for the presentation. The insights, for me, really worrisome, because I think everyone here, we kind of know that there are challenges, but when they get reflected in figures, then you start becoming worried. So maybe we'll start there and ask, from your side, you also have the benefit of benchmarking Eswatini against other countries, which is really a big advantage. From your side, what is the one thing that's worrisome when you look at those figures or the report? What is the one thing about us that you think is a bit worrisome? And then we'll get into, given your experience of working with other countries, what would you say we should do to move the needle?
No, thank you so much for asking that question and putting me in the last, right? Because I'm now more wiser, right? Okay, yeah. And you introduced me as one of the authors of the report. I have taken the legacy. The authors of the report are here. Some of them, Daniel, I can see Cicelo, and Henry and others are there. So I am in a very comfortable mode to learn, listen, learn, and then practice, right? Mm-hmm. So that is the reason now I see I'm not worried. Especially from today, I've been looking at the conversations here. Mm-hmm. If I don't know the solutions, I'll be more worried. I know the solutions, and they're working, right? And now we also talk about financing. Let me again little belabor about the financing. If the financing is about fear, there's one way to address. If the financing is about lack of knowledge, again another way to address, right? But what I'm hearing from the farmer representative, the agribusiness and evade, we have solutions. An alternate collateral is a financial literacy and a proper business plan. And that's what I heard from agribusiness. So you have a proper business plan, and then you have a solution how to do it. There is one of the solutions. I think I encourage the people to go and try to understand how they're trying to bring that out in potential in the small farmers. The second issue was about the small farmer going to a seed agency or input agency, one window. The second window is going for advice, extension window. The third window is for market, and the fourth window is for risk. So we have created so many specialized institutions, but then for these institutions to go to the small farmer is costly, difficult. So always the people are left out. Now the solution for that, which I thought I prepared 2-page, I don't require 2-page because our friends from EVAD has already indicated. What they're talking about is creating a platform of small farmers. And that platform brings all the farmers, their energies, their knowledge systems together. And then the moment you are numbers, the market you are able to attract. And that's what he was trying to talk about. You are aggregating the consumers of inputs. You're aggregating the producers. So this aggregation should attract the what is it called? The private sector. Now, Dura is not there in the room, I suppose. If he's hearing, I'll ask him to close his ears because I'm going to introduce a new jargon. Because what these people require, this platform requires, is a biophygital system. The life sciences on seed, the genetics, the disease, right? So that system has to be invigorated, and we have research institutions there. And then we have solutions there. In the solutions, you'll find people are working on the genetics part of it. Seed, you have seen plant genetics, we have also seen the animal genetics, right? The second is physical connections. That's where you need to bring logistics. You need to change the way the farming is done. So we have seen mechanization of the farms. That is also solutions are there. The third major pillar is digital. If you try to bring them together, the challenges of small farmers, the way we are presenting, suddenly looks different. So we have aggregated consumers who are literate, who are now financially literate, business plans are there, and their science is driving them. The physical connectivity is made, and then they're on digital system. What more is required? But then bringing them together is what is an investment. And bringing them together requires some sort of a compact. That's where biophysical system actually can be driven by the private sector, asking the private sector to come and invest, take advantage of an assured supply chain, and then try to strengthen the value chain partnerships with the small farmers is a way to go. And there are some successes in evade. And I'm sure even Francisco and others would be mentioning about their programs, Howard and others, right? How their programs are actually actualizing them. Now the question is, those lessons, how do we scale? And for that scale, we need some sort of a redesigning of the system, right? So if we need to move a needle, then I think we require rejigging and redesigning the system. I'm not talking about a new ministry to be formed, or new event to be formed, or new bank to be formed. Basically bringing them together on a platform, making them to talk to each other, try to show business opportunity and have results. If all of us are committed to the results, perhaps we'll be moving towards the direction which all those entrepreneurs and the farmers are waiting, the youth and the women are waiting for us to respond. I think that is something which I would want to really passionately appeal, that how can we come together? How can we have more conversations, more action-oriented conversations, so that we are focused on the results? I'm sorry to take a little more time, but then thank you so much.
No, you did very well. Thank you. A round of applause. That's actually a good summary of what everyone has actually covered. And thank you, PS, for joining us. You came at the time when we can put you on the spot regarding the policy direction now. Oh, so, okay, sorry. PS, I think we're getting a picture of the situation and what needs to be done. Sita is talking about getting us all together in a platform where already smallholder farmers are connected, because I think it's one thing having 80% of a few farmers being produced, for the country. So I think we're looking at how do we turn things around? How do we make sure that we connect? Because it's really about the economy at the end of the day. So I think now we are looking at how this conversation becomes, or these networks and platforms that we are talking about, the engagements that need to happen, so that these value chains and the scaling of what we saw, the solutions that are here, first of all, they must be connected, but also they must be scaled. How does that happen from a policy direction, PS?
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies for joining a bit later. It's been some few other engagements, but I'm sorted now. This is a very tricky situation because everybody wants to win. Everybody wants to see the country grow and develop. But there are a few aspects I would like to mention here, which I think are of critical importance. The first one is that in almost the whole world, the small scale farmers play a very significant role. So if you don't take care of them, you will have challenges. For us as a country as well, we might as well follow suit and make sure that we assist the small scale farmers. But the attitude or the way they want to do their work must be transformed. That is why we're talking about food systems transformation. The commercialization of their activities is absolutely important. In the past, the concern has only been that if we can be able to feed ourselves and our families, subsistence farming has really dealt us a huge blow. So we really need to work into the mindset of our farmers so that they understand that they're not just feeding themselves, but they're feeding the whole nation. The second aspect I want to emphasize here is funding. Sometimes when we talk about funding, we think like we're looking for huge amounts of money. And when you realize that even small amounts of money can be put into good use by the small scale farmers. In the ministry, we have developed what we call the Eswatini Agriculture Development Fund, which is a very important component in the activities of our INAIP that we wanted to get sorted out. The experience that we have from Eswatini Agriculture Development Fund is just unbelievable. We're not lending huge monies, but we're talking about monies less than 5 million in Malangen. And if you look at the projects that have been carried out by these people, you realize that this is what they needed all along. It's been working absolutely well, and we are also trying to make sure that we support these farmers who have taken the loans from us. And we can see there's a huge impact and there's a huge progress that they're making.
Thank you.
And then the third point is that we need to think about our youth. Young people have been avoiding agriculture for a long time, and we understand why. Because from where we're coming from, agriculture at some point had been used as a punishment. You were told at school that you are going to plow that little piece of land over there as punishment, you know. And the thinking is, when you think about agriculture, you're thinking hard labor. So that needs to be corrected. We need to teach our young people. For us as a country, if you look at our population pyramid, you will realize that about 70% of the population are young people, which means they're aged between 18 and 35 years. So all those people, first of all, the situation tells us that they need to be fed because they cannot feed themselves. So we have to develop policies and activities that will enable us to provide food for these young people. And secondly, these are future leaders of the country. In future, these will be the people who will be making decisions and these policies that we're talking about. If they don't know where meat comes from and they tell you that meat comes from a butchery, then you have a problem because it means they've probably never seen a cow, or if they've seen a cow, they don't know what it can be used for. So we need to make a clear picture and get our young people involved in all our activities. So for us as Minister of Agriculture, we have been trying very hard to make sure that we respond to these issues that I'm talking about in such a way that whenever they come to the Minister of Agriculture to seek for help or assistance, we make sure that we provide them with that assistance that they need. The setup has been such that even in our parastatals, state-owned entities under the Ministry of Agriculture, there is always a component that looks at how we can assist or develop the young people because they are the future of the country. Thank you.
Thank you, PS. I think since the morning we've spoken more about government playing an enabling role and allowing private sector, and I think that's the philosophy of our government, which we appreciate and we see that. And I think for me, it's possibly now when we come back to you to give us, concrete steps that will really speak to how we are enabling, because I think we have some cases, and I speak to farmers who are now thinking around really owning certain value chains. And they feel that they control the whole process, as it were. But I think as we close, and I'm looking at the time, let's go back to the voice of the farmers and say, Mr. Dlamini, what should move, from the farmers' point of view, what should move to get us to where Sita was saying that we should have a platform where we also feel that we are part of and we're changing the direction of things? Minister, first of all, may I apologize for forgetting to acknowledge your presence, because you came in the heat of the moment here. Please, let's allow a microphone for the minister to contribute as well.
Thank you very much. Sorry to interrupt you, moderator, but I can see that now some of the panel members are taking second rounds or taking second helpings. And I don't think that's what we intend to do. My interest has always been that if we have a session like this, we get engagement from the people. So I think it's time we allow the audience to ask questions before we give people second helpings.
That's a good intervention.
The whole idea of this is to get the feelings of the people so we can help them. We can't lecture them. So please, let's allow the floor to
Minister a round of applause for that intervention. Thank you so much. And I think, hoping that we are ready, Omtu is there. Let's get a view from the floor. We have our panelists here. Maybe you have a question for them, but also you have your own view.
Ideas, contributions, anything that you want to say. Yeah. And I hope we have a lot of farmers here, because I can see now in the social circles, a lot of people are saying it's just us, the farmers are not here. So there can't be anything about farmers without the farmers. Yeah. Thank you.
Like you say, how do we meaningfully connect the smallholder farmer? That's my interest.
A very good afternoon to everyone. Honorable Minister of Agriculture, we meet again. My name is Morgan Rudd. I'm the General Manager of Mbuluzi Valley Sales. I am in the meat processing markets. My question would be, the interesting statistic that was put up there is that we've got 214,000 hectares of Swazi national land. We've got 104,000 of private farms that contributes 12 times the amount of 214,000 hectares. I think the last time we were here, I did question it, is that land is a resource. When you look at our newspapers, there is constant fights about people being sold illegal transactions on Swazi national land. Here we are sitting in this agricultural forum talking about food security. But I find that I could be wrong. I do stand to be corrected. But my viewpoint is that perhaps we're looking at this the wrong way around. Stephen Covey always said, begin with an end in mind. The end in mind is currently Ministry of Agriculture, or agriculture as an industry, contributes 7% to GDP. What is the end goal? What is all this in aid of? Are we wanting to get to 15%? Are we wanting to get into 20%? So if that's the end goal, how do we help our farmers? The farmers want to farm. They have their challenges. I mean, we've heard them. What is the biggest challenge? market security. So should not the market be engaged, seeing what is the market's appetite? What is our current production? What is the current imports on food into the country? And then we work it back from there. Let us do a gap analysis study. Where are we short on? We are throwing money away, but we are saying that we are not getting the returns. Input versus output is actually on a diminishing. Are we not conducting the gap analysis properly? Are we seeming to tick box that we are seen to be doing something, but we're not doing something meaningful to help our farmers to actually get what is out? Then the next thing is resource requirements. We know some of them. Land is one of the big ones. Water is another. The skills gap. What is Eswatini's skills versus the rest of the world? We talk about it, but what are we doing about it? Stakeholder alignment. So we've got Ministry of Agriculture, which works hand in hand with Ministry of Trade and Commerce. There's Ministry of Housing and Planning, as our dear brother from Iwade was saying, the Spofanin has become a mess. So if the end in mind is there, and we see how we all work together and align, so when we start this mission of Ngwe, everybody who's a stakeholder, from the markets to the analysts to the skills people that are going to come and upskill our people, the finances, the investors, the farmers, everybody is involved. We all know what is our part that we are playing in getting Eswatini to be self-sustainable in food security. The next thing would be we need to look at our policies and all the barriers to trade, to coming into it. So our dear PS spoke about how children hate agriculture. The youth hate it. So what has Ministry of Agriculture done and sat down with Ministry of Education? Of course, train a child in the way they should go. The Bible speaks about it. What are we doing as a country to ensure that our little ones in grade 1, by the time they get to high school and they eventually get to Luyengo, they are already equipped. They are up to date with the world skills at the high school level with the rest of the world. Agriculture they cannot operate as a silo. Ministry of Education needs to come in. And that is the future. The future, as nicely said, it is with our youth. The future belongs to them, not us. So what are we doing as the elders to empower them from a little 6-year-old so that it is entrenched in his thinking and it becomes a way of life? So this is not only subjected to agriculture. It speaks the whole economy of Eswatini. What are we doing as the government of Eswatini to empower our children so that when they leave high school, they are not only qualified to go and work in a shop. They come out with proper life skills that they can apply. They can become entrepreneurs from the day they pass their Cambridge. But right now you pass your Form 5, what are you qualified for, honestly speaking? You take your Cambridge and go to Mzansi next door for varsity, but you have to do a bridging here. So we need to start with the end and engage all stakeholders in this is our Eswatini. Yeah, we need to protect our resources.
Yeah, deserves a round of applause.
Lastly, implementation and accountability. We can come many times to the barn, sharpen the tools, and go out again and have another such meeting. There needs to be an implementation, an action plan, and follow-up so that we can all see this is where we started, this is where we are, and that's where we are going. from the 7% GDP, we are now sitting at 8% next year. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Really appreciate that contribution. Do we have more, I believe? My brother there.
Good day for everybody. This is Dr. Isaac from the Cassava Project. I think somewhere we have a disconnection between, I call it the level of us, the investors, and the small-scale farmers. In a sense that we want to bring training, we want to bring lots of things that the Department of Agriculture doesn't have. And there we have a break, because at the stage of Department of Agriculture, they are willing to give what you call places to do the training. Places to do the training is not enough. We need to have funding for transport, funding for, I don't know, feeding the people that coming for the training. You know, I was asked to feed the officers of the agriculture department. I can't. I am also working on a salary. So there is some misunderstanding how to bring the training or how to bring the small-scale farmers to knowing what he needs to do, to know, to do the right farming. We, in our capability, we learned a lot, and we've proven it here in Eswatini. I'm sitting next to this old man. He has the solution for better yield of sugarcane. We did trial where we showed from 60 tons per hectare, we jumped to 140 tons per hectare by fixing the soil here in Eswatini. We want to give that information to the farmers. Small-scale farmers are running away from sugar because they think there is no money in sugar. There is information, we can transfer it. We need the other side, or we need an organization. I don't know, I heard there's a World Bank here. Like you said, very small, the PS, very small money can get very far. In our case, we are doing cassava, just money for factory, nothing else. I think if you talk, we talk, there is a factory for sale, by the way, 1 million Imalangeni, not dollars. If we have that factory moving, the whole of Eswatini small-scale farmers from next year will grow cassava, I'm warning you.
Thank you.
Okay, but also to say, you don't grow just cassava, because I heard this mistake. Cassava need crop rotation. So in the project, there will be maize, there will be soya, there will be lots of other things. Thank you.
Thank you. More justification for the platform, and I think, as you said, Sita, of course, starting with the end game in mind. Thank you from Mbuluzi. Mr. Villane here in front of us. Then I saw the other hands. This is becoming very useful and interesting. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mgadi. Zizo Villane here. Just a quick question. Institutional reforms, I see the topic we were on. And just thinking broadly around some of the issues that were raised here. We've spoken a lot about the institutional capacity. And if you look at the institutions that government put in place to support farmers, you've got National Maize Corporation, you've got the Dairy Board, you've got NAMBOD. And the question is, do we take stock? I'm saying 30 years, 40 years on, where are we? If you look at some of the products, we have a board or a regulator or an institution, but productivity is going down every year. Are they working? What do we need to do differently? But what I've picked coming out from the team here, private extension services work best. And I think numbers show us. We need to use evidence, Minister. The 12 times productivity that sits in private farms vis-a-vis SNL tells us there are systems that government does not have that will allow a farmer to commercialize, that can only be assessed through the private sector. And it goes back to Ike's initial assessment that the role of government is to de-risk, but not try and fund so that you create multipliers. That's my comment. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Villan. I think this is the one moment that we've not done in many years, just to reflect on those issues. So yeah, I think we're in order. My sister there, where's the mic?
Thank you very much. My name is Nompumelelo Njali. I'm a farmer. Thank you for this dialogue. Firstly, I'm not happy with the panelists setup. There is no lady. So are we saying our voices should not be heard in this dialogue? So from a gender perspective, next time, please do better.
Thank you.
Mine is on the inputs from government, where government is investing a lot of money on the inputs. But do we have systems in place to monitor the outputs? How much have we gained? What are the outputs? Are we increasing in food security where these inputs are going? Thank you.
Yep. Thank you so much, my sister. Yeah, of course, I'm just the moderator. Yeah, let me land there. Yes, true. I think this will be fixed in future dialogues. I saw a hand far, there. Yeah, my sister there.
Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to first greet the honorable ministers in our presence and thereafter observe all protocol. My name is Sipesihle Magongo. I am here as an innovator on behalf of Imvelo Tech and Media Group, which is a digital ecosystem that helps with climate resilience for farmers. But my question for the panel has nothing to do with transforming agribusiness digitally, but rather I noted the figures that were shared earlier that showed that FMD was a big blow in the agricultural market, especially in the farming of livestock like beef, pork, goat, poultry, and the like. I understand that the Ministry of Agriculture has made efforts to look into research on fish farming, but which is why I'm asking this question as an aspiring fish farmer myself. I've done a lot of research, and when I contacted ERS, the market data shows that just over 2 million, between 2020 and 2025, just over 2 million Malangeni was spent on importing fish such as tilapia. So my question is to say, what, beyond the Malkans Research Center, what efforts is the Ministry of Agriculture and the relevant stakeholders on the panel, what funding is available for a young farmer like myself who wants to go into fish farming because they've seen the need for alternative protein sources to actually encourage and empower and strengthen food resilience and food security in Eswatini? Thank you.
Thank you, my sister. Maybe I'll take the cue again from the high table, how long we should have this engagement, but I also have another hand. Oh, there's our agriculture teacher. You have the floor, sir. Check the mic, Deacon.
I want to go back to the farmer. He started off, and the very first thing is he said, where do we start in agriculture? Now that is very important because no matter whatever you do, whether it's crop farming or whether it's stock farming, one needs to look at doing things correctly from day one. Because, if you're a crop farmer, what do you do first of all? you take a soil sample. And where do you send the soil sample to? Our present government soil testing station, in my view, does not work. All right? So you need to send it down to an estate to have it done down there. It costs less than half a bag of fertilizer to do the soil sample, and that's where agriculture starts. Knowing the pH of the soil, knowing the phosphate levels, knowing the potassium levels, that's where you start. There's no other place that you start in crop farming. You can't just go and get a loan from the banks and say, look, I want to plant maize or I want to do this. You've got to know what the basics are first. And then when you talk about stock farming, what are the basics of stock farming? The basic starts with vaccinations, licks, all these things. These are the basic things in agriculture. Now we need to go back to the basics and teach farmers correctly from day one. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess we needed that, and we needed all of these contributions from the floor. Here's one more here.
Thank you, Program Director. I greet the Minister here and the Ministers and the World Bank representative. I'm coming from the beekeepers in the Wawa region. My name is Thomas Dumsanchongwe. I'm very much happy what the Minister of Agriculture is doing concerning the apiculture industry. Yes, it is not a new a business, but they are doing a good job to revive it because there's potential and there's a demand for honey production in the honey. As we still working on that with the Ministry of Agriculture, because this beekeeping is attached on the DVLS department or on the livestock side. And we are very much happy that they've put effort to train the extension officers to help us in the rural areas, so that we do this business in a very easy way, because we have close people around us like the RDAs. The main problem we are facing in the rural area is the land issue also. We want to talk about it today. I hope maybe the concerned parties like the RA, maybe they are here in this meeting so that they can say something about that. How can we solve this problem? Because each and every day, instead of farming crops or farming maize, we are farming these houses where we're supposed to farm land, to farm vegetable, but we see new house which is coming up. We hope that, because long time areas were arranged in a very good way, that we should have a grazing land, we should have some settlement on the other side, so that we have enough land for farming. But this time around, we don't have that. We don't see that. Even as we go about that business of beekeeping, because there's some regulation that you need to have some distance from homestead when you keep, because this type of bees we have here, they are killer bees. So you should not bring close to people. Now there's no space. Every place is congested with houses. So we'll need to find a solution there. Maybe we work together with the forest industry to help us also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Farmer. I was taught that you don't stand between a man and his lunch. But just for the one last round of, I recall that most of the contributions were actually comments, but there could have been some questions. And allow, as we conclude, I'm giving my panel just the last words. And I want them to kind of commit to this room to say that what are they going to, given everything that we've had, what are we committing to do differently in the next short term or long term, looking with those eyes? Maybe let's start with the farmers. I'll end with the peers. Let's start with the farmers. What do you commit as a group of small holder or small scale farmers? What are you going to do differently given what we have discussed today?
Thank you. Maybe let me just start with Doctor who asked about the cassava. Our advice would be to use already existing organized entities. If you come up, we'll tell you where farmers meet and when they meet, so that you don't need to have your own structure that would be expensive for you. So when the farmers meet, you can canvass for the cassava. And that can be another value chain that we engage the farmers in if they find business sense in it. I want to conclude by, Honorable Minister, I saw you on TV yesterday, so I'll conclude by that. There's a nice facility that was being piloted or opened at Mkiweni. And that gives me an opportunity for us to look at how we can create value within communities, especially rural communities. Right now, I don't expect Mkiweni to bother Nambod with what to grow, because now you have a collection center. I believe that all of us should now put an effort into making that one structure work. I know it does chilies, so there should be chili farmers that are around there. SWASA should be there to teach them on the standards. So whatever certification is done with farmers around there should be focused on that facility.
Amen.
And people like transporters should know where they are going to fetch the chilies from and get paid for fetching that chilies. And the banks, I'm sure they're already looking at that. Just go to the owner of the facility, ask them who are your farmers, and go and finance those people, because if you are saying you want a shore market, that's where the market is at. So that we don't go around creating parallel things and starting other things. Let's make sure that that one thing functions and we rally around it. And then more importantly, issues of skill. Growing the chilies is not what you would get from me as an extension officer who is ordinary. I will need to go and learn how to grow commercial chilies. So now, and that's why the title deed farmers are so successful, because they do 1 or 2 crops and they have extension systems for those crops, and they do it over the years and repeatedly. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. My young farmer smiling through, what are you going to do differently going forward, having heard what you've heard today?
Thank you so much. As farmers, we'll continue to remain on the farm and ensure that we do production, and with everyone playing his role. Coordination is so key in the agribusiness, like the report have said. We really need a ministry value chain, even going down to the ministry's parastatal, because as farmers, for us to be effective in production, we really need a strong coordinated ministry. The research institution, which is in Malkens, is a very important entity of the ministry, because it needs to be directing the country's agricultural sector with proven research, data or information that have been tested, so that it is disseminated to us farmers from seed multiplication going down to the value chain. So, Minister, we really need your ministry to be well coordinated. We need your value chain before we can even implement our value chain. For you as a ministry to be ensure that your budget, we know that the government, the Minister of Finance have left 10% of the national budget the country signed needs to go to agriculture. It doesn't happen over the years. We can be happy, invest more into farmers, because we've seen countries like Malawi, which have implemented that, they are food secure. If we can do it as a country, we can benefit a lot. As farmers working, the government grew to have wings, parastatals. We also need the ministry's status to be a value chain, work together, coordinated. There is EADF, a new parastatal that the government have done quite very well to bring on board. We can clap hands. EADF is doing great work. But Minister, it needs to be well coordinated. They are offering finance, helping Amaswati. We are so grateful. There are other parastatals that can come on board to ensure that EADF is being de-risked, to ensure that the leveling ground helps the farmer on ground. For example, you get funding from EADF. There are certain components that e-weight can fund, like the irrigation infrastructure, so that the money that EADF is injecting, it makes the farmer to win and succeed, able to pay so that other farmers benefit. So a value chain of all the parastatal to ensure that you have your market data, that these are the crops that are demanded in the market, the farmer will perform better. So we need that value chain, Minister. And then also, in terms of the investment, the simple model, we have seen in the report that a lot of the land is on Swazi Nation land, as well as the private sector, which is more productive and bring a lot of like 80% to country GDP. We really need to be intentional to say, maybe when the ministry is setting budget together with its parastatals, we look at how are we intentional to ensure that we create the leveling ground. 10 farms per year, we are looking to develop them. They have the infrastructure. Either Swazi Nation land or private sector, we are enabling the environment to keep the people accountable. Even those who are sitting on private farm underutilized, the government can put pressure. You either list it out, but the infrastructure and the support is there while leveling the ground. So that we are intentional in ensuring that we produce and we are food secure. So in that way, as farmers, as producers, we are committed, but we need the public-private partnership to ensure that we feed the country, and it is possible. Thank you.
Ngos. Thank you. Dr. Stoll, I'm sure you have broader shoulders, or you're giving it to Mr. Semelane. Over to you. You guys have a lot of responsibility to carry a lot of us, given the success that you've already achieved.
Okay, thank you. On our side, I think I will prioritize the youth because this is where we see across the value chain, we can see that there are these low-hanging fruit or low-hanging entry points for you to participate in the value chain. But one can simply state that the unit of transformation should not be, a specific project or an institution, but it should be a value chain. I want to reminisce on the submission by my sister there, Makongo, who mentioned that we have had some challenges around the beef value chain. But I know that we are at a turning point, Minister, as has mentioned. But really, we need to diversify in our communities that we are driving there, out there in the communities. We are confident. In fact, we are happy that a new project is being introduced across the communities, which we term it Eswatini Youth Employment Opportunities Project, a youth-focused project. These are some of the interventions that we need to bring on board for the youth. Let us not have an intervention which is probably leaning in another program to say that a certain percentage of youth is going to be supported by a program, but have a youth-focused, a kind of an intervention which we can say young people can be supported. So this is what we as EWADE are bringing to the table to say, much as we have farmers who are involved in the on-farm production, but there are all this whole lot of farm interventions or farm activities which youth can participate in.
Thank you, Mnguni. You can give him a round of applause, I think.
Yeah.
Thank you, Wade. Where to from here?
So first of all, let me apologize to my sister there who mentioned a gap in our arrangements, having a women farmer or women in this. Apologize. We did try our best. I can assure you from next session onwards, most of the innovators are all women. And here in the sessions, we have tried to bring in women, and I think I request you to again raise women issues so that all of us are informed and then we are able to reflect on them, right? So thank you so much for reminding that. So again, I don't have any magical solution, right? Everybody is talking about value chains, fragmentation of institutions, fragmentation of the value chains, fragmentation of what we are offering, right? So if that is the flavor of today's discussion, then how can we change this conversation into results-oriented defragmentation or coordination, right? So that's where I thought that a political commitment for an institutional innovation is required, right? Now we have examples in different countries where for export promotion you have specialized institution, or for investment promotion you have a specialized institution, right? For most of these countries are competing on business enabling environment, what they're calling it as be ready, right? Now I'm saying if that is the case, please allow me to also challenge, can we try to have a ready, agriculture ready for Eswatini? That could be a starting point. But then what does it take? It does not take any additional resources. Can we have a lean platform which is led by Ministry of Agriculture, convince the agencies and the government department, ministries and the agencies together, and then take lead on bringing all of them together? We don't have to start very big. Can we try to prioritize 3 or 4 high impact value chains? Around that, try to convene the public sector and the private sector together and have some sort of a compact, right? That's what Ethiopia has done, which has Kenya has done, Rwanda has done very successfully. Results are very astounding. So can we try to have that kind of a compact where everybody is resonating and talking about the same results orientation and all the stakeholders committing to it, from the farmers to the ministries, to the agencies, the private sector, and also the global agencies, right? So then that compact becomes a tool or instrument for us to ensure that we are all wedded to the results and measure ourselves, right? So we have data systems, which actually is data and accountability systems, so that we are all trying to help the youth, and the aspirations of the women farmers are all met, right? So that is what I propose could be one way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Sita. P.S. Seemingly you are our Moses. Take us to the promised land.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. May I just start by responding to a few of the concerns or questions that were raised here, because when the Honorable Minister opened the opportunity, this is just how we work. We want to know what people need from us, and we want to provide as much as we can. So I think a few responses would help. There was an issue here raised, which was about how are we ensuring that agriculture is becoming part and parcel of our lives as a Maswati, and it's no longer a strange concept, and this has to be done even in schools. I want to say that we have been discussing certain issues with the Minister of Education and the Eswatini Agriculture's Teachers Association. We want to request for the mainstreaming of agriculture curriculum in schools. It doesn't make sense for us to say they will start learning about agriculture when they're at high school or at university. This is, it includes a lot of skills that need to be developed from our young people. So we really want to make sure that agriculture is taught in schools from as early as possible, to make sure that our children understand the importance or significance of agriculture. There's a number of other activities that we're involved in with our development partners. We have school feeding programs that we're working on with Taiwan Africa Vegetable Initiative. We also have activities that we're doing with WFP, encouraging buying from local farmers to support school feeding programs. Those are issues that are discussed on a regular basis, and they have shown us a number of things that we were not aware of. WFP was the very first institution to alert us that there are no beans that are produced in the country. And at that point, we were importing about 97% of the beans in the country. And the situation has changed now. We are very much glad, although I will not have exact figures now. But for instance, we know that our annual consumption of beans in the country is 7,000 metric tons per year. This year, we've been able to produce more than 3,000 metric tons. So we are really happy with that. And then we are also working on certain activities that encourage school children to be involved in agriculture. We were working with TAVI, even today is Wednesday, isn't it? Today, I was supposed to be in one other function where we were handing over gardening tools to schools. We've been doing this for the past, I think, 3 or 4 years, just to make sure that the students have enough agriculture tools that they can use. So it's not something that we are sitting quiet and doing nothing about. Maybe the biggest challenge is the issue of resources, but otherwise we are aware of these problems and we are trying our level best to attend to them. I want to make another example. We are working with the Eswatini Dairy Board to supply schools with dairy cattle. You would be surprised that if we give one school a cow, that cow can provide milk for the school children so that they can have a mercy or milk once a week. And I will tell you the impact of that, which we have realized, is that on the day when they will be having a mass, nobody absconds school. They all attend. They all attend. So we have been doing that, and we've given quite a number of schools in the country, and they are doing quite well. One other comment would be that the impact of the SOEs in the country, very, very important. We need to be able to measure their significance and say, because they were intended for farmer development, are they actually doing that? This is the Honorable Minister's concern on a daily basis. We have reached a stage now where we have said we are restructuring the operations or activities of the SOEs, and we want to make sure that yes, we want to make sure that they are focused on farmer development. It is their priority, so it's absolutely important. There was a question on subsidy, whether it is effective or not on the input subsidies. We had a very special case in 2024, I think. We had a very serious situation. I think we were told that there will be a Nino, and so we got special funding from the African Development Bank. The funding was to enable us to support even more farmers, and we changed the ratio from 50-50%, whereby the farmer will pay for the 50% of the inputs and the other 50 will be subsidized by government. We changed the ratio to 35 and 65%. For once in a lifetime, maybe I should say, we managed to get 127,000 metric tons of maize out of the 140,000 that we consume as a nation. Now that that program was a once-off, we are back to square one. We are struggling with 65,000 metric tons, 70, 80,000 metric tons. So you can see that if we support the farmers, we can reach our target of 140,000 metric tons per year. I'll just mention in passing Hambubuye. The results of Hambubuye are very impressive. It can tell us, give us the testimony. It's absolutely working very well. And then the question of whether the the fish industry is promoted enough, we want to look beyond what is happening at Malkan's research. We realize that the challenge with aquaculture in the country is that the feed is not available, let alone that when it is available, it is very expensive. So what the ministry has done, working closely again with the research and the Republic of China, Taiwan, we are working on ways of producing the fish feed locally so that it is available at affordable prices. That is what we are doing. To sum up, Mr. Moderator, I have just these few points here to say that we are very much aware that we need to improve on our extension services in order to have better yields. That is a challenge we are expecting. We have too many vacancies in the extension services area. So our farmers are not getting the right service that they are expecting. So that is one issue we really need to understand. We are also in a situation whereby we feel we need to be able to produce fertilizer locally as a country. That is absolutely important because when you have the international challenges or global challenges, such as the closure of the Straits of Hormuz, that has resulted in us getting very high prices for fertilizers and inputs. So if all these things were produced locally, the shocks in the international markets would not be that much effective to our situation. And finally, I want to say that the Ministry of Agriculture has got to a point where it is promoting climate smart agriculture. We have realized that in order for us to beat climate change, we have to be involved in irrigation systems. EWAIT has been working on that for many years, but we have also realized that Eswatini need to be trained and so that they can understand what climate smart agriculture is. We are working very closely with the Women Farmer Foundation to make sure that especially the young people are trained to produce quality produce using the tunnels. And we are really happy to say that we can see growth, and we've had a number of the young people graduating from these programs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, PS. Usually at this point you say, at this high note, this is where you drop the mic. Thank you, PS. I think this is Minister. Minister Utang Bulara. Yes, Minister. The mic is in.
I'll apologize to you, Program Director, because you probably are not used to this. But I'm one person who likes to engage. That's why I made my speech, but I'm still sitting here so that I can engage with you. So, ngiyaxolisa nje mngadi. Kodwa ngetinga ngathi ngive eMaswati balimi bakhuluma bese angisacomment kuloko labakushoko likakhulu ngoba phela bakhuluma kangaka nje ngoba babona indvuna lethunywe ukuthi ayilungise letinkinga tabo. So ufuna ukuthi indvuna isho ukuthi izama kwendani ukuthi lungisa leto tinkinga. Ngicela ukuqala nje ngekuxolisa nami ngikuxolisele mana ngeke angive, but lesi sizathu sengikhuluma ngeSiswati lokuthi ngifuna kona lokuthi kwecala sicale lapho nje ukutheni sixolise lokuthi sikhuluma chief namhla. Sizathu ngilokuthi le forum le nje banibona nje isponsorship abantu bangaphandle labaningi. So kubita lokuthi basive ukuthi sithini bayalalela nje nale mave nabo kuzivele siteka yona yini imali yabo iya la bebayimixe khona. So ngikosithawu khuluma kakhulu ngesingisi, but siyathi ukuthi ilwimi letivumelekile even dimbili singisi neSiswati. So nangabe ncenye ungumlimi ulapha phansi ungabe sowuthuswa ngilesilumbi bese awusakhona ukukhuluma. So uma ukhuluma ngeSiswati sitakulalela bese siyabahlebela bala ecele kwethu labangasiva ukuthi uthini. Yokuqala lokho ukuxolisa. Kwesibili ke ngilendzaba ukuthi kude bomake la awu cha lapho kodwa ngathi hlenga nami ngoba angathi kwende kanjani kodwa se loluswebhu solwesibili nje ulibekile make lomnye lo ngithele luswebhu ngi-DPM kuthi ngale la besihamba khona kuma innovations kude lophila nekukhubadeka bofana abe khona kanti besinabo isiteki so ngiyacela sikulungise lokho isiteki evikile lephelele bebakhona laba disabled besinabo babonakala so sicela lokho sibe all inclusive going forward. I just want to make a couple of comments on some of the issues that have been raised, starting off with this Stephen Covey quotation that we should start with the seven habits of highly effective people, starting one of them being starting with the end in mind. I think we are very clear as a ministry that we are starting with the end in mind. Maybe that end in mind has not been adequately publicized, so some people may not know it. But we within the ministry and everybody else who deals with us are aware of what that end in mind is. It's called 3 pillars within our strategic intent or within our strategy. The first pillar is service delivery. I saw it somewhere here. Somebody, I think, mentioned. Oh, okay, it was not here. It's in that. It's in that kiosk there, if I can call it, the agricultural one. We call it service delivery, which means making sure that Eswatini get adequate service from the ministry. That is why we've got a program called Taking the Ministry to the People. And it's service delivery. And this meeting is also part of that, because we want to find out what we need to do so that we always go together in dealing with what we want. We deliver the appropriate service. So that's the first pillar. That is our end. We want to deliver appropriate and satisfactory service to Eswatini. 2, we call it food sovereignty, which says that we must be able to feed the nation, produce enough food to feed the nation. And in that regard, we've got 3 priority value chains or commodities: maize, beans, and milk. We will escalate or include more commodities as we go forward. So that is our end in mind, food sovereignty for the nation. The third end in mind is what we call creating wealth for Eswatini. Sometimes we call it creating wealth and employment for Eswatini. So those are the 3 things that we want to achieve, and that is our end in mind. Whatever we do is targeted at achieving these 3 items or 3 objectives. So it's not like we are not aware of our end in mind. We are fully aware of what it is. The one thing that goes with that is our value system. We've got a value system or guiding principles that govern our activity. And I suspect one of them, or rather I've had an allegation that says one of them has been broken. I'll get to that. We call that value system SITILE. S-I-T-I-L-E. And this is an acronym for 6 words. The first one being service delivery. The S stands for service delivery. The second word stands for innovation. That's why we've got all those stalls there showing innovation. The third one is called transparency. And the fourth one is called integrity. The L stands for loyalty. And the E stands for effectiveness. The end in mind I've defined 3 objectives, and the way to get to that end in mind is governed by the value systems that we've agreed on. And these are the value systems. So we are not just going all over the place. We know exactly where we're going, and we know how to get there. And these programs and everything that we do is targeted at us achieving that end in mind and thing. In terms of GDP contribution, I am not particularly worried about the numbers provided we look at them holistically. I know that now we say it's 7%. And that's entirely because of the way we define agriculture. We define agriculture as the farming side of operations. We are not including your processing plant, for instance. We are not including the sugar that is being produced. But from where we stand, the total is already over 15% because the downstream industries that are created from our agricultural activities are still agriculture. So that is why I've always said, for us as a ministry, we don't define agriculture as digging a few holes in the ground and slotting in some seed. It's a comprehensive, all-inclusive operation that delivers value for eMaswati. That is why, for me now, I'm not totally worried about the 7 to 8% growing side, provided I can add value onto the agro-processing. That is why, as a ministry, we are very intentional and particular about making sure that we increase the agro-processing side of agriculture. Because at the end of the day, that will create more employment, it will create downstream industries, it will create economic activity, and it will take this country forward. Again, we're very clear about that, so don't stress about the 7 to 8%. Look at it a bit more holistically. But we would be very happy to change that 7 to 8%, maybe to 10, 13, or whatever. And then when we add the back end of agriculture, then it becomes 25 or whatever. Brilliant. Then we're doing well if we do that. In terms of stakeholder involvement and everything, that is why we're here. This is stakeholder engagement. This is stakeholder involvement. Even last week, we went to Stegi on a Farmers' Day. And again, we had all the stakeholders coming together. And we always want to have our stakeholders and engage with them so that we are able to progress together and go forward. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I was already thinking of reminding you of my lesson. By the way, I do have a script to mark at the end. Investors, Doctor there knows we've been with him for the longest of time. In 2024, he made a pledge to start that cassava factory. And the figure that we were going that was going to be invested, I don't want to mention, but it's huge. So, Doctor, I'm sure me and you know where we are and what we are trying to do. But certainly, if there is a factory for 1 million, and we know what the original investment is, so I don't think we should be having a problem acquiring that factory as investors, as an investor. So, I'm sorry, maybe this might be taken negatively, but certainly if we are organizing some training and everything, no one says people should be fed. It's up to the investor what they want to do and everything. If that training, like the cassava trainings that have taken place, have been organized privately. But if there's anybody, in fact, not if, because it's been said. So I think at the end of the meeting, me and you will talk, and if you can give me names of those people who insisted of being fed, who work for the ministry, then I've got something to deal with. So I'd like to know who they are, because that is contrary to the value system I'm talking about. We can't go there and insist on being fed. We can't go to people when we're partnering and everything, then insist on being fed. It can't be. So something needs to be sorted out there. And they know it's not supposed to happen. Institutions, I think the PS has already said, we're in the middle of rationalizing our institutions because some of them are 40 years old and whatever number, and there's been changes in the country. changes in the economy. So we need to bring them up to speed or with what is current reality. So we are in that process, and very soon we'll be making the right announcements. Obviously, this is a process. It includes going down to Parliament to get approval, because it also includes changing the laws so that we reconstitute and re-establish the institutions. 12 times production on commercial farms versus Eswatini national land, I don't entirely agree. It depends on who is farming and where. I can tell you now, Nang CEO, if you go to Mahlangacha and you see what the ministry is doing with maize farming there, and you go to other places, I can tell you now, sometimes he beats the commercial farmers, I mean the commercial farms. One day I was standing in front of a lady, an old lady, and when she told me her story, she actually cried. Tears of joy. She showed me a small maize crib, I think maybe from here to there, and she said she had been farming for the longest of time and only being able to fill one like that. But at that point, she was standing, she then said at that point, she was now feeling one that could go from here to there to there. So that is, it depends on what you do. If we hold farmers' hands, use the right extension approaches and show them what needs to be done, they can do it. And they've shown us they're doing it. Let's give them a round of applause. So yes, some obviously are still struggling. So what we need to do is now to scale up on the interventions. I'm talking about Hamboboye, by the way. That is what we call Hamboboye. So we need to scale up Hamboboye and then also do commercial farming using our parastatals, and that will make a world of difference. Okay, I've spoken about... okay, the other thing, there was a comment that we have systems to monitor how we're progressing going forward. And the answer is a resounding yes. I'll give you a classical example. I think the PS has alluded to that one. I said that beans are one of the commodities that we want to increase, such that we are self-sufficient and even able to export. In the last 3 years, we moved the bean production from 377 metric tons per year to 1,039 metric tons last year. And this year, the number is moved from that 1,039 to 3,500. That now is 50% of the national consumption. So it means the needle is moving in the right direction. We are going to get to self-sufficiency in bean production in the near future. I'm now standing between people and their food. Oh, okay. And that's dangerous, of course. Foot and mouth, I think we need to appreciate the ministry and everybody else who has played a role in dealing with this pandemic, I'd call it. Because as we sit now, there's no active case of foot and mouth in the country. And we are now getting to a stage where we are beginning to look at how we transition back to the international trade. But as we sit, we have no active case of FMD, but we're still monitoring. I don't want to say it's totally eradicated. We are monitoring because when you're putting out a fire, sometimes we've got a smoldering log there and we've got a spark somewhere there and stuff like that. That is why we still have vaccines and we are ready to deal with anything that crops up. But we have worked very hard on this issue, and that's why we've been able to get to this position, to the extent that we've got regional and international recognition for it. We went to South Africa because they could see what we're doing. They invited us Minister Steenhuisen at the time invited Minister of Agriculture of the Kingdom of Eswatini to come and assist, and we also called the Mozambican counterpart to talk together and see what can be done. And those who are able to see in the social circles or something were able to see the Minister of Eswatini vaccinating Dingo Modese Squatlan. It was because we had been invited to do that. And then we went to Zimbabwe, and again we were given recognition for pushing a regional approach to this sketch. So, and then when we went to France, in the World Organization for Animal Health Forum, we were again recognized for our efforts to the extent that the WOHA, World Organization for Animal Health, came down to Eswatini to assess to look at our systems, how we've fought the disease, and learn something from it. And then they organized training for the whole of SADC. And that training took place at the Hilton because of the way we dealt with these things. So the whole of SADC came down to learn from the Kingdom of Eswatini under the auspices of the World Organization for Animal Health. Yeah, soil samples are a problem. Our laboratories are not all functional, so there is a choking at Malkens. What we are doing is that we want to resuscitate the satellite laboratories in the country which used to have. Those who can afford it, fine, they can go to the private laboratories, but as a ministry, we can't be punting for that. We are saying we'll resuscitate our satellite laboratories, but we also are going to technology, because now I'm aware that we have technology to do some of these tests. You don't always have to collect the samples and take them to a laboratory. Some of them you can do on site, either using probes, or sometimes you can estimate it using satellite imagery. So this is the technology we must transition to so that we can debug the system of taking samples to Malkens. That is why we are in the 4th Industrial Revolution. Beekeeping, thank you very much, Mlimi. We are in the process of resuscitating that value chain and making sure that, because it helps a lot of things, it even helps production of crops. So where there are bees, because bees are major pollinators of most of the crops that we grow. So the more bees we have in the country, the more likely that we are able to increase our yields because the pollination is more effective. In Zabe fish farming, I think all I can add is that we are going into what we call cage farming, where we are going to be farming in the dams and lakes of this country. We drop in a cage, we put the fish there, that is going to. But we must appreciate government's effort, because currently, if you want to start fish farming, you get training for free in Malkens. You get the first fingerlings for free. Then you get the second fingerlings for free. And the third fingerlings for free, before you start worrying about buying fingerlings. So government is doing quite a bit in that regard. Yes, in terms of the Kampala Declaration, we're still staying short, and it is because of the resource envelope, but we do hope that over time we'll be able to get to a point where we're able to match the declaration, the Kampala Declaration, in terms of the 10% of budget going to agriculture in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. A big round of applause for the Minister. I think ayidletishele Minister la ku sigamlile protocol ke phake siyafunza. It helps to have bantu abadala nansendlini. Siyabonga everyone. I think what is left now for me and ukuthi sibonge ipanel lebe khona with the inputs and you know the discussion, I'm trying to figure out as this way, because I know you have your own conversation, or what you're going to be talking about after this. I think it's been very rich, so thank you very much, everyone. Also on the floor, the contributions that we got were so much valuable. I think just to say one last thing, because you don't talk after your adults have spoken. Minister mentioned and PS actually, the issue of Matlangaj. I'll speak from a media perspective, because we were taken there as media just to see what is happening there. I think also in Bulus. What we found, and that's my reflection now, was excellence in extension service. And you'd speak to the farmers themselves, they tell you, I won't mention names because then people might feel, others who are not mentioned may feel bad. But they're actually mentioning a particular extension officer that I'm here because of so and so. I wouldn't be here because of so and so. So I think that is big, because I think the other thing that I picked was that they were not talking about we have increased the land to plant in more space. They were talking about the yield gain. They had actually improved the way that they farm within the same land. So that for me is big, because I think we've been complaining about land, water, and everything else, but sometimes it really is about the knowledge, and that comes from extension service. So thank you very much, panelists. For me, I would say, where is the program director? I don't want to say, oh, Doz is here. He's going to tell you whether lunch is there or not. Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone.
Thank you very much. Can we please give a huge round of applause to our moderator, Mr. Mngadi, and all our panelists. Thank you for those insights, contributions, and of course, singling out the Honorable Minister for all those contributions, clarifications. Can we give a huge round of applause? Bigger than that? Yes, thank you, the Minister's round of applause. Thank you for that very brief session. Now we are going to move along to the next part of this dialogue. I'm sure you have another hour left in you before we go for lunch, right? I wouldn't expect farmers to rush to their produce, because the food has been produced by the farmers here. So you can't get high on your own supply. So I don't think you are rushing that much to the food. We are going to move on to our lunch, which will be only an hour. So I will really less than that. So we can do 59 minutes. So we are going to, let's make it 30 if we can. Let's make it 30. The minister is asking that we make it 30 minutes. Can we do that? 30 minutes. All right, 31. Thank you. So we will have the table with the minister and his guests and the panelists and the VIPs. That is the face that you will be following, Honorable Minister and the VIPs and guests. We are going to follow the Honorable Minister and his guests shortly after, 5 minutes. We are going to give them time. They will be by the restaurant, and then they will use the fine dining area to have their lunch. And then all of us, we are going to use the restaurant. We will also follow suit after 5 minutes. We will all have our lunch. And then immediately when we come back from the lunch, we've got presentations from the innovators. 7 presenters, 3 minutes each. So it's going to be straight to the point. It's quite exciting. They'll be sharing with us some of their brilliant innovations. I hope I'm not leaving anything out. I am not. Okay, so shortly after the minister, the Honorable Minister and his guests and panelists, CEOs and the delegation, we are going to follow suit. Yes, and also we have got this small tag. Looks like a tag. It's written, this voucher entitles you to lunch. If you don't have this tag, please raise your hand so that we can see you and then we can give you that. All right, thank you. Then after the Honorable Minister and his delegation, we are going to follow after 5 minutes. Thank you.
Sivuma sonke amazulu avuleka ngaphezulu savana izinyoni ziyandiza sivumathula Zulunoya Sivumatula Haya heya Ubusuku buyaphila Izinkanyezi zikhanya Inyanga ibuka ngaphezulu komhlaba anoya ayasoleya sihamba sonke Zulu heya izinyoni zasebusuku zikula phakathi kwezihlahla umoya uyaphefumula kude savana ayalohe Zulunoya sivuma njalo ayaheya yanona ayanozulu izimpande zethu ayaheya umhlaba uyabiza ngaphakathi kwethu izihlahla ziyaphila ngaphansi kwelanga ayanoya Zulu siyakhula heya soleya sonke ayanoya isigqi siyashaya phezu komhlaba izandla ziyanyakaza ngaphansi komlilo hey anoya ayesoleya Zulu siyahamba ayaheya izinkanyezi zibuka ebumnyameni bonke umoya uyakula kankane busuku ayanozulu ayanoma ayanoma sivuma njalo ayaheya ayaheya Zulu noya sivuma sonke ayaheya sihamba ndawonye ngaphakathi savana umoya uyabiza kude nezintaba hey anoya ayasoleya Zulu siyatula ayaheya izinkanyezi zikhanya phezu komhlaba izilahla ziyaphefumla ebumnyameni bonke ayanohe Zulu noya sivuma njalo ayaheya amadlozi ami izwe amadlozi ami ihole ngimilapha ngedwa kodwa ngingedwa umhlaba uyakhuluma umoya uyakula izinyawo zami zihamba Nkosi yami ngikhanyisele, Nkosi yami ngiholele, ngivuke kuseni, ngivuka nokusa. Moya wami phakama, moya wami khanyisa, ngihamba kancane, ngihamba nokholo. Ilanga lami liyaphuma phezu kwezintaba zami, ngizukuthula kwezwe, ngizothando lwakho. Nkosi yami ngikhanyisele, Nkosi yami ngiholele, ngihambe endleleni yokuthula nokukhanya. Thula nhliziyo yami, thula ngaphakathi. Amanzi yomoya ageza ubuhlungu. Ngivuka futhi namuhla, ngivuka ngenjabulo, ngiphila ngokukhanya, ngiphila ngomusa. Moya wami phakama, moya wami khanyisa, ilanga lami liyaphuma ngaphakathi kimi. Kawa phansi zolo, kodwa namuhla ngiyavuka. Kakhala phakathi nobusuku, kodwa manje ngiyatula. Moya wami vuka, nhliziyo yami vuka, amandla ami buya, ukukhanya kwami buya. Ilanga liza futhi ngemuva kobunyama, impilo izophila futhi, izokhanya futhi. Ngawa phansi zolo, kodwa namuhla ngiyavuka. Ngakhala phakathi nobusuku, kodwa manje ngiyadula. Moya wami vuka, inhliziyo yami vuka, amandla ami buya, ukukhanya kwami buya, ilanga liza futhi, ngemuva kobumnyama, impilo iyabuya, ngemuva kwezinyembezi, ngiyaphakama futhi imi ngezinyawo zami, ngibheka phambili, ngibheke kukhanyeni, akukho kungiphulayo, akukho kungivalayo, ngiphefumula uthando, ngiphefumula amandla. Moya wami vuka, moya wami vuka, akukho kungiphulayo, akukho kungivalayo, ngiphefumula uthando, ngiphefumula amandla. Moya wami vuka, inhliziyo yami vuka, ngingane yobusa ngivuka, ngingane yethemba, ngizohamba futhi, ngizokhula futhi, ngizophila futhi, ngizokhanya futhi. Noma ubusuku bude, ngisabanga ukukhanya, noma umoya uqina, ngisabanga uthando, Nkosi yami ngizwe, lapho ngikhala ngedwa, beka isandla sakho phezu kwenhliziyo yami, izinkanyezi zikhanya phezulu, njengamehlo ngibhekile, inyanga Nkosi yami ngizwe, Nkosi yami bambe, kuseni, ngiqine ngokuthula. Ngisaba ukukhanya noma umoya uqina, ngisaba uthando. Nkosi yami ngizwe, lapho ngikhala ngedwa, bheka isandla sakho phezu kwenhliziyo yami. Izinkanyezi zikhanya phezulu, njengamehlo ngibhekile, inyanga ithule phezulu,
2. 1, 1, 1, 2, 2.
Sa ito 3 bars na yan. Ay, Lena. Man, oh yeah.
1, 2. Yang yun. 1, 2, 2, 2. Up, alright, man. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. Two, two. There you go. 2.
Hello, hello. Hi. Is this how loud it's going to be?
Yeah, you should project it there.
I don't want to be loud. I don't want to be loud. No, ngifuna nje kube kahle.
Test.
Hello, hello, hello. Good evening. Hello, hello, hello. So
umoya uphatha uthuli inhliziyo yami ikhala kodwa ifuna ukuphumula thula moya thula thula inhliziyo yami konke kuzodlula konke kuzophola ngilala phezu komhlaba ngizwa amandla akho ngizwa ukuthula kwakho kungena ngaphakathi ilanga lishisa kancane lipholisa amanxeba uthando lwendalo se shaba wami Kibambe Kifuga nginamandla Kifuga nokuthula Sivuma sonke haya heya amazulu avuleka ngaphezulu savana izinyoni ziyandiza phezu komhlaba ayasoleya Zulu siyahamba heya noya haya heya ilanga liyaphuma ngemuva kwezintaba umhlaba uyaphefumula kanjani njalo heya noya haya Zulu hey Sivuma thula haya heya heya noma haya noZulu ilanga likhanya haya heya utshani buyanyakaza ngaphansi komoya izinyoni ziyakhula phezu kwezihlahla haya noya Zulu siyakhula heya soleya haya heya izintaba zibuka kude noya phezulu komhlaba. Hey, I know ayasolea sihamba kangane Zulu heya izandla ziyanyakaza phezu komlilo izwi liyaphakama kude savana Zulu noya, Zulu noya, sivumathula, sivumathula, haya heya. Haya Zulu sivumathula haya heya. Ilanga likhanya phezu kwezintaba, umoya uyaphefumula kancane busuku. Hey, anoya, ayasolea, Zulu siyahamba, nomusa heya, izinkanyezi zikhula phezu kude nezintaba izinkanyezi zikhula phezu komhlaba hayanoya Zulu siyahamba umfula uyageleza ngaphakathi kwamatshe inyanga iyakhanya phezu kwamanzi hey anoya ayasolea sihamba sonke Zulu heya izihlahla ziyadansa ngaphansi kwezinkanyezi umoya uyakhula kankane busuku ubusuku buyaphila izinkanyezi zikhanya inyanga ibuka ngaphezulu komhlaba Sigula phakathi kwezihlahla. Umoya buyaphefumla. Kude savannah. Izimpande zethu ayayeya umhlaba uyabiza ngaphakathi kwethu izihlahla ziyaphila ngaphansi kwelanga. Zulu siyagula. Hey asoleya. Ayayeya. Amanzi ayahamba. Ayayanoma. Kude nezintaba. Ayayanoma. Umoya uyadansa. Ayayanoma. Phezu savana. Ayayanoma. Ayayanoma. Ayanozulu. Ayanoma. Sivuma njalo. Ayaheya.
One, two. Oh, if we could just make our way inside so that we can keep our program going. We were supposed to take 30 minutes, but we've taken 30 minutes now. So we need to try and chase the time.
Izandla ziyanyakaza ngaphansi komlilo. Eyanoya ayasoleya Zulu siyahamba. Aya ayayeya izinkanyezi zibuka. Sihamba ndawonye ngaphakathi savana umoya uyabiza kude nezintaba hey anoya ayasoleya Zulu siyakhula haya heya izinkanyezi zikhanya phezu komhlaba izihlahla ziyaphefumla ebumnyameni bonke Zulu noya sivuma njalo aya heya izinkanyezi zikhula phezu komhlaba ayanoya Sulu siyahamba hey asoleya
I want to. To those of us that are back from lunch, welcome back. I hope everyone else is making their way back. I hope they didn't eat and leave, because we do have an exciting part of the program. We've got the innovators from the Solutions Marketplace who came up with some exciting innovations that will make presentations. We've got 7 of them. So I am hoping that they are ready to make their presentations. Each innovator has 3 minutes on the clock, on the dot, to make their presentation of their brilliant innovation. So we have, I hope they can make their way towards the end of the stage as I mentioned their names. So our first 3 will be Sky Yield. I hope they are still here. Sky Yield, okay, very ready. Numpod, okay. And then we have Imvelotech Group. Imvelotech Group. Okay, wonderful. So they have 3 minutes each. So before they come up on stage, I would like for all of us to just pay attention and settle down and maintain some semblance of order. And some of the solutions and innovations that they came up with were discussed by the panel during the panel discussion. So it's quite exciting to hear some of these innovations. I think everyone now is settled. So each innovator has 3 minutes. So please make sure that you pay full attention. Only 3 minutes, and then on to the next one. So can we please give a huge round of applause to the first innovator, Sky Yield. Can we please give them a huge round of applause as they make their way up? Huge round of applause. Thank you.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests. My name is Mtutuzi Mnina. I want you guys to imagine a situation with me for a second. Imagine it's 6 in the morning, a sugarcane farmer walks into their field. They perceive the crop to be healthy, but it isn't. And before the damage is visible to the naked eye, the yield is gone, and the cost too. Farming does not have a visibility problem. It has an intelligence problem. And that is solely why Sky Yield Solutions exist. So we use drone technology to solve problems for farmers. With input costs rising, farmers need to be smart about their decisions. So we have drones. Some are for sugarcane crop spraying and other crops as well. The others are for inspection. So the inspection drones have sensors. They're able to detect stress, nutrient deficiencies, and other anomalies in plants before they are visible to the naked eye. So by so doing, a farmer can save up to 30% on input costs. And also the drone spraying, we've been able to save water by up to 90% because drones are efficient. They use GPS tracking to go to exactly the certain point or the certain amount that you have instructed it to. So today we're here to emphasize data intelligence because data sitting in reports does not turn into action. So today we are pleading with stakeholders to come and partner with the company so that we can take Eswatini to the next level. Today we are trying to find people who can help us acquire state-of-the-art machinery because we do machine learning and deep learning because once we take the images by the drone, we'll take them through a system and they'll be able to detect and give us exactly how we should diagnose. So without any further ado, I would like to thank the ministry, the government of the King, for giving us such an opportunity, and any investors that are willing to come on board. It's crop inspection using advanced AI systems and crop spraying using drone technology. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. Standing before you is Luandile Masego, and I'm representing the National Agricultural Marketing Board, NAMBOARD. We're a government parastatal that is mandated to support and develop horticultural farmers, provide market facilitation, and regulate the trade of agricultural scheduled products. Every season in the country, we either develop too much of one produce and too little of another. This is not because our farmers lack production skills, but this is because of lack of data. To address this challenge, at NAMBOARD, we developed the Eswatini Horticulture Information System platform, EHIS. This is a digital platform that turns farm data into insights. Today, we have over 3,000 registered farmers on EHIS, making it the largest database of horticulture farmers. These 3,000 farmers are only serviced by only 8 extension NAMBOARD offices. And yet, we produce 33% of what the local market demands. It is our goal to increase this 30% to at least 60% by the year 2030. To establish this, farmers need instant technical service assistance. Therefore, I stand before you to propose the enhancement of the EHIS system to provide an AI-generated digital extension services. This digital extension service officer will provide 24-hour instant advisory support to farmers, advising them on pest and disease management, quality assurance, and good agricultural practices. We also plan to integrate an animated video library. This video library will provide technical advice to farmers on production, particularly new farmers that are still trying to learn and enter the horticulture space. I invite development partners, investors to collaborate with us as we integrate these technologies into EHIS. Together, we can build a resilient, smarter horticulture industry. I thank you.
Honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. Standing before you is Wamgelwe Mkhabela, the co-founder and chief operations officer of Imvelotech and Media Group. Imagine yourselves as farmers. You have invested all your time and hard-earned money with 3 purposes in mind: harvest, to sell, so you can provide. One morning you wake up with a big smile on your face, hoping to have a good harvest, only to find all your crops lying dead. How devastating. After spending thousands and thousands of emalangeni, all that you've made is 0% harvest, 0% profit margin, and a negative balance. That is the story of a number of Swazi farmers who experienced the unpredictable rainfalls earlier this year. The question is, what is it that these farmers must do to mitigate these risks? That's where Imvelo app suite enters. With a climate risk mitigation engine, farmers can now access a glimpse of tomorrow and prepare for such events beforehand. A pest and disease diagnosis, a digital ledger with a P&L statement, and an AI assistant that communicates with over 22 African languages, including our home language, Siswati. As Imvelotech and Media Group, We generate revenue through software as a service, data as a service, and advertising. For the past 7 months, we have onboarded over 500 international farmers with a probability of 0.6 user retention and an average per scan of 24. That is the data that led us to conduct a survey, whereby 80% of these farmers totally agreed that indeed, Imvelo app has helped them to mitigate climate risks, to identify pests and treat them on time, and to manage their farm's finances. To financiers, as Imvelo Tech and Media Group, we ask for a ballpark of 2.5 million in Malangeni, which will be invested into GPU servers, office equipment, and a production line of IoT devices that may open more job opportunities for the youth. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Another huge round of applause for all our innovators. Yes, we still have more. And I'm quite excited that it's young people that I keep seeing. So we can give a round of applause to that once again. So there was Sky Yield, Numbod, and Imvelo Tech Group. So the next innovators, they will also come to the stage in this particular order. Bugula, PTY Ltd, DJD, POC, Jabula Nkuku, Poultry Farm, and lastly, Swati Fresh. Can we all give a round of applause to our first innovator?
All protocol observed. Standing before you is Puelala from Bugola, director. Can you imagine going to the shop and find that every product that is buy that is chemical free is helping people with their health and supporting sustain women in the rural community at Eswatini? We have a challenge of getting chemical free products in shops in Swaziland. And we have women also who have the land, the ability to grow the crops, but they lack the access to the market. That is where Bugula gets in. Bugula is connecting farmers and the market who are going to buy the chemical-free produce. What Bugula does, she trains the women and mentor them and then helps scale the market for them. We are here to ask for investors to partner with us as we collaborate with the women. We help them to build a place where they are going to keep their fresh produce so that we can sell in large scales, a cold room, processing room, and transport, that we are going to transport their goods to the market. We are also inviting partners to partner with us through grant funding, equity investment, collaboration, and also come and partner with us in any way that they can help these women in Eswatini. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Duncan Dlamini from DJD. I've got a question for you. If you can just imagine and think, what does it take to build a successful pig enterprise in Eswatini? Someone in the floor will say it's money. Yes, finance is one of the most important components when you want to start a piggery. But from our experience, I will say money is not enough. There are a couple of things that you need. DJD Pork started in 2017 with 20 breeding stock, 20 breeding pigs, and now we are running a farm that is operating with 250 breeding stock. We supply 80 to 100 per week. Someone else will then ask, how come are you successful? You are the only successful farmer in Eswatini. We'll give you the tips. We adopted about 5 pillars of pig production, which is your genetics, it's your nutrition, it's health, which goes with biosecurity, then it's management. And then someone else would then ask you, Why are then the other farmers failing? Because they get the money, they get the loans, but then the banks tend to say, we're no longer giving the guys that are doing pigs loans anymore. There are some banks, when we started in 2017, they closed. And then the answer is simple. These farmers get the money as a loan, and then they rush to go and build a pig house. They rush to go buy pigs without really verifying, are these pigs, are they good for breeding? And you find these pigs are not good for breeding. The houses that they are building, they are not good, they are not suitable for breeding pigs. Why? Because there is no biosecurity. Their houses, they house all the pigs in one place. They are not compartmentalized. We at DJT Pork, we have compartments. So we have got different units within the farm. So it's not just we just build one building and we all keep our pigs in that area, because that produces one thing, it produces diseases. If you're not using good genetics, the pigs go slowly. They do not give you what we get, like 85 kg that we get in the market. So how are we going to be assisting these farmers? We want to be teaching these farmers to utilize these 5 pillars that we adopted as DJT Pork, and then also assist these farmers to tap into our cold chain management system, as well as our current market that we have within the Kingdom of Eswatini. We have already started implementing our solution with the Youth Revolving Fund of Eswatini, where we are taking about 10 youth farmers as a cohort that we're starting with to teach them how to farm with pigs so that they are able then to pay back the loan, and then the country will be food secure. The buyers will know that their pigs have got traceability. They will know where it's coming from. And once we've achieved this, it will open up, Minister, for us to export to neighboring countries. As we speak, we've got an opportunity to export to Mozambique. As we speak, we're already starting to get some orders. But we cannot go to Mozambique if we are not able to satisfy our local market. So what we are asking for partnership with the financial institutions. Before they give people money to go farm pigs, they must attach them with DJT. We must create an incubation center for all other farmers in the Eswatini that wants to do pigs, and we introduce them into the 5 pillars of pig production, and we also tap them into our cold chain management system. Then that will be a good return on the financial institutions, because they will get back their loans. The product will improve and will be able to export to other countries in the region of Africa. Thank you so much.
All protocol observed. My name is Shong Ayanda from Chabulanguku. Initiative, I will start to pass my gratitude to the Ngwenyama for allowing us with a very gracious Ngwe. So from Chabulanguku, we initially followed that Ngwe. So we are a small project at Mhlumeni based along towards the border post. What we initially do, we incubate and hatch eggs. So we go around Eswatini to seek Emaswati to sell us all kind of bricks of Emakanza. That's what I should call them. But normally we buy and incubate traditional chickens. We hadn't gone or eluded ourselves in other breeds. But we have special breeds with us. Every kind of a breed. We've got Brahman, Poshwals, Kukuk, Initiatable, all kinds and more. So what program we have started to go around school, teach young people and initiate programs whereby we would love to sell them the chickens and change the mindset that we have in prolonging traditional chicken, which we young people have changed a concept of not knowing exactly what we have at home, which is a very great financial intake for young people. So today I want to change everyone's mindset and give you something very intriguing. So I was looking for WFP and UNICEF, if I'm not mistaken. I remember one time in 2019, they wanted to prolong a project whereby they initiate 1 egg per day at school. So I was amongst that project when they were trying to initiate it. I don't know what happened and how it failed. So today I've got something spontaneous in my pocket, which I call a chick. So with me here is a chick. So this is what I have for you today.
WFP, I can't see you right now. I've got something gracious for you. So remember one time you wanted to have eggs at school, and then you couldn't prolong that just because there were no eggs to be found. We have eggs here in Eswatini. Those eggs are with everyone around here in their home, which is basically traditional chickens. Let's change that mindset of layers. Layers are indoors breeds. We've got our outdoor breeds, which are called Makaya chicken. They initially give you the very same eggs that those chickens inside that those they initiate. So I'm here to sell you a very gracious dream. I can't see them, but it's okay. So please tell them when you find them that I have their key right here in my pocket. So I also have an egg as well. This is what you've been searching for. So today, know that Chabulangugu over there has everything with them. So guys, please, what I'm seeking for is very simple. I'm looking for a partnership with the Minister of Education, the Minister of Agriculture, and all funders around here who will initiate a program where they fund young people. Let's not rush to actually teach people when they are old. Thank you.
"25 to 50% of agricultural produce goes to waste before it reaches the consumer locally. Yet we import 3.8 billion emalangeni worth of processed products. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Rachel Dlamini from Swati Fresh. Swati Fresh is a women-led, member-owned cooperative. We focus on processing, preserving, packaging, marketing, and distributing agricultural products. Our members have supplied us their products. We also have in-house products. We have learned over the years and the time we've been in operation that the local palate does not like whole fish. We then transmitted that information to our processor to say, please give us filleted fish. Swati Fresh stocks filleted tilapia grown by local farmers. Now, when you fillet the fish, there's a lot that remains behind. We waste nothing. We make fish cakes, fish biltong, and fish meal. Our shop is located at shop number 5, Cathedral Square, Manzini, the trading hub of Eswatini. We also have a platform, virtual platform, which is utilized by our members. It brings various facets of our business into play. One of that facets we call Business Clinic, where we capacitate our members through innovation, product development, strategy, as well as marketing. Swati Fresh needs to grow to the next level through the establishment of a certified industrial kitchen, as well as abattoir. That investment, that investment would result in 20 permanent jobs, 180 indirect jobs, as well as 120 agribusinesses capacitated. Go with us on this journey of agro-processing as we industrialize to move this economy to the next level. Our business model is scalable, replicable, locally, and into the region. I thank you.
Yeah, can we please have a bigger round of applause? Yes, most of these innovations are they are groundbreaking, if not all of them, because they are new and they are fresh. And once again, I'll mention this. I'm happy that I'm seeing a lot of young people. There was a lot of talk about young people not being into agriculture. We're just having a conversation there on that table that the youth is now ready. They've been capacitated enough. Now we just need more initiatives that say, simply, here's the money, here's the financing. go and do this thing. We can trust the youth to do things. I'm sure, yeah, we can clap to that. We can trust the youth. And what I like about the youth, Honorable Minister, they are not apologetic. They are not. They stand here and they present and they put a cheek in a pocket and they take it out. You know, you would never dare with, you know, the former young people. You know, they would never. I'm sure even DJT was thinking to himself, I should have brought a pig. I should have brought a pig. I mean, the minister spoke about bacon earlier. I mean, the processing part of agriculture. I mean, you could have taken out a bacon or a sausage. You know, there's an idea there. So now when you say a farmer with pockets, you must know in there. There might be soil samples or chicks. Yeah, thank you very much. I think I'll do the same thing in my line of work. You know, I will just go around saying, if you don't trust me, here is a joke. Here is a, yeah. Wonderful. So let's give them another round of applause for those wonderful presentations. Absolutely lovely. Really innovations that came as a byproduct of course, the review, the agri sector review that we were listening to Mr. Sita speaking about earlier, giving us the report on some of the challenges, and now we're getting the solutions. So moving on with our program, we do have another panel discussion, which will not take a lot of our time, just 4 hours. We have Dr. Zizwe, Paul Villane, who's going to introduce the panelists. So they'll be speaking about reimagining high potential value chains. We spoke about value chains earlier, Balimi, what they are. You know this now. We simplified these things. Food security, jobs, and inclusive growth. So let's pay attention and give Dr. Zizwe a huge round of applause as he makes his way. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director, Honorable Minister, PS, World Bank representatives, riding on previous protocols. Good afternoon. I hope we're all good. My session will be short. It's supposed to be longer. I know City is looking at me, but I'm also mindful of time and people being tired at this point. So we will try and wing it and trying to get to the real issues, focusing on the main core issues. I think we've spoken a lot, Honorable Minister, about problems. We have a lot of reports that tell us what is wrong. And we need to move away from that. And I think what you said in your statement earlier, during your official remarks, you said you would want us to move from action, from talk to action and tangible impact. Thank you, sir. So this is where we are going to focus more on that. My session for today speaks about reimagining the high value, the high potential value chains for food security, jobs, and inclusive growth. So as we speak, keep it in mind, we're trying to create jobs here, empower people, create a vibrant economy. But at the top of it all, let's talk sustainability and inclusivity. We talk youth, women, persons with disabilities. Whatever we do and design, as you bring it forward, where are they in that matrix? So can I invite my panelists joining me here? We've got Ms. Nomatem Batlanze from PN Farm Produce. Please join us on the podium. We've got Mr. Piwa Inkosi Kininza from the Feedlotters Association. Please join us on the podium, sir. We've got Mrs. Kanya Klengetwa from Mashaingonjani. Oops, sorry, madam, sorry. Apologies on that. I'm so sorry. I think our carpeting does step up a bit. The tape is gone. We need tape. It's just this lifting, Minister. We need a tape to keep it down. They should have put the tape underneath, like a double-sided, to keep it sitting. Sorry, my sister. Can I also invite Mr. Sidney Dladla, who is in charge of marketing, or the head of marketing at the National Agricultural Marketing Board. And lastly, can I invite Mr. Ngamiso Ngampalala from the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development. Please join us on the podium, gentlemen. I think we've had exciting presentations. We come after an exciting ones even more. Young people coming up on the podium, talking to the evidence we need to make agriculture thrive in the new modern age. So I think for us, going gray here and there, you realize it's not the same kind of agriculture. Young people are talking AI, they're talking GPS systems, they're talking evidence-based, data that allows us as a country to make informed decisions. So I think this sets the tone very well. What you've seen here is businesses that are showing that we can create value through innovation, production, processing, and market engagement. And our discussion will try to go deeper into some of those issues. I will take turns and maybe firstly just go around the room to get a feel on what you think as sitting here as panelists, coming in from the different areas. As a country, we are looking at 3 value chains within the agriculture sector review study. We talk to livestock, horticulture, and we're also talking to ILO. So from your perspective, operating in the various areas, what do you think really is the biggest challenge for us as a country facing your value chain today?
Sorry for interrupting you again. I like the panelists, but we're missing a processor. Oh, that's you. Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah. Thank you. So today we'll sort out this issue of the 5th quarter.
A processor. So we've got a feedlotter, we've got a processor, we've got... Thank you, Honorable Minister. So I think ours today is to find solutions. We know the problems. So as you speak, I would want you to take a step back. Don't tell me the problems I already know. I want you to come from a perspective to say, what is the binding constraint? What is the challenge that you see in your value chain? Give me that one binding constraint. You understand? And having spoken to that, what intervention do you think would unlock that? But let's start with the first issue. And we'll just move around. In your specific value chain, what is the biggest constraint right now?
Greetings, everyone. All protocol observed. My name is Notemba Hlanze. I am a vegetable farmer, horticulture farmer, based in Chiselweni. There's many challenges that as vegetable farmers we have, but we'll not dwell on that. But I want to bring just one which somehow stands out in the sense that most recently, we had farmers complaining about prices, market prices, which are not predictable. This day, you buy, for example, a crate of tomatoes for 250. Numbot buys them for 250. The following week, maybe 2 weeks down the line, it is purchased for maybe 100 malangeni. So that brings some instability in the planning of farmers, and it becomes a major and big problem. In as much as it is a problem, normally, what NAMBOD normally does, or say NAMBOD and the Minister of Agriculture, what they normally do is try to bring, to make the borders, close the borders for a certain period until probably our supply stabilizes, demand meets supply. And as one of the farmers, I wouldn't really feel that that would be the best approach that our stakeholders or government or any other stakeholder that is involved in this value chain should approach. The approach should be different. instead of trying to protect farmers from competition, what about that all other stakeholders maybe enable us farmers to be in a position to compete with other farmers? For example, in South Africa, there are constraints though, in as much as government would want to encourage us or maybe to get us to capacitate us to compete with those farmers so that we have our own supplies in the country, in our supermarkets. But there are constraints which are, in as much as we may try to run away from that, but capital is a major hindrance on all farmers. The production costs are so high that makes us seem not to be competitive compared to the South African counterparts. But I believe that with the right tools and with good financing, we are happy that our government, Ministry of Agriculture, has brought about. We have EADF as one of the development partners who are there to support farmers to have affordable finance. We wish that there would be more, or maybe even if it's not just EDF, the financiers which are available, the banks and all that, they may probably approach the same approach that EDF comes with the lower interest rates. Because with the lower interest rates, then we would be in a position to compete in a better way with other farmers from outside the country. And other than that, I think we also need to be capacitated in the sense that we as farmers, we should be also in a position to produce quality food, or maybe even in the standards that would enable us to be exporters of our product. Our population is just at 1.3 million, and once 2 or 3 big commercial farmers start farming, you find that the market gets saturated already, and then the prices starts going down. We may not really focus on that, but what may help us is be equipped, learn and have the facilities, and again, that talks to financing, that we need funds to help us have the right tools, the right cold storage rooms, the value chains, like the logistics. NAMPOD helps us at present. We also need good roads, which may make our products that before they reach the market, we need to have them reach the market still in their fresh state. Thank you very much.
Just picking up quickly, you talk of cold storage. Babedlal, I think there was some project called High Value Horticulture that built cold storage in certain parts of the country. But we have people here crying for cold storage. Where is the problem?
Thank you, moderator. Greetings, all protocol observed. We do have cold storage, but maybe it's not enough. The other issue is the access in terms of roads and farmers reaching those cold storages. There are different levels of cold storages that we should think of. Maybe there are those which can operate as packhouses, and those which can operate as collection centers, which will be much more closer to the farmer, which will minimize the cost of transporting the produce from the farm into the cold storage. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll move over to Babekinenza. Why I was raising that, I normally pass by when I'm going to Gables, just at the corner there, built, standing there. There's one in my area also. They're not working, they're just closed. They were just built, they never worked. And you're saying, okay, if they're not working, there's money sitting. Can they not be moved where they're needed? Or maybe we have a lot of money. Help me. I know it's not your baby, but we're exploring. If anyone on the podium can add to this discussion why those infrastructures are there when there are people here looking for them, but we also have similar infrastructure sitting somewhere doing nothing.
The issue would be around positioning those cold storage facilities. Some were put with a certain objective in mind, yet the players didn't come in to do their part.
I think it speaks to what these young people are presenting, solutions-driven, evidence-driven interventions. They have these drones that fly, will tell you concentrations. And I think it's about partnerships. We can't fly alone. I think acting DPM said the future of agriculture lies in partnerships and collaboration. Government cannot do it alone. Private sector cannot do it alone. Babekinenza, what is your major constraint in the livestock sector?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I am Pruengosi Kinenza from the Feedlotters Association. Our main constraint is the cost of production, which I will try and break it down into maybe 4 or 5 subsectors. One is getting the feedstock. You will appreciate the recent experience that we have just had as a country, and Honorable Minister touched on it this morning in his remarks, whereby we had FMD, which has been a prolonged situation. Before, it was not beyond the borders, but it came in and we were not able to even move livestock across regions. So that has had an impact on the feeder stock that we need as feedlotters to supply the market. Thus increasing the prices for each animal, because now you have shortage of supply. Secondly, you find that there is the issue of animal feed and medication on the higher side. And unfortunately, that then compares to us being price takers instead of us determining the price at which to sell our livestock. So we find ourselves operating in most instances at losses, because now the buyer will state the price at which they will take your animal for. And the additional constraint under the cost of production is the fact that we have to go and scout for this feedstock, and where the 5th quarter issue comes in, which the minister has already alluded to, whereby thank you for the intervention, Honorable Minister. Last year, we have seen improvement on that side of challenge. They are now paying for the 5th quarter, which also assists us in fueling our vehicles when we are scouting for our feeder stock. And the last one is on the genetics. Genetics, you find that there is now a lot of inbreeding. Instead of getting quality cows, you would have to then rely on the bulls that currently exist. We are happy that the ministry is now introducing the insemination program, which will address that, bring quality semen from across the globe. We want to appreciate that. I think maybe the major intervention would be to try and bring the infrastructure closer to the farmers. Taking, for example, the FMD issue, whereby you could move your ready for market animal to Mbiven in Matapa, because you can't go beyond the red line. You then had to then continue either feeding it or selling at a loss within the region. If maybe you can have the infrastructure, the abattoirs, spread out into either the 4 regions or closer to where most of the farmers are. Maybe I may stop there for now, and I will elaborate later. Thank you.
Thank you, Lempofu. We've actually seen in, thank you, Mohan, in Botswana, for example, where you'll find the regional abattoirs, so that the farmer doesn't have to travel a long distance. And the Botswana Cattle Producers Association has been quite vibrant in pushing for their position, I think, within the country. And coming to the issue, I'm thinking like a processor. We're talking feedlotting. You rely on the meat that comes from the feedlotters to process and produce sausages and other. Should we really be talking feedlotting, or does the feedlot model work without resolving issues of communal grazing, issues of animal health, coverage, and the breed quality? Which comes first? What is the correct sequencing? What should be done properly first?
Okay. All protocols reserved. My name is Kanyawezo Ntlengetwa. I'm from Mashaingonjane Meat Butchery. I just want to answer your question, Mr. Moderator. Yes, you are right. Feedlotting, that is a factor in the meat processing, because that meat is the very meat we just ate here at Happy Valley. They are my market as a processor. So we slaughter, we process, and then we distribute. We also supply quite a number of hotels around the country. So the feedlotting is a very, very, very big factor, just like the piggery, because that quality of meat is not the same as the grass-fed cow. So it is softer meat. Yes.
So how's the issue then with regards to labo communal grazing? Are you able to source the cows and so on?
I must say it's actually one of the challenges we do have in the country. Sometimes you find with the farmers, we have inconsistent supply of the quality. And I was very, very pleased because a couple of months ago, there was I think the Ministry of Government, the Ministry of Agriculture wanted to bring the meat grading, because you may find, I just want to make an example here. So at my age, I'm 24 years old, and versus the Minister of Agriculture here, our meat is not the same.
We tender meat.
Yeah, so me, I'm the tender meat. So you find that the farmers, so what happens is they take that cow and they put it in the feedlot, because they say it's big, just like you see, he's more body mass than me. So then they like, hey, this one will delay me, this one will be fast. But then when I start processing, just like now we just had beef stew. So with that meat, it becomes very, very tender. It's not the same. Yeah,
so
but,
quality does come to the fore when it comes to supplying the formal markets.
Yes.
They are very much conscious about the quality.
Yes.
And do you have systems in place for you to make sure that you deliver consistently the quality required by the retail? And how can a smallholder farmer adopt such systems, or small processor?
To the smaller farmers, when they do come to our site, we do actually educate them and share some information with them about where and how they can improve, and whom to connect pertaining the feedlotting, those who are ahead in that sector.
So if I were to remove one problem for you as a processor, what would it be? One problem that you feel strongly that as a processor, if this were not here, I'd be thriving. Or you can say a problem and suggest, logo, if we can do this to it would help us.
I would say it's the pricing, the cost of production, just like Mr. Kinenza stated earlier. For them, if it's expensive I must say, I have to be honest, I'm sorry to the farmers, but it is very, very expensive to buy meat in Swaziland. It is very, very expensive. And okay, the reason I'm saying this, there are these hidden costs. This hidden cost, they take me to the fifth quarter. So
how do we reduce those costs? Because why here? We want banks to look at you and think you're a viable sector for them to fund. Now, if the costs are high, what we're cushioning inefficiencies. How do we drive a competitive industry? From your perspective as a processor, what is the constraint? What do you need?
Yes. Earlier I did speak of that, and yes, I must say congratulations to the Ministry of Agriculture. We do see an improvement in that sector of the informal selling of meat, and but it still does continue. But also the other thing I would touch on would be the stock theft, because I myself, I work. Okay, like. Yes.
Nomsa Chubek. I think we're getting a lot around the quality issue, the cost of production, but William Bofu touched upon it. I did try feedlotting, I ran away. You buy that mixed, you want a cross, ne? So cross 7, 8,000, and then chop and the others, you're looking at about 1,500 a month on feed. 3 months later, that cow took 4.5. I bought it for 8, it's 12.5, they're gonna give me 13K. I'm not gonna spend 3 months to make 1,000 rands. I need high valuable business. So I moved to other things. But Babel Lala, you are sitting at a very strategic position. You see both sides of the equation. You go down, you see farmers on the field, dealing with the problems daily. You come back, you link to the market side. And what is that one challenge or constraint that you see as NAMPOD that you believe would improve the life of horticulture farmers in the country? And while you're at that, how do we deal with the price volatilities that were spoken about earlier? To say price can come in at 100, before you know it, next week it's 225. How do we create stability in the market to allow for private investment to flow? Because at the end of the day, you want a bank to come in and put money. Banks love predictability. They love assurance. They love certain things that should be in place for them to deploy money. What, in your view, sitting as NAMPOD, do you believe has been holding this sector back? And if done this way, would unlock a lot of value for Eswatini?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Yes, where I sit as a developer and at the same time a regulator of the horticulture space. One of the challenges that we are observing is the issue of, as a regulator, the data part of things. We need to know who is doing what where, so that we can better do the facilitation in terms of the development, in terms of extension services, and providing the necessary skills to the farmers, and also linking them to the markets. To try and address that, we are talking of the issue of information systems. We currently have a platform that we have developed, which we are encouraging every farmer who is into the vegetable space to register, so that we will know every player out there, so that we can then be able to provide the services that we are supposed to provide. Maybe I can also add the issue of quality. My client over there in Notemba said she wants to compete internationally, and we're really at her back. We want to support her in all means. We've currently launched a program of Global Gap. We've seen that that is one of the key standards in the horticulture space. We've partnered with Standards Authority to try and build capacity for farmers. We will take farmers through until they get certified by the certifying bodies. Thank you.
I think what you talked to takes us to the beef story. On the one end, the beef and dairy are sort of the same. We're sitting with more than 70%, 80% imports. But on the beef side, you see one, we export high quality, we import low quality beef back home, and so on. So, and then on the horticulture, I always think the markets that we try to go for in the EU and so on have very high requirements. We talk chemical residual content, phytosanitary measures that are too high. Yet we have a domestic market we can't feed here. Shouldn't the focus be building agricultural surpluses that allow us to export?
Thank you. You have to look at both ends, because you've got seasons, so, and you've got crop rotation. So you have to do both your baby vegetables and your conventional vegetables. For the local market, we need to increase the production. We know exactly which lines are an issue. Locally, we've got issues of potatoes, onions, and carrots, which are very simple crops to grow. And as far as the standards are concerned, the local market is not very restrictive. But now when we talk of the export market, which has got more cash in terms of per kg, where you gain more, then you need to go for the standards. As much as the standards, it's costly to invest in those standards. But what really happens, you find that a farmer is in production only for a third of the year, yet he has got the land. He could be producing 3 crops in a year, and you find that he produces 1 crop. But if you can embrace these issues of standards, as much as there are costs associated with these standards, you will be able to recoup your investment. You produce for the local consumption, and you also export as you rotate your crops.
Well explained, Mr. Dladla. I'm educated. We need the 2 streams. Coming to planning, there were issues that were raised here around fragmentation. You sit as the Minister of Economic Planning with an instrument that allows for coordination of the donors within country. As we are here today, we are convened by the World Bank. We have the EU on the one hand coming with skills for youth employability, entrepreneurship, etc. We've got other partners, the UNDP with the Eswatini Youth Empowerment Program. How are we ensuring as a country that 1, those programs speak to national priorities? 2, we are dealing with the real issues that are affecting the young people and women we are trying to scale? And lastly, to ensure that these programs are benefiting the people out there at Inkundleni. Are we working closely with the institutions like Board, for example, when we speak of agricultural value chains, education we speak of Motivate, and so on? What can be done to improve e-coordination? And I will make an example of why I think coordination lacks in the country. The minister has been at pain in parliament asking for closure of the border because we have private companies that are importing beans using government money, while we have farmers that are struggling for market with the very same bean. So on the one hand, you have government giving money to a private company, go outside, go buy beans. Then government turns around, please help me close the border, they're bringing beans. Where is the problem?
Thank you, moderator and honorable minister, PSCs, senior government officials, CEOs, and distinguished colleagues. Good afternoon. As the Minister of Economic Planning, for us, we are equally concerned about moving from sporadic success stories to systematic impact. And for us, the issue of the discussion around value chains is incomplete if it does not speak to solving the issues around youth unemployment, with the new figures coming out of youth unemployment being at 56%. So whatever discussion that we have, we must speak to the value chains, must speak to how we solve these issues. And our approach is the investment that must go into these value chains must not only focus on economic growth, but it must also focus on providing income earning opportunities for the youth. Now, coming to the issue of fragmentation, I must say that as government, as His Majesty's government, we are still trying to figure out how to deliver, how to be a government that delivers as one. We do have challenges around coordination, and we do see a disconnect in terms of the potential for agriculture and its actual contribution to economic growth, which I believe a lot has been said around that, and the many barriers that, of course, still stand in the way in terms of ensuring value chain investments. But we can say that in terms of how we work with our development partners, we are guided by mutual agreements. For instance, when it comes to the World Bank, we have a country partnership framework, which is usually for a defined period of time that kind of details out the areas of cooperation where we have the same with the EU and the other development partners that we work with. And the North Star of these agreements is usually our NDS, our National Development Strategies, which are operationalized by the National Development Plan. It's actually, we are at an exciting time where government looking at these many challenges and the fragmentation and us still trying to figure out how we deliver as one. We do have initiatives that are coming up. For instance, we have an exciting new program. It's called the Eswatini Youth Employment Opportunities Project. It's a multi-agency project that has a number of delivery partners, all government institutions that are looking into how we can systematically deliver for impact. So we are, as much as we acknowledge there are challenges in terms of fragmentation, but we are intentional about figuring out how we deliver as one government, and we are seeing government taking some initiative in terms of trying out new things, like coming up with multi-agency and multi-partner funded initiatives.
Thank you, thank you. You know, sitting here, I'm thinking, why are we not growing our share of domestic supply? You know, the imports was bar, we're still relying on fresh mark and so on. Do you think there's a disconnect, and where do you see the greatest disconnect between the market, the producer, and the consumer? Is there some misunderstanding there? Maybe you're producing what we don't want, or your quality is too low, or the buyer doesn't want to pay you. Where is the disconnect? Where can we come and intervene? Or they pay you after 200 days after you deliver, you know, those type of things. But really, where is the greatest disconnect between the producer, the market, and the consumer, in your view? And yeah, maybe let's stop there.
I think the disconnect comes when we look at production costs. Our local farmers face like rather large production costs compared to, I believe that South Africa is in a better position than us. We need financing. We can compete with the South African counterparts to supply the spars and fresh marks. That is if we have the tools. For example, we are affected by climate, and some South African companies have they've got tools like the tunnels, which help shield, and there's nets which help shield their produce from these hailstorms and other different kinds of climate-related challenges. They also use mechanization. While we as farmers in Swaziland, we still don't have much access to these machines which help reduce production costs like labor costs. Labor cost is one of the largest costs that a farmer has in the country. And if we have these machines and large scales as well, if we had a large economies of scale, like we had enough land to produce in large scale, probably in a position to compete with them. Because our farmers, we produce quality food. The vegetables that we produce, I believe, the same standard as the South African ones. The only part that becomes a challenge or that makes us somehow a bit different from the others is our costing, the cost that we encounter. It becomes cheaper to buy in South Africa because we expect to cover our costs from the production costs that we encounter. So if that could be met, or maybe we have the cheaper financing and have the mechanization, we have all the tools in place, then I believe that we could be in a better position to compete with our South African farmers.
If I may, Mr. Moderator, I think on the disconnect, to assist central government, the coordination has to start at farmer level. If we can have strong industry associations that will engage in one voice, and ensure that even us as price takers, it is easy for the producers to divide us if we are not together. And if we can then work on that, strengthening of industry associations, we will then gain more margins out of our produce. And maybe last comment will also be, I think you talked of financial institutions. One was just maybe disappointed when the Farmers Bank did not materialize, because we need financial institutions that are sensitive to the needs of farmers. The intervention that PS alluded to of EADF we are seeing more interventions, increasing production. We are hoping that maybe EADF will graduate and become a bank that is sensitive to the farmers' needs. Thank you.
Spoken like a former AFDP person, Geninza, understanding how money works. And I think the coordination issue you touched upon is at the center of everything. I always say governments don't listen to individuals, because I can't work for one person. But when an industry speaks, government listens. And this is where private sector, you are shooting yourself in the foot. You can call government to order and request ABC. Are you collective? Ninenj. No masolo mpetwang lomo now, you want to work individually. Let's come together and form the strong industry associations. The cost of sourcing. If I go alone to go and buy that fertilizer, it will become more expensive. And that's the role Bonham Board through the input shop have been trying to play, to go source bulk and give to farmers so that they can ultimately reduce the sourcing costs. Is that working, how is that working? And while you said at it, what in your view about when you deal on the same issues? I want us to go back to that question in terms of the disconnect between producer, market, and consumer. When you are sitting there, you see all three. Where do you think is the greatest disconnect where we need to strengthen more?
Thank you, Mr. Villan. Maybe to start with the issue of the issue of inputs and all the like. We are playing in this space, but actually this should be a field of the private sector. We are filling in a gap which we see exist, which the private sector should be playing. In terms of the disconnect, I would say it's market intelligence. In terms of the farmer knowing what the market needs, the market, the buyers knowing what is out there in the market. So we really need to find each other. That's why we are advocating for our information system, so that we want to make sure that information is available to all the players in the industry, so that you would go out and plant knowing that this is the correct time for planting. I do have an opportunity to sell. At the same time, the buyer on the other side should know, where can I find my tomatoes? Thank you.
Next follow-up question. First one, do we charge VAT for the produce going to the supermarkets?
As far as I'm concerned, currently for vegetables, there's no VAT.
Okay. Because I'm looking at a South African farmer bringing vegetables at the border without paying VAT, duty-free to the shop. When you levy this side, you're already putting the Swazi farmer at a 15% differential in terms of the cost of production. So that's important that we have at least maintained and managed that aspect. Coming to processing side, I think we spoke often about stock theft. We've seen the innovation young people have presented, the tracker lab, for us to make sure that the cows cannot disappear at night and so on. The communal grazing issue, I've seen a lot around how sustainable is our livestock looking 10 years, 20 years from now on communal grazing, and what can we do in that space, but also thinking at that, what is the role of ranching in terms of cow and calf operations to increase our local stock? We cannot always be reliant. The border closes, we're out of cattle. We used to have Baba A.G. Thomas, for example, producing a matole to sell. Is that not an opportunity for private sector to plug in as well there? And while is that question, what is the cost of the FMT closure? I know it's important for us to protect ourselves. Should we keep it? Should we remove it? How much has it affected us as a country?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. In terms of the slaughter of cattle around Swaziland, I must say that it has increased. And earlier they did mention about going a couple of years back, where the population was about 500,000, the cattle were they reached 1 million, but now it's vice versa. And now, hopefully it will be better with the regulations lifted for FMD, because I think that also contributed quite a lot on the number. Also, COVID also played a very, very big hand to the decreasing of the cattle in the country.
And then in terms of your quality, are you able to access with your processed products the commercial supermarkets? And if not, what is the constraint? What is the challenge?
I would say it's 50-50. I would say it's inconsistent. You can have the supply, but then now, okay, just last year when there was the FND, and it was difficult to get the quality meat because the feedlotting, it was closed and no movement of cattle.
So just closing the border, feedlot die. So we have a problem of supply of the animals. Maybe now what's in Jelompofu as the association. What are the main challenges that industry is facing? He's touching on the closure of the border made feedlotters close. I'm aware I've seen some empty. You go to deep tanks, go to Tingomo. How do we arrest this situation? Because I see there's a supply constraint in the market and a production constraint, both of them. We cannot meet demand, but we can also not secure the animals we need to grow.
That's a correct observation, Mr. Moderator. In fact, the demand for meat is increasing faster than the supply in terms of feedstock. Hence, I think the decreasing rate of production when it comes to feedlotters. I think the artificial insemination program that is being introduced would assist a lot, and also further educating farmers to synchronize in terms of production. In fact, that will assist in ensuring that we get the good genetics, and also make sure that in terms of our planning, we don't only focus on one breed. It's good quality meat, but it's seeds and feedlot cool. So there are other breeds like Boran, Beef Masters, and if we can work on ensuring that that is introduced, I think the faster ready to slaughter meat would go a long way.
Minister, you can hear from the farmers. Genetics are very important. You can find two farmers spending the same amount of money raising a cow. One will gain 20 kg, the other will gain 2 kg. The other loses money, the other makes money. We have seen a big project in the country, hundreds of millions, investing in the wrong animals, a dairy farm. And we've seen a lot of deaths and suboptimal performance and stuff. So I think it's important that we put the right systems in place. And from a trade and policy issue, anything you think is constraining from the government side that needs to be changed for you to thrive in the sector you're in before we close this session? Move to my final one. Honorable Minister.
Can I please remind you, National Strategic Dialogue. We can't have the dialogue taking place just there.
I'm closing this one.
Let it, no, I think some people have spoken 3 times already.
Okay.
So let's get down to the floor so that we all done.
Yes, Honorable Minister, thank you for that. I think we can get views from the House.
Let me start.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Because I just want to make contributions to a few of the discussions. The first one being the issue of being able to compete with South Africa. The Speaker, Tsatsebe Tulapa, said let's capacitate the Maswati farmers or Balimbe Maswati to compete with South Africa. And therefore, and she alluded to the notion that controlling or regulating the entrance of produce from outside Eswatini is not the best approach. My comment would be that maybe it's not the best, but it's certainly one of the most effective ones in the current circumstances. Because I can tell you now, for the farmer from Eswatini to compete with South Africa, it's going to take a long time. It's not going to happen anytime soon. And these are the reasons. There's 3 of them. I'm happy that you also alluded to one of them, your second contribution, that economies of scale just put us at a disadvantage. You go across, if you cross the border to Middelburg or whatever, you will see huge farms with huge tractors. And I can tell you now, as you put the local farm against that, purely from an economies of scale perspective, they are not going to compete. Secondly, if you go to your Google and you check the amount of money that the South African government throws at farmers, there's probably, in fact, if you look at, if you just ask Google how many subsidies the South African government gives to farmers, the answer you'll get is that dozens. What is a dozen? Dozen is 12. So if it's dozens, it's at least 2 dozens, which is 24. You compare that to the subsidies we give to our farmers, chalk and cheese. And it's not because we are negligent, we don't want to assist our farmers. It's purely the economy. If you look at the amount of money, just recently, the government of South Africa put out 3.2 billion emalangeni as assistance, or rent, as assistance to farmers. We can never compete against that. So the borders become our only viable tool. The last thing that makes us not to be able to compete is that in a number of areas, they use genetically modified organisms, which we don't. We frown at GMOs. We don't want to eat GMOs, we don't want to produce GMOs. So still, we are not going to compete. The guy who grows GMOs probably doesn't need to use herbicides to control some of the weeds, or even use pesticides to kill some of the logatani that go. And so he's saving money. He's not going to spend as much money as you do. So, and all countries do that. They protect their markets, they protect their borders as much as possible. So really, we can't throw away that. It's one of our most effective tools. So NAMBOD's responsibility is to regulate the borders based on the market dynamics, or based on the issue of demand and supply. So when we talk demand and supply, let's talk about serious or accurate demand and supply. Let's not say we have supply when we're talking about corrupted supply, whereby the bulk of that supply comes from outside the border. To me, that's not a true supply. Demand and supply is equating what we produce with what we need in the country. So to me, that's very important. And just to close off that argument, currently we spend 2.2 billion in Malawi importing food for the country. So really, we can't let that market be taken away from us. We need to protect it, because if that 2.2 billion was spent on farmers in this kingdom, then we'll probably all be very rich farmers. I'm a farmer, by the way. So that is the first step. Then the next step becomes going for export, like the high value crops like baby vegetables and stuff like that. But the consumption, the basic consumption, we must protect our own market. And I think we'll be doing the farmers disservice if we were to think that we can leave that open and then try and to capacitate them in any other way, because there's no such ability to do that. Another comment goes to the FMD closure and livelihoods. I think one of the things that's not being acknowledged properly is that we have managed this FMD pandemic in a totally different way. In previous years, we used to just shut down the borders and shut down everything. But during this time, we've tried our best as a ministry to make sure that the livelihoods of Eswatini are protected. We had systems to make sure that the feedlots are kept operating. We had what we called, what is the word, by the way? Yeah, standard operating procedures that then made specific provisions so that Eswatini are able to continue operating and be able to live. SOPs for feedlotters, SOPs for livestock that that's needed for breeding and all that. So I think we need to acknowledge that, and then we say, I think one of the other things that's being said in that area is issue of genetics. I think that's absolutely correct. We have our indigenous animals, we love them, and they're good for different purposes. But for the purpose of commercial beef production, they need to be upgraded. That is why we, as a ministry, we went out and asked or proposed a program with the European Union. We call it the Livestock Value Chain Improvement Project or Program. He's nodding his head, he's driving it. And that program talks about artificial insemination. We are going to build an artificial insemination center at Mbisi, and then we will be able to get all the genetics in the world and then introduce them to our local head, which then will improve the feed conversion efficiency, for instance, of our animals in feedlots. I operate in a feedlot as well, and I can tell you now there are bees that just can't perform there. So I think it's important for us to at least acknowledge that the ministry took a different approach in terms of dealing with the current FMD fight, and it was an approach that was sensitive to the need of Eswatini. Unfortunately, the fifth quarter discussion didn't really come out. Just when Umsawa or Mashas Luan started talking about it, he said it was taken him there and then he never went there. But I think I must acknowledge that Mashaingonjan is one of those abattoirs that actually pay for the fifth quarter. So let's give them a big hand of applause. I was looking for the others because I know something you probably don't. Okay, I don't know what happened to the Farmers Bank. Maybe we need to, I don't know, I need to check what happened. But I think the others, they are fine. Okay, maybe youth unemployment. I think youth unemployment, we must appreciate the World Bank, because there is a separate project called EOP, Eswatini Youth Employment Opportunities Project, which is sponsored to the tune of about 486 million or thereabout, and it sits with EWAIT, so it's going to start soon. We believe that it will make a difference in the employment numbers among the youth. Otherwise, we like the discussion. We believe that a lot can be done, and it can only be done, as you correctly alluded to, Program Director, if we have a collective approach to our issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and I think for emphasizing that whole of government approach. Please, a round of applause for the Minister. I have farmers in the room. One, I don't want us to go story. We know the problem. So I want you to be concise, very specific. Okay, what can your institution do to unlock some of these challenges and opportunities we spoke about today here? And where, yeah, please go ahead.
Me, I want to tackle it from a different angle. I don't understand why to go butt head against a wall. The lady mentioned so many easy reasons why not to farm. So why you farm this thing? Change your farming, change your crop, do something else. You can, actually no, you can stick to your crop, but do think out of the box. Create new products from your crop. I talk all the time cassava because there is 1,500 different products coming from cassava. So I like cassava. Think on your crop what you can do. I don't know if you're doing tomatoes. Tomato, fresh market, so many farmers delivery, you can't really get your price. Take the tomato, cut it, dehydrate it, and you see you'll get 10 times more money than sending it fresh to the market. So think different. The same thing with cattle, the same thing, anything. Think different, get those varieties, get the different meat, get the different steak. I'm doing fish farming here in Eswatini. I'm selling it to Israel. The idea in Israel is price. We Jewish, I'm Jewish, I come from Israel. We dream, we eat, we sleep, money. If we don't dream money, it means we have a nightmare. But we take that fish, we put a little bit margarine, it's become processed fish. We get 10 times the price than if we sell it fresh fish.
Thank you.
Think like that.
I think what's coming out a lot, which has been coming from the various speakers here, the issue of value addition, the processing, the transformation. The prices you get as a primary product are lower. Adding value, you get a higher share. And if you look at the African continent, we talk of intra-Africa trade. We rely too much on importing processed foods. And we are happy to see a lot of Eswatini here today starting to move up that value chain in terms of adding value to your produce. And I think it will go a long way. I see another hand. Let's not be scared to raise those hands because this is your session. As a farmer, I want you to make sure that in this session today, you did tell them, this is my problem. This is the solution that will solve it for me. And I believe my solution also includes youth and women. Before I become a teacher and point to a farmer, can we please come forward with those ideas? Hand, yes, madam. Microphone across the lady over there. While she's there, another hand. You guys are not you are happy. Everything is going well in horticulture. The lady over there, we're coming back to you. Over to you, madam.
Okay, greetings everyone. I would like to first thank the minister for the passion that we see. We've been sitting with you for the whole day. We are really surprised, and we had lost hope in agriculture in the country, but seeing you sitting with us here is like, and the input that you are giving, it is bringing hope. Thank you very much. Okay, I wanted to say something, but I think it does relate to what we're discussing here. I have a friend of mine who worked in South Africa. So she once told me that when it comes to how they do things in South Africa, like, for instance, there is a lot of support that they give to farmers. For instance, if you're a cooperative, you're registering as a cooperative, she told me that, excuse me, she told me that you are given 3 million as a cooperative to start work. But when it comes to our country, it doesn't happen. It's like, so I think there should be a balance. Maybe when it comes to them, you find that sometimes giving them money when an entity is starting might not yield the results. But then again, neglecting the people, like saying, it's not good, because we will have the smiling through who are going to persevere. We have a few people who will have that strength to remain hanging in that string until they are recognized. So I just request that we should try to to look into that. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. other. So it's important the value chain coordination at the government level. The farmer must play his part too. We need to increase the de-risking funds for specific value chains, Minister. The Agriculture Development Fund you've heard for yourself is very much appreciated. There are certain fora which feel it should grow, but I think there's a thin line between government intervention and competing with the private sector. The role of government is to de-risk you and get you at a level where you're bankable and can access private sector financing. Let's move there. The issue of data and systems was raised a lot by NAMPOD. The AHIS is there, but we still need a lot. You find in the morning, you wake up. There's now 1 million cabbages, Minister. They were not there even when you went to sleep yesterday. Because in this country, a farmer can just wake up and say, I'm growing tomato. England, the land belongs to the Queen, hey? You need to report what you're doing there. So we need to get a system that says before people can plant, you must report that to the government. Not because government is controlling you. We want to know that there's 100 farmers growing X land for X produce. Let's not push tomato, guys. Because the price you're complaining about, my sister, is brought down by us. We see tomato at the shelf of 25 Malangeni, we run to the farm. By the time the cabbage comes out, there's too much cabbage in the market. And NAMPOD cannot play that function without data, where you cannot plant before NAMPOD is notified. It must be a law. And if you do it without informing NAMPOD, we arrest you. There's no other way. How do you think NAMPOD will know who is growing what? It must be a legal obligation. Then we move. And then the information, the partnerships. This is both private sector. Please be active, Babek Inenza. You have an association who are happy. Develop more structures within your associations. Minister, as a government, we have got commerce, for example, the cooperatives department. Working with the ministry, how do we build business associations or industry association, feedlotters, feed growers? I see a problem in feedlotting. No matter how good you can be, if 90% plus of your cost is feed, you are not going to make it until you start localizing some of the feed. What are we doing to address those value chains again, going backward? So the business associations and the risking funds, the banks will come when these are de-risked. Banks don't fund unprotected agriculture. They are scared of primary farming activity. Let's bring climate smart infrastructure. And you say, I've covered it. The cost of insurance goes down. To private sector, the business associations, you also have a responsibility working with government to see them come through. That came out a lot. The issue of consistency of supply and the quality of the supply came out as well. Feedlot is empty. SPAR wants meat every week, wants cabbage every week, wants this and this every week. So we may think they don't want us in the shelf, but they are tired of managing a person for 2 months and then going to find another supply because you can only produce in season. So we need climate smart infrastructure that will allow you to deliver throughout the year. So that came out a lot from farmers, consistency of supply, the quality and the quality assurance infrastructure that allows these products to get to the shelves. I'm happy government has done a lot in bringing the retail sector through the Ingelo movement to build a standard that says we may not be at global gap now or HACCP, but can I protect the consumer safety and health to allow for the local farmer to get his product on the shelf? The systems that World Bank is proposing, talking to the AgriConnect, where we put those linkages that are now lacking. We know where we're lacking. Now all we need to do is embrace those things. So, and then we need to strengthen supply development programs according to the private sector, those partnerships, invest in protected farming, and then the regional and sector development plans. The issue that came, land is an issue. Land is an issue. The minister made it an economies of scale. Why? Because I've got 10,000 hectares, I'm one farmer. So if you are sitting on 1 hectare and you are going to buy your inputs on your own, you are going to die. So because of the smallness of our land, the main thing we need to drive is aggregation systems. That is what government should push as a top priority, working with the industry to make sure that we de-risk and improve the competitiveness of the smallholder farmer, including women and youth. They also requested for farmer-specific funding. Good. Some of the funds I understand. I've grown sugarcane. Sugarcane, they know, will collect after 12 months. Minister, what we build in sugarcane is a model that we should be cracking our heads every day. How do we duplicate this? It's the only sector where you'll come and a bank will come with 100% finance. In sugarcane, they don't want your contribution. They don't want collateral. They invest on Swazi nation land. Can you imagine the problems I'm counting? But they still come. Why? The sector has been properly de-risked. But it's not the de-risking only. Who sits at the top that gives the bank assurance? It's the anchor farmer. The banks sleep because they know there's RES, there's Ilova. That's the model we need to adopt for our farmers. The anchor who is known, reliable. If you give money to a startup, they'll always fail. You give money to startups through established entities and aggregation models. So that is where we want to go. Then the market intelligence, again, private sector, and so on. So they said, let's make agriculture more profitable for young people to come and venture in. In Kenya, they started a program called the Amiran Farmers Kit. They said, we want to make agriculture fancy so that the young people love it. So greenhouse, this. They've seen a huge movement of young people moving into agriculture. So we hope as well within the country that with such a movement, Minister, we can definitely see traction within the country. At this point, let me allow the Minister to give us his remarks. And if there's anything I may have missed, we also have the team from the livestock side. I think they took a lot. I can see they're sitting next to the Minister to make sure that everything goes into the report. Thank you, Minister. Over to you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Yeah, I think I'm encouraged with, I'm encouraged with what I've seen out there. I think we are going to make agriculture attractive. I saw a lot of innovation, especially among the youth, that sort of makes agriculture more attractive. We are no longer carrying hoes and bending our backs, trying to dig holes in the ground, which is what has made it quite difficult. I just want to comment on the issue on the sugarcane model. For those who may not know, I've spent 36 years of my life, my working life, okay, it's my life, in the sugar industry, where I've worked to make the sugar industry probably what it is, along with a lot of other people. But I've worked for RES for 36 years. And you are correct. The sugar industry is one of the most sort of functional and effective models. And yes, I hear about de-risking and everything like that. But the biggest thing with the sugar industry is the marketing model. That is what has made it what it is. Firstly, no one grows cane without being known that it's going to grow cane, which is to your point, that we call it what, ehis. That is important. Before you grow cane, a stick of cane, you must get a court, what is called a court, which is an authorization that you can grow the cane. And before you get that, there are about 3 things that must be checked: availability of land, availability of water, and the space at the factory for your cane to be crushed. You might have a farm of 200 hectares, but if maybe the availability of space in the factory is such that you can only grow your cane on 100 hectares, the quota will be based on that and you'll be given that. So there is no such thing as an overflooding of the market from growers. If there's any overflooding, it comes from outside, like Brazil. Sometimes they dump cane in South Africa, sugar in South Africa, and then it finds its way here. So that's the first thing. The person who's going to grow cane is known and is permitted to do so through a system. And then 2, and there's a law to that effect, If you grow cane without having gotten that permit, there's a law that says they can go and destroy it. And they do. They just bring a big tractor, mow it down, and it's gone. And you can't get any recourse. The law says your action was illegal, and they have every right to destroy that cane. So that protects the industry from diseases and from everything, and also the market. But the biggest advantage is that you are guaranteed of an offtake. And even with that offtake, there's no issue of you trying to fight for a price. The price is determined at the beginning of the season. So when the season starts, the bodies of structures sit together and they work out what is called a division of proceeds, and it gives you your price for sucrose. Because if you're a grower, you don't get paid for sugar. You get paid for sucrose. It is the miller that gets paid for sugar because he produces the sugar. Now, so when you have your price, and all you need are two numbers, and those numbers you are given the minute your truck goes over the weighbridge, you get the weight of the cane, and a few minutes later, you get the sucrose content. And you multiply those numbers, those three numbers, you know how much money you're going to make for that load. So you are guaranteed. You are not producing tomatoes and then putting them at the back of your van, trying to find the market, or putting them on your head to go to the market in Banzini and try to sell them. And that is the model I've always been saying, let's adopt it for ourselves. But how are we going to adopt it? By building processing plants that are going to take the produce. By building abattoirs that are going to take the animal production that comes out of our farms. And then having what is called contracts. So it's a combination of those two. It's contract farming and producing providing the offtakes. And contract farming says that we get into a contract whether with Nambot or with Pick and Pay or anybody. And as a farmer, I produce the stuff to the quality and the specifications of the off-taker. And when it's done, it belongs to that off-taker. But the problem with some of us as a Maswati, I produce my cabbages this year, and somebody comes and says, hey, your cabbages are nice, I'll give you, can you sell them to me? And I say, no, they are for Nambot, for instance. What is Nambot paying you? X amount. And the guy says, I'll give you X plus 2. And I take all the produce, I give it to the guy for maybe 2 Malangan or whatever the number is. We need to get that culture out of our system and make sure that when we have a contract, we respect the contract and we farm for the until we renegotiate the contract if we think there's something wrong with it or move away from it. So that for me is very important. So I agree with you. The sugar model is very good and we can replicate it. It's not difficult. It's not rocket science. We just need to do the right things. The other thing I want to speak about is what is called vertical integration. Yes, vertical integration comes in two forms. There's what is called forward integration or backward integration. Forward integration are the agro-processing plants that we're talking about. When you build agro-processing plants and process your food, you are integrating forward. But backward integration says, if you have and I'll give a practical example that we have in this country. We've got a company that produces cooking oil. And that company requires 52,000 tons of soybeans, is it? Or thereabout. And all we need is for somebody then to do backward integration and go and grow those beans. surely it can be difficult to grow soybeans. We've got a university here, so Professor Manyatsi is no longer here. Oh, he's still here. So if we need the university to teach us how to grow beans, then Professor, you can assist us. You have a lot of lecturers. I know that you are in the animal side of things, but you had a big section of the university, so you can always get the crop production side to assist us to grow those soya beans. And then we were able to get, because then we are guaranteed of that offtake. If you've produced the beans and you think maybe for some reason the processor is not buying them, then you come to the ministry. NAMBOD will assist you by making sure that the local produce is absorbed before we can take soybeans from outside the country. That is our job, and that's what we can do. So I am really pleading with farmers to look at the needs. If there is something that you know is needed, go and grow it, go and produce it, and then get into a contract with the off-taker. Because by so doing, you'll be guaranteed of the offtake, and you don't have to carry your produce around the country. So the example of soybeans is just one. There is plenty other crops that are like this, which we can then do vertical integration on, or backward integration more specifically. Thank you. Oh, sorry. The reason I brought the director was to deal with the importation issue. What I would like to say is that just before we had FMD, we had already sat down with both this is Mr. Kumalo, Acting Director of Veterinary and Livestock Services. We had already sat down with the Department of Veterinary and Livestock Services with their South African counterparts. And we did what is called a VPN, Veterinary Practice Notice, which stipulated how we're going to get cattle into the kingdom. Both dairy cattle and beef cattle. And we completed that agreement, or that setup. All you need is 60 days. You take the cattle, you identify the cattle in South Africa, put them at a quarantine place or whatever. You quarantine them for 30 days. You bring them across the country, quarantine them for another 30 days. And during that time, they're checked for diseases and everything. And then they're out on your farm. Unfortunately, just before we could buy the first few batches, in fact, from there, we then instructed the dairy board. Is dairy board here? Not. We instructed dairy board to buy the first batch for milk production. Unfortunately, with the advent of FMD and I would call it the political side of things, after we had just got FMD, I think it was not going to work for Eswatini to see cattle coming from South Africa, because even if they were clean, they would have been thought to be contaminated or infected. So we stayed away from it. But the issue is that it is possible. That VPN is still in place. But what we need is then to allow the processes of checking our situation. We still can't implement it now immediately. We need time to continue monitoring our situation and be sure that we have finally and completely extinguished the FMD flame. Then we can get back to it. But the idea of bringing the director is that if and when the time is right, you can always contact him and pick it up. I'm not sure if you want to say something.
My minister's just put me on the spot. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Greet my peers. The department is available to assist farmers and stakeholders in the beef industry. Where they need assistance, please feel free to approach the department for assistance. Thank you.
Siyabonga Mdunga. We will definitely do that as farmers. And Sibonga Kundvuna kusivetela, Acting Director with Tilwane, so we know where to go. In closing, Bo Minister were very positive and gave strong support. Last week we presented the citizen economic empowerment regulations. They went through cabinet with full endorsement, good inputs from Bo Minister around the sector. So good things are coming. The retail shelf, La Pagbospa, Pick and Pay, ShopRite, the regulations are saying we're no longer chasing it. It's their obligation to work with us and localize it. So enterprise supply development programs now come from them to government to say the license you get assumes that as a supermarket, you will invigorate my horticulture industry, both retail and hospitality, are supposed to bring those industries up. But if they continue relying on imports because it's easier, then we'll have a problem. We're not going the Botswana route. They just closed the border and said no more imports. They put 300 million pula on the table. We are creating a disincentive for imports over time. So we need to get to a point where it's better getting it at home. So Siyabonga Minister for the support that came through the Citizen Economic Empowerment. And another round of applause, please, to the Minister and the PS. I've attended many events. I'm saying it's rare to sit from morning until 6 p.m. with a minister. And when the ladies there were saying commitment, it does translate into something that looks like this. As Saifunde talk, Minister, we want to see it in you, live it and breathe it, then we know we're moving somewhere. Thank you for your presence and participation. To my esteemed panels and panelists, thank you for the lovely contributions. Agriculture is you and your agriculture. And the country needs your ideas and inputs. We've got innovators at the back. Continue innovating. They need the solutions this side. I think as a country, we need to learn something. If you hire one Zimbabwean, your company will be Zimbabwe. If you hire one Swazi, they will fire all the other Swazis. Please learn to work together. Thank you so much, and thank you for your time.
A very huge round of applause. The Honorable Minister's round of applause, the one that he was teaching us in the morning. He wants it. Can we please give our moderator a huge round of applause, our panelists. Thank you for those contributions. Yeah, the moderator was coming all right. He was coming all right until the end when he decided to crack a joke that's now encroaching on someone else's territory. You know, Sandanezwe, when it starts, you know, he did a brilliant job. I've never been in an event, seminar, or symposium, whatever event you decided to call it, that has run this long, but still has the attention of the participants. So please give yourselves a round of applause. I have never, and worse, it was in English. So that level of attention span, I give you the credit. And I was going to mention the part of, you know, this is what political commitment looks like. Yeah, this table. So can we please give the Honorable Minister a round of applause? Yeah. Now, you see, today I saw a principal secretary speaking articulately, eloquently, being part of a panel. Growing up, I only thought principal secretaries are for introducing the minister, and then I'm telling you, and then I thought ministers, their job is to cut the ribbon and go to the office. But today, we're breaking all of those typical stereotypes. It is time to work. Yeah, you can tell, even the panelists here were being grilled with proper questions, proper submissions. So before you speak, you must think and remember that research paper you wrote in 2012. So this was active participation. It was not one of those seminars or events or conferences where we are just paying to mark or tick a box. So I'm excited about what is coming tomorrow. So please make sure that tomorrow you invite even more people that are in the sector. There is more to be learned tomorrow. We've got more panelists. We launched the agriculture sector review. There's the report, which we will read. We won't just keep it in our shelves. We will read and come up with even more interventions, I believe. And tomorrow we've got even more presentations from innovators that have come up with solutions through the solutions marketplace. So tomorrow is day 2. So from the morning, we will just get a recap, a review, especially for those that couldn't make it today. And then later on, we will have pitches by innovators. We've got 4 or 5 in the morning. And then later on, we will speak about investing in resilience, climate smart technologies and digital tools. Our moderator did mention that the way the seasons are changing, you can see that there is a season that we don't know about. So we need to find a way to adjust. So this one will be speaking to that. We've got speakers. Some of them were here even today, but they will come back tomorrow to be active panelists. And then we've got more presentations. And then we will have a topic, making agriculture investable, which I think this one is very important, because when all is said and done, it's money that is needed. All we want is the financing. We can have all these great ideas, but without proper financing or financing at all, they are but just ideas. Everyone can have ideas. So this one is quite interesting because it speaks to risk instruments, credit access, and enabling conditions for Eswatini's farmers and agri-businesses. And I will remind our presenters tomorrow that we live in Eswatini now. They must update their software. It's not Swaziland anymore. So it's Eswatini. Must update the software so that they remember. And then we'll have more presentations, solutions and dialogue, commitments, actions, what are the recommendations, where to from here. So basically the roadmap. With that, I thank everyone that participated. I thank everyone that came up here as a panelist and came up with these really resolute contributions. And also, we wanted to take a picture with some of the innovators, but I'm just realizing that not all of them are here. But I think tomorrow everyone will be able to take a group picture. Tomorrow we'll all take a group picture. We opened with the word of prayer, so it becomes a problem if you open and then you don't close. So now this thing will be hanging over us for years. There's that prayer that you never closed, you only opened. You go everywhere, things are not going well, and they tell you the same. There's that prayer in 2026. It was never closed, and now you need that person that opened. Now you live in South Africa. You don't know where the person that opened was. So I would just kindly, at this point, like to ask, oh, thank you very much. Umfundisi umboneta, silona ngumfundisi. Papa, pray for us.
May we pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this precious moment where we are going to our respective places. We thank you, Lord, for keeping us this long here and for a purpose, one purpose of feeding the nation. Father, we pray that may even tomorrow, oh God, be as we have planned. In Jesus' mighty name, we know that we can sit and play, but you will prosper that plan. Father, in the name of Jesus, release us from this place with your special blessing and your protection till we meet tomorrow. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you very much. The last round of applause. May we be safe. May we all come back tomorrow for more. And may we also invite others to come through for this national strategic dialogue. See you tomorrow. Be safe. Also, please come back with the tags Even if we saw you and recognize you tomorrow, we will not be able to recognize you. Please bring back the text. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.